Test, 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 test. Hello, hello. Hope you guys are doing well tonight. The moment that I hit start streaming on my OBS, a massive, loud clap of thunder uh, erupted right outside my window and shook my room. So I was like, wow, that's quite a coincidence. Um, it is now raining extremely intensely over here. So I'm hoping that I don't lose power. Usually we don't in storms, but it has happened before. If the stream goes down, then I apologize in advance for the disruption. I will resume it as soon as I can, and we'll just go from there. Oh yeah. So let me do a little intro first, and then catch up on chat and discuss what we're going to be talking about this evening. So, as some of you are probably well aware at this point, there's been a bit of a back and forth in the community going on recently with certain YouTubers, and I think with people on TikTok as well, uh, discussing the nature of Genjutsu and whether or not it works cross-verse. So, in other words, is there a logical, rational, evidence-based justification, or even just like another way to put it is just like any reason to believe that if a character from Naruto fights a character from One Piece or Bleach or insert other verse here, that the Naruto character could be reasonably expected to be able to use Genjutsu on the character from another verse. So Goku versus Itachi is an example I'll probably use a bunch tonight. Um, Itachi versus Goku, does Itachi get to use Tsukuyomi on him? Or get to use his Krogan Jutsu that I always forget the name of? Well, this depends, right? Like, if it's the sort of thing where, like, the major arguments that you hear is that, like, if Genjutsu functions by acting on chakra inside of another person, then it's not just like um, a technique that immediately or magically or automatically puts somebody into a trance or an illusion or something like that, right? It's specifically chakra manipulation, is the argument. Therefore, if your opponent doesn't have chakra, there's no chakra to manipulate, so you can't really do anything. So, you know, if I don't know if this is the case, if it is the case that chakra needs to be present in somebody to be able to be wrested control of, like taken control over by an attacker, then obviously if Goku doesn't have chakra, then he wouldn't be able to be put under Genjutsu. Now you can try to argue that maybe, in Dragon Ball they have chi or ki, and that is their universe's version of chakra, quote unquote, right? Like, as long as a character has some sort of a power system that flows through their body, then we could just assume that chakra manipulation would work on them because of their unique, because they have some sort of power that is vaguely analogous to it. And then that could start a whole big debate in and of itself. So that's what we're going to be trying to address this evening. Let me get this out of the way first, though, because my goal here is not to convince you necessarily that Genjutsu does or doesn't work. And so, in order to not make this like some big reveal at the end, I'll just state my intentions and my perspective up front, not forward. Um, Personally, I think it's fine if Genjutsu works across verses, because to me, if I'm arguing for Goku versus Itachi, like in a debate, I would want Itachi to have his full suite of abilities, and I would want to talk about how Goku is getting around those abilities. I don't think it's particularly interesting or compelling to say, nah, your character whose most iconic and strongest abilities arguably revolve around hypnosis and illusion, your character just doesn't get to use that because you can't prove that it does, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't think that that's unreasonable. I think it's an interesting topic. Like, genuinely, how do we figure out if powers from one verse can transfer to another verse and be applicable in that verse? Well, in order to answer that question, we have to do an in-depth analysis on both verses, probably, and really get to understand both of them on a significant level. So it's a worthwhile topic, but from my perspective, it's like fine, right? It's like if I'm gonna engage in a debate with somebody about this, I think that we might as well use the character's full abilities, because otherwise it's like, you know, it's sort of missing the point, or it's like it's losing something if we don't do that. To that point, I think that cross verse battles are probably the most headcanon related debate topics that we're going to wind up coming across as a community. In other words, if you want to argue about, like, okay, Lee versus Sasuke in the tuning exams, they never really fought, right? Apart from at the beginning of the at the beginning, right? Not in the finals. They had that little skirmish outside in the hallway or whatever. But if you want to talk about like end of tuning exams, Lee versus Sasuke post training or whatever, that's an interesting matchup that hasn't occurred before. So you could argue that we're applying a certain amount of headcanon by talking about how that fight would go down. Our We can use whatever best arguments we could possibly muster in order to try to represent that fight, that hypothetical fight, fairly. But at the end of the day, the creator might have different visions of how that fight might go down, right? Like, he might decide to have them end it in a stalemate, or just agree to no contest, or whatever, right? Like, we could debate back and forth all day, but if the creator wants to have them resolve their conflict in some way similar to like Shikamaru and Temari, where Shikamaru just decides, fuck this, right? The creator wants to write in some kind of an ass pull. I think it's kind of an ass pull, like Sakura being able to break through Ino's mind control because she has quote unquote two Sakuras inside of herself. That's totally fine, right? So we are applying a certain amount of creativity and ingenuity that might not be one to one with the creator's vision. And then now we're starting to talk about two completely different verses that might have some parallels and similarities. They operate within the same genre, right? One Piece, Bleach, JJK, Naruto, etc., Chainsaw Man, Dragon Ball, they're all within the same genre, arguably, of like shonen or seinen battle manga. But at the end of the day, like, their rules are very different and arbitrary in that the creator can decide whatever they want. Like, if the creator of a given, if like Toriyama, rest in peace, were to come forward and be like, yeah, so Genjutsu just works in my universe. I don't care, but I'm allowing it. Go for it. Or wanted to say, like, no, it doesn't. You know, like, he can come up with whatever rules he wants. So what we're trying to do, ostensibly, is to determine a fair set of rules of engagement for debates. We are coming up with house rules, just like if we were to like have a video game tournament or whatever, you know, or a tournament of a LARPing, I don't know, any kind of thing that you can imagine, Dungeons and Dragons, whatever. We're coming up with rules that we think are fair and reasonable to determine how we want to engage with each other when we talk to each other about this stuff. So from my perspective, I don't think there's an objectively correct answer, and I'm not going to advocate for an objectively correct answer. I think it's up to whoever decides to debate on this topic. Just agree the rules that you want to use and then go from there. That being said, if I had to say whether or not I think it's you know, more likely to function just based on the mechanics, based on my understanding of the series, I think so. I actually do think so, because the baseline understanding that I start of when talking about Genjutsu is this. This is this thing that Sasuke says the very first time we see Genjutsu being used in chapter, I think it's chapter 4 or chapter 6, I'm sorry. When Kakashi uses a Genjutsu on Sakura over here, the first thing that we're told, which doesn't mean that this is the only thing that we should just like hold on, like clutch onto this understanding and never change, but the way the stage is set for us is Sasuke says he's been using the art of illusion, employing hypnotism to create hallucinations in others. So, just stating my personal opinion, just stating my perspective here, I think that since Genjutsu are hypnotic techniques, my knee-jerk reaction is just like, whatever. As long as a character can get hypnotized in another verse, then Genjutsu will work on them. Therefore, unless they have some sort of mental resistance, quote unquote, Genjutsu just works on them. Let's have the debate and then let's move on with our lives. So, why am I saying all that? Well, because I'm going to be responding to a video by Sage of Thick Calves, actually probably dipping into responses to two particular videos, although I haven't gotten through all this one yet. And I'm going to be challenging... Well, Sage is taking the perspective that Genjutsu does work across the verse, and I'm going to be challenging him. But I actually agree with his conclusion, I think. I just don't necessarily vibe with the way that he got there. So I'm stating this like before I get started, because I have been accused by Sage, including others, of being biased and having an agenda, and that fact has been used to attempt to discredit me. Now, this is, should be obvious to anybody that this is just an ad hominem and just a deflection from the point, so I really don't even have to acknowledge it, but it did stick in my craw for whatever reason. Perhaps that's my lack of maturity there. I should have been more enlightened and not let it get to me, but it did. So I'm saying that I am actually biased in Sage's favor here. Before we begin the conversation, I want Genjutsu to work cross verse. I have a vested interest in it personally, and I don't feel like, I feel like there is a precedent supporting it. That being said, what we're going to talk about tonight is how do we formulate arguments on this topic? Did Sage do a reasonable and fair job of bringing these arguments to bear? And if not, what could have been done better? So, as usual, my intention here is to provide peer review. Um, I think that, rather than debunking or discrediting adding fuel to the fire, I really just want to say, okay, how are we doing as a community about talking about these topics? How are we doing as a community about keeping each other accountable, helping each other learn, and sharing the stuff with each other? You know that I have disagreed pretty strongly with Sage's methods in the past, as well as his conclusions. In this case, this is one of the videos that I have had overall fewer objections with, compared to something like, I don't know, the geography video or especially the data book and the lightspeed stuff. There's a lot of stuff in there that's very misleading. The Hashirama stuff, a lot of stuff in there that's like aggressively, I would say maybe this is too strong, but it feels pretty toxic to me in terms of the tactics and the apologetics used. I don't necessarily feel as strongly negative about this one, but there is plenty for us to talk about, and I want to go through the process of how I basically would like to try to leave you with a message of, here is how I would do peer review on this stuff. And I think if we understand the research methods together as a community, this is stuff that you can follow up on and do yourself as well, right? This is not, this is not just like John's super cool, ultra secret technique of understanding shit that nobody else can. This is very basic stuff, but it's something that I think we can all use a reminder of from time to time. So, we're going to start off by going over some Genjutsu stuff, then diving into the video. This is probably going to be a two-parter, depending on how much we get through tonight and people's interest. For the record, I do want to say thank you to folks in the Discord that have sent me videos about, or the recent Noodles debates. I got through the first one that he did with, oh god, I'm sorry, I'm blanking on the other debater's name. Oh, D1. The one on D1. I think I got through most of that, and a lot of it felt kind of rehashed. And so I was like, I think Serenity was the uploader, so shout out to Serenity, shout out to, I'm sorry, I'm really struggling with names tonight, I don't know why, but I think it was Ryomen who sent it to me in Discord, so thank you for that. And I'm gonna watch the other one later. I've started to go through it, the Itachi debate on, with him versus Apollo, Itachi versus, was it, it's not Minato, that was the other one, Itachi versus Orange Mask Obito, I think. I don't know if I'll respond to those on stream. I'll ask you guys about it later. I'm kind of finding that it's a lot of the same stuff that we've kind of gone over, but it is, always amusing and entertaining to see how the arguments progress, or rather don't. So please keep sending them to me. I will definitely enjoy them. So yeah, let me go over chat. Obviously, I have a lot to catch up on. And then we'll get straight into the analysis and discussion. Thank you very much for stopping by and joining me in this little journey over here. So first of all, shout out to Shinigami. It's good to see you. Shinigami says, hey, yo, bro, at the time sending these, going to be eating. Oh, yeah, no worries. Going to draw with you in the background. Yeah, keep up the great work. I saw the drawings that you sent me in Discord. They look really cool. The color is very strong. The color choices are strong. The character design is great. So I hope you'll keep up with it. Autocorrect hits every other time, but not the times. Oh yeah, of course. It's everything. What is the expression? It's like 90% of the time it works 50% of the time, right? When discussed intelligence related topics, watching JoJo. Yeah, I mean, like Genjutsu does. We're gonna maybe not talk about like intelligence specifically, but we are going to be talking about the brain, and obviously, it's a topic that's deeply intrinsically related to intelligence, so hopefully you'll get something out of that. Now a firm believer of anything being a JoJo's reference. Yeah, even saying that something is a JoJo's reference is obviously like a meta JoJo's reference, so I'm not surprised. Lisa, I don't recall that character to be honest. Hey there, Omni, how's it going? I hope you are doing well. Yeah, it's about well, it's 6 p.m. over here, so it's like transitioning into night. Honestly, my sleep schedule got so disrupted over the past few days that like it feels like it is 3 in the morning. I'm going to do my best to stay coherent, but forgive me in advance if I wind up being kind of babbly tonight. It's just haven't been getting good sleep despite my best efforts, and my brain is a little cooked. But I still wanted to make sure to show up and at least try to have have some kind of a discussion with y'all. Let's see. It's night, same, just turned night. Oh yeah, not peak night. Yeah, it's good to see you guys. You could argue if you wanted to, just expect reasonable pushback. Yeah, it's fine to. I would expect that. I guess specifically a chakra network, just not chakra by itself. Yeah, exactly. So I mean, like, my understanding of the way that chakra works. And by the way, before I get into this, one of the people who have been contributing to this discussion is, of course, Abstract section over here. We've talked about Abstract before in the stream. He's super chill. He's super nice. He's stopped by the stream quite a few times and been like super engaging, but also really friendly dude, really knowledgeable. And he's been having a few streams recently that have been discussing this topic. And I think he probably knows more about it than I do, honestly. So what I wind up saying is going to inevitably be like not intentionally, but probably like what's the term for it? Like cryptomnesia style. I'm probably gonna wind up regurgitating some of his points. So just so I'm super transparent and clear about that, please check out this stream that he did recently. Stamina is chakra. And then somewhere, I'm sorry, I'm not. My recall is like shit tonight. But oh yeah, Genjutsu versus Crossverse, like this stream over here. And he's got other stuff in here too, I'm sure. I think in his video section that he talks about this topic. I see Luna Ursa, or she's very nice in chat. And yeah, here we go. Why Genjutsu fails Crossverse. Check out this video. Shout out to Abstract. Thank you for the kind words and the support as always. Yeah, just wanted to make sure to surface that. Let's see. Oh, but what I was gonna say is that yeah, so there's like the concept of chakra, right? Is we've gone over this before, and I think this is pretty well known in the community these days. But just to be clear, if anybody wants a quick breakdown on like what chakra, like how chakra works, how chakra formation works, check out chapter 90 of the series. This is where Ebisu gives his in-depth explanation and breaks this down. I won't go through all this right now. We'll come back to it later. But essentially, the idea is that in Naruto, in the verse, there are two concepts called mental energy and physical energy. Mental energy, sometimes called spiritual energy, or even spiritual/mental energy, and then physical energy. Very, very briefly, physical energy is, I guess, analogous to ATP or something like that. It is energy that is drawn from all of the cells in the body. Now, I don't know if that's 100% true. I don't know if you're drawing like energy from your epithelial layer, your skin cells or whatever, or like the mucous membranes in your fucking in your cheeks or nose or whatever. Like I don't know how thorough that is, but the idea is that any energy producing cell in the body, essentially, like in your muscles and maybe even in your blood, maybe your blood is probably different. I shouldn't I shouldn't pretend to know more than I do know about anatomy, but basically, like, yeah, the cells in your body that can produce energy will do so, and then if they are connected to the Keirakuke, the chakra network, they will energy will be drawn out from the cells, and then that is part one of this substance called stamina. Part two is your mental/spiritual energy, which is never, as far as I'm aware, never really very clearly defined. It's just kind of like over the course of your life, you have experiences, you engage in battles, you learn things, and then that is your mental energy or whatever. So it's kind of like, I think it's a weird, semi-abstract, semi-esoteric way of saying, like, your mental willpower, fortitude, sense of mental presence and fatigue, maybe, like, your spiritual self, esoterically, like, when you go to the gym and you like let's say you were under the bench, right? You're doing bench press and you're starting to get really really tired, and you're wondering if you can do one more rep, right? Well, what's going to determine that? It's going to be a combination of whether or not your cells actually have the ability to to enable you to perform that action, like whether your muscles can actually perform it. That would be your physical energy. But then it's also like your mental resolve, your focus. And there are instances where you can quote unquote force yourself or like overcharge yourself to perform better if you have the correct, if you're able to kind of like psych yourself out to get through an extra rep, right? So that's kind of how I see it personally, anyway, is that there are these two components, mental energy and physical energy. When you draw from those two sources, you produce this shit, this stuff, this gloop. And that gloop is something that the Naruto universe calls stamina. If you think about it, that actually is kind of analogous to how we humans are in real life, right? Like, if you are completely mentally shot, you're mentally fatigued, you can't focus. It doesn't matter if you're like fully charged up physically and you could do another 10 reps. If you're so tired and exhausted and checked out that you can't focus on maintaining, you know, the proper form, or you literally just like fall asleep, you pass out because you're too tired, well, you need to kind of have both physical energy and you know, mental energy in order to perform these tasks. So calling that stamina, I guess, kind of makes sense, although we got to be careful because the term stamina also has different context in the real world as well. But then from this gloopy pool of gloopy globby undefined stamina that's comprised of these two ingredients, you can then turn that stamina into chakra, or you can turn that stamina, you can use that stamina to power taijutsu. That's basically it. Chakra is physical energy, mental energy. The mental slash spiritual energy is not very clearly defined, but it's essentially like willpower, sort of. And then your physical energy is the shit that comes out of your cells. So then when you extract that substance and you make it into chakra, the chakra like flows through your body. And as I understand it, it flows through a network called the Keirakuke, which has a series of nodes that are placed all over the body. And it's kind of like if you see diagrams of like ancient medicine, for example, like ancient Eastern medicine, it's sort of like meridians or ley lines that flow throughout the body that supposedly carry energy around. So it's based on that traditional concept of energy flow throughout the body. So there is an argument. All this is just to say that there is an argument that if a character lacks a network to distribute and route and have chakra flow through them, that they're not going to be able to respond to chakra to mold it to use it in the same way that shinobi do. I know that was a long ramble. Hopefully that made some sense. I could have phrased that better, but that's just to like try to give you some context going into what we're going to be talking about. And then of course, like, feel free to read this yourselves and to go over what Ebisu says. It explains it better than I did. But yeah, chakra network, exactly. Want to share a YouTube short? Yeah, go ahead. Feel free to send it in the Discord. I'll check it out after the stream. Shinigami says, I don't think you would do Goku versus Itachi. I think for Madara versus Nappa, Genjutsu wouldn't be a priority. Itachi was the only character who would get affected by this concept. I'm not sure what you mean. I think basically, like, the idea, I think part of the reason why people don't want to allow it, so to speak, in a debate, and I can definitely sympathize with this, like, I don't have any problem with this, really, is that, like, okay, if what they say about Itachi is true, that he can, like, activate Tsukuyomi at the speed of light, which, by the way, you know I don't agree with, but let's just say that that's true for the sake of an example, right? If he activates Tsukuyomi at the speed of light, then Goku, unless, like Frieza Saga Goku might be strong enough to go up against a character who can blow up a planet, but if Itachi can just look at the motherfucker and the moment he makes eye contact with him, he can just break his brain, well, none of that speed and strength and power is going to do any good. So I think certain people would like to glaze Itachi, is one way to phrase it, by saying, like, all he has to do is look at your favorite character and he just explodes his brain. He's so cool and awesome, you guys. And, like, that can also be kind of fucking lame for the sake of a debate, too, right? Because nobody wants to debate a character who's just, like, there's literally no option for the opponent to win. The whole thing is decided before it even gets started. So again, like what this really comes down to is house rules and ground rules for a fair and interesting conversation or debate or competition to take place. Hopefully that makes some sense. Um, Let's see. How about no? Hey, how about no? It's good to see you. Hope you are doing well. How about no says might be worth checking out the rules of various wikis and forums and such regarding this. Just for the sake of the discussion, standard battle assumptions gets taken as a given, so it's worth checking. Often taken as a given. Yeah, that's a very good point. Standard battle assumptions I think are very useful to review, and I think maybe don't get talked about enough. And let's see. VSB standard battle assumptions. Okay. So yeah, versus battles wiki. I actually don't know how often VSB is used today, but my understanding is that it is, sort of a foundational community resource. So it's worth checking these things out, right? Like, unless otherwise stated, oftentimes when you have a conversation where you are talking about a cross-verse bout or battle, again, just talking about how to equalize, how to like make for a fair conversation. Defining things like victory conditions, which version of the character you're using, what state of mind they're in, etc., etc. This is obviously extremely useful. They also have this page on this segment here on verse equalization, right? Let's read this. Similar supernatural attacks of verses get equalized in a reasonable fashion. So supernatural energy that almost everyone in verse has, which is necessary to fight the characters of said verse, will be assumed to be the equivalent energy that the opponents use in their techniques so that a proper fight can happen. Honestly, we could just like as a community decide to like just go with this and like stop the arguing back and forth about whether it objectively what is the title of Sage's video, the definitive truth. It's kind of like we don't have to. I don't feel like this phrasing is really appropriate, right? I feel like at the end of the day, this all comes down to what assumptions and standards and rules of engagement we agree on, and we can just do this and call it a day, right? That being said, I don't want that perspective to discourage people from trying to understand the shit on a deeper level, but I do also think that it's almost pointless because we, at the end of the day, regardless of what the objective truth is, if we can even like identify that, we can just go with this. We can decide on whatever house rules we want, right? So to me, this is just like a way of trying to force there to be an objective component to Naruto cross-verse battles. And I actually think that one of the things that I noticed in the comments section here, see if I can find it, there was something that, yeah, One Piece power scalers, no. There's a few comments here. I might not be able to bring it up immediately, but there was a few comments down here about like, thank you for proving that our verse can like beat the brakes off of other verses. Thank you for like, yeah, I want to be able to dismantle arguments from other people on other verses, and basically the whole point of this is like, this, yeah, they gonna be mad, right? Like it's all about like, we gotta try to, through whatever means necessary, we have to try to establish that our verse is better than other verses by showing that objectively our verse's techniques. Here's a great example, right? This person says, people just want a rat because they know they hate the fact that Itachi would no diff that even characters like Goku, despite being way weaker, right? You know, it's like there's this inherently very adversarial component to this where it's like, yeah, I think I understand the motivation behind creating something like this, to add more ammunition to those debates. It's just like, who cares? Like, we can just make whatever decision we want to. Like, that's sort of the point of this discussion in the first place. Like, I don't mean to be dismissive, but it's just kind of like, it's house rules anyway, right? So, anyway, Shingami says, just so it's known, I don't think Narutoverse can resist Soul Crush despite spiritual energy existing in Chakra. Yeah, so that would be a worthwhile discussion for sure, but then also we could certainly just agree on verse equalization. I feel like Eon, it was either Eon or Abstract, has a very strong stance against verse equalization, and I would be, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I'd be curious to hear from anybody who maintains that verse equalization is like a bad idea or whatever, because it seems to me to be, a useful way of having productive discussions. But I don't know, definitely open to other things. Oh yeah, I forgot to say hello to Very Nice, aka Ursa. Hope that you are doing well. Thank you for spending some time with us this evening. Very Nice says Aizen, sorry, wasn't being reliable in those moments due to Zenkopian trying to process Ichigo. Yeah, it's always important to try to keep in mind what the mental state and the perspective and also like the motivations of a given character are when they say X, Y, or Z thing. And this will certainly come up in this video as well. I thought Ichigo had given up all of his spiritual power. Oh wow, the chat just like jumped way ahead. I guess I got a bunch to catch up on. Ichigo is still spiritual body. I don't know enough about Bleach to be able to really comment on this stuff, but I like the conversation going. Oh, I see Naruto needs soul manipulation. Yeah, so either the ability to manipulate a soul or some kind of verse equalization that we agree on. Although I'm guessing that somebody like Nagato, who can use the Ningendo to manipulate souls, can probably fuck with people in Bleach. But I mean, I don't have like a super strong perspective on it. He says, how can Chad pick a metal pole and hurt a hollow? Not sure, but I'll let you guys. I think I'll let you guys continue. I like seeing the discussion. I just don't have anything to contribute. So skipping ahead a little bit here. Yeah, see, so just kind of skimming through what you guys are talking about. This is kind of a great way of encapsulating this whole topic of cross-verse stuff anyway. In that, on the one hand, we can have a discussion about it that's in depth, and we can learn a whole lot about the stuff we're talking about, or about the universe itself by having these discussions. So I think they're healthy. I also just would temper that by saying that there doesn't need to be like a hard line or combative edge to it, because to me the benefit of doing this is to explore for the sake of greater understanding, and then based on that we can try to come up with fair rules. But ultimately, since we're creating the rules in the first place, we can be flexible with how we like calibrate those rules. But I do like these discussions, and I like seeing you guys share that stuff. Shinigami says, you just reminded me of Noodles' shit attempt to claim, which one? To claim Itachi needs cognitive abilities to help creating the illusions. I need deeper research to where abstract is not to add. Can you remind me of what he was saying? Was that in the debate? Because I don't remember him saying anything like that. But yeah, I mean, I feel like when Itachi creates the Tsukuyomi that he first captures fucking Kakashi, and he is controlling the Kakashi's perception of time and what he's seeing and everything. Like he specifically boasts about like in this world I control the blah 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 blah, right? So yeah, I'm pretty sure he does just he's essentially quote unquote in that world with them. Not literally, his physical body is on the outside, but then again, so is Kakashi's, right? He's just manipulating Kakashi's perception, but he is like cognitively involved in it. I used to think that like basically the way that the Tsukuyomi worked was kind of like running a computer virus that plays a video or something like that, right? So think of it as, this is a shitty analogy, but think of it as like Itachi runs over and shoves a little USB stick into Kakashi's neck, and then it just starts like making Kakashi think he's in like a VR, like a virtual reality space or something like that. Like, I don't know what games are popular in VR right now. The only one I know is like Gorilla Tag because it came up in a Donkey video. So yeah, maybe something like that, right? Where it's like he just thinks he's in Gorilla Tag because this program that Itachi deployed into him is running, but then Itachi can like go do whatever the fuck he wants. Like he could pull out his sketchbook and start drawing. He could like take a nap and the program would keep running. I don't think that's the case. I think that Itachi would have to continue to maintain control over the Genjutsu and be actively involved in it. But you could push back on that if I have to go back and review it, but like there's a character that I mentioned last week called Nanashi, who in the Boruto x Naruto Storm Connections game basically does, like, she puts a fucking Genjutsu in, I think, basically in a computer system, kind of like the Matrix. But anyway, it's sort of like deployed to people Actually, fuck. I don't quote what I'm about to say because I haven't like looked at this stuff in a year and I'm barely remembering it. But basically, she traps the minds of a bunch of people in this virtual reality quote unquote game called Ninja Heroes, and all they have to do to quote unquote like be transported there is they put on this headset. The headset has a sigil on it that is essentially putting them in a genjutsu, kind of like the tsukuyomi, and then when they take it off, it like breaks it, right? So it's weird. It's like it's not quite the same rule set as the tsukuyomi itself, but it's highly analogous to it, where it's transporting the consciousnesses, the minds of people to this shared, almost like a shared dream, right? So anyway, we can talk about that more separately. I should probably go over that actually because it's probably useful in discussing this topic in general. But yeah, Omni says, and that body has a physical quality. Okay. Ursa says the distinction between physical and spiritual body is important here. Physical strength needs close quarter strength if he's a ghost. Oh, you guys are still talking about Bleach. That's cool. That's cool. Yeah, I think I saw how about No's comment about like maybe moving the conversation to DMs. So I think I will just kind of skim through this. If you guys want me to respond to anything in particular, let me know. But like I don't know anything about Bleach, so yeah. I did pull Ebisu. I think his breakdown is really useful actually. Shinigami says I just made a meme about the fact Sage is a shrine of him, and I learned that Ebisu is an actual Japanese god. Yeah. I think a lot of names and uh, technique names and character names and stuff are based on Buddhism and Shinto and Japanese history. I think one that came up recently. Oh yeah, of course. Like so the Kagami no Yata, the Yara mirror, the uh, Blade of Totsuka and or Sword of Totsuka, and then I want to say the Kusanagi are. Oh no, the Yasaka no Magatama, the beads technique that fucking Itachi uses in the Susanoo. Like these are all based on the Imperial Regalia, if I remember correctly. So like, there's a lot of stuff that kind of shows up that is that has its origins and stuff like that. And like Nue, I forget, I'm not 100% sure of this, but I think Nue is from Shinto as well, right? And like Nue appears in JJK as well as in Boruto. But let me look that up actually because I'm not. No, Nue mythical creature. Yeah, he's a yokai, Japanese chimera. Yeah, okay. So, and then what's kind of cool actually is like I'm not a big fan of the Nioh games, NIOH games, but there's a lot of like yokai in those games that will be kind of reminiscent of things in Naruto as well. So, if you like the Souls games and you haven't played Nioh and you like yokai, or obviously if you like Naruto, but also if you just like the yokai in general, highly recommend checking them out. They have such a vast repertoire and array of characters represented, and the artwork is genuinely like really beautiful. So I would recommend them. Souls. Everything has a soul. Does have a soul. Shinigami says what I meant is that for this whole thing is that Itachi's the only character being affected, such as several forms of Genjutsu. There is more than just Genjutsu, but what, like 40% of his arsenal is Genjutsu? Yeah. I think I see what you're saying. There's a crow that carries Shisui's eyes that can perform Genjutsu. That's a good point, too, yeah. Madara, meanwhile, has other abilities, sure, but they don't include lots of Genjutsu. We have Fire Style, his weapon converts attacks into Wind Style to reflect the attack. Susanoo Spam, and then we get into the War Rinnegan. It has no individual Genjutsu ability, just whatever else it does, then Ten Tails forms. Yeah, it's kind of funny that, like, the one of the things that is the crowning achievement, or, like, the most fame-inducing thing, for lack of a better phrase, for like the thing for which the Uchiha are infamous, there's the phrase I was looking for, is the Sharingan, and with it the accompanying ocular Genjutsu. But Madara actually, apart from the big one, obviously, he doesn't really use Genjutsu that often. I think he uses it once on the Raikage, and I think he uses it once when he's like just kind of powering up and messing with the Shinobi Alliance, but he doesn't really try to deploy it all that much, and I wonder why. Especially since his ultimate goal is to put everybody in a Genjutsu, I wonder why he doesn't try to use a wider variety of Genjutsu throughout the battle. But maybe it's because that would be a sort of a way of disengaging from his foes, in a sense. Like, if he had a button that could just put Hashirama to sleep, I don't think he would use it unless they had already engaged in a really extensive battle and they were both really tired. He might use that as a trump card, but he also wants to be challenged, and he wants to then win the challenge and to be able to look down his nose at his defeated opponent. And if he has like an instant win button, it's just not going to be satisfying for him, right? So even like he could have just immediately gone into perfect Susanoo mode and butchered everyone in the fight, but in the war, if he wanted to, probably. But he didn't, right? Like, he was happy to just kind of fuck around and play with the other members of the Shinobi Alliance, and to test out certain things, to test Hashirama's deep forest emergence or whatever it was with the flowers and everything. So like he kind of likes messing around, playing with his food, I guess is one way to put it. Let's see. Very nice says the argument against verse equalization is that it buffs characters in a wonky way. Like, one character's powers might just literally not work even though it should, or vice versa. E.g. Maki from JJK, her immunity to domain expansions would track to anyone who is like her. Oh, I see. So not having cursed energy and all, but then that gives characters the ability to do things they wouldn't be able to do. Okay, so yeah, so I could see somebody saying this character has, if we're doing verse equalization, Maki is like immune to cursed energy, and if we're equalizing cursed energy to chakra, then she'd be immune to chakra based attacks too, in which case like you'd have to match her up with somebody like Guy or whatever, for it to be a compelling fight. Otherwise nobody else's techniques, like only taijutsu would work on her, right? And that could get weird, but it could also be fun, right? Like, I don't know, I think that the matchup of Sakura versus Maki is actually pretty interesting. I think Sage and Miyaboku Merchant did a video on that, and I was like, I don't want to misrepresent it. I'd have to go back and rewatch it because it's been a while, but I think I kind of came away from that video being like, it felt like it was just an attempt to say like, wow, look at how much stronger and faster Sakura is at a baseline. Like, Naruto characters are going the speed of light and shit, and fighting against universe tier characters, and so Maki can't do anything like that, so she loses. It would be much more compelling to just see how they would go at each other given like approximately relative stats, and how they would use their actual abilities in a decently equalized way, as opposed to just being like, yeah, well, this character moves at the speed of light and this character moves at the speed of sound, so light guy wins. Like, okay, whatever. You might be right. That might be the case, but it's just fucking boring. It's not even a discussion at that point, right? Very nice says her immunity to domain expansion. Oh yeah, we went over that. Omni said I enjoyed the discussions like the one we were just having, but like I get it if it becomes distracting for people when it gets too off topic, as ours kind of end up being. Yeah, no. Don't let me stop you from engaging in a conversation. I am gonna make the decision now to probably just skim through the Bleach stuff because I don't have anything to add. But if I miss something and you want me to respond to it specifically, feel free to add me or like do the tag, right? So I think that's probably the best way to do it, is to not shut down your discussion, but also just to keep the pace of the video going, because it's already like we're getting to an hour and I haven't even started as usual. So just I'll adopt that practice, and then you can ping me directly if I miss something, because I don't want to keep you hanging either. Let's see, share the timestamp of the video, but it's too shit to try and argue his argument of Itachi experiencing mental whiplash. Oh, dude, yeah, I would love to hear that. Please, please do let me know about it. Oh, you said before that his argument is that Itachi can process and visualize the whole illusion of the Tsukuyomi with his raw cognitive ability, but as hard as I try, I can't find evidence to suggest it. Yeah, no, motherfucker just makes stuff up all the time. The problem that Noodles, and also occasionally Sage, but it's more of a Noodles thing, is that like he does this thing where he's like, you could possibly interpret thing in this way. You don't have a counter argument to what I just said, therefore I win because my position is more likely than yours. But that's not really how argumentation works, right? If you put forward an interpretation, if you put forward a hypothesis, you really need to substantiate that hypothesis. You don't automatically win just because your opponent doesn't happen to debunk what you said. The responsibility is always on you to make the claim valid in the first place. you being whoever makes the argument in the first place. And like this is going back years, so fair enough. People grow and change, hopefully over time. So let's not hold Noodles to this just because it came up 3 or 4 years ago or whatever. But I remember he said something along the lines of, "Yeah, well, I made 10 arguments and you only made one, so like." You haven't debunked 9 of the things that I said, so I win. It's not how that works. On the other hand, I think I've also heard him do the opposite, where I forget who it was. It might have not been him. It might have been Sage. It might have been somebody else. So, benefit of the doubt. But I've definitely heard somebody in a debate go like, well, your argument took 10 points to establish. My argument only took 1 point to establish. Therefore, I play Occam's Razor. Occam's Razor has the bonus effect that states that the argument with the fewest individual points is more parsimonious and therefore wins. You lose. Like, it's like, enough with the fucking, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Ploys and shit, guys. Like, we can help each other understand this stuff by laying out the arguments, sharing the information, and just, like, going through them by establishing our points. That will actually benefit us and get us somewhere. These fucking trap cards, like, don't help anyone. And once you start to, like, I admit that some of this shit used to work on me, but once you start to realize what is going on, like, once you start to recognize the tactics, it all just falls apart. And it's like, really, you're actually doing that? Like, I mean, that's part of the reason why I wanted to have this conversation. It's even more about, like, the way that we talk about this stuff than the stuff itself, if that makes any sense. Oniboni says the techniques and mythical characters in Naruto is mostly from Shinto, but Shinto adopted elements of Buddhism and they kind of got merged for a long while in Japan. That's a really good point. I think that's a great way of phrasing that. Hi there, Seven. Hope you are doing well. Thanks for joining us this evening. How's everything going? How about No says, I think it's more like a combination of everyone already knows not to look into his eyes, so they're told as much. It's a group battle, so another person can snap him out. Many are resistant. Oh, yeah, that's fair. So you think it would just kind of be like a waste of chakra because there are enough people there that could either counter it or avoid it? That might make sense, yeah. Maki isn't immune to cursed energy. She's just not targeted by things that target cursed energy because she doesn't have any. Oh, okay, gotcha. Cleave doesn't work on her, but Dismantle does. Okay, yeah. I'm looking forward to getting more into JJK, and honestly, like, I've been enjoying getting into One Piece. I think I'm at, like, chapter 15 now. There are things that I dislike about it. I don't think I'll ever, well, I mean, it's way too early to judge, but I'm not feeling the same synergy with it, that I did with early Naruto, but it's really cool to see some of the same, I don't know, like, some of the shared world building elements. Like, I think you can start to sense a sense of respect between different, like, the creators of different, like, big manga, like, in this genre. Sometimes that takes the form of in Kishimoto in interviews saying how much he loved Toriyama's art style and how inspirational it was. Sometimes it takes the form of just, like, there's that scene in JJK where Gojo, in early JJK, when Gojo's trying to train Itadori, and he says, we're going to do this training to, like, watch movies or whatever, and Itadori's like, oh man, I thought I would get some cool jutsu like the Rasengan, like, so apparently, as I mentioned before, apparently Naruto existing as a comic is canon in the JJK verse, which is cool. I love those little gestures and little, like, cross-verse nods of respect. It's kind of ironic that the fan bases of all of these, like, big franchises are so at each other's throats all the fucking time when the creators themselves, like, love each other, love each other's works, like, they support each other. From what I can tell, they inspire each other and spur each other on to do better. Like, if we treated each other more like the creators of the series treated each other, then I think we'd all be a whole lot better off. But yeah, I guess that doesn't, it's not as entertaining. But anyway, Shinigami says, I'm also surprised Sage advocates for data books to be some sacred treasure, but doesn't realize they're still a victim to scrutiny. I say that because I also scrutinize the Mach 3 JJK statement. Well, here's the thing about the data books. Again, this might be a straw man. It's not my intention, so forgive me if I wind up getting something wrong. But my understanding of Sage's perspective is, like, in my opinion, I think he's coming at it from the position of apologetics. In my opinion, I think his goal, the way that I view his process is he starts with a premise of, like, okay, I would like to try to establish that Naruto characters are light speed. How am I going to do that? And then moving from there, he says, okay, well, are there any good arguments for it? Then he'll identify the good arguments and be like, okay, I'm done with that. Are there any arguments against it? And if so, how can I debunk those arguments? And then it kind of comes back around to the original point, right? So, case in point, this video, the Genjutsu Explained section goes from like 1 minute in to around the 8-minute mark. So let's say 7 minutes. Let's say 7 to 8 minutes, actually talking about how Genjutsu works. Right? This whole video that's supposed to describe how Genjutsu works, how they function, and deliver an understanding of Genjutsu's functionality lasts 8 minutes. Okay, so what is the rest of this half-an-hour video? Possible debunks, right? This whole section here that goes on to the 24-minute mark is just Sage predicting what other people's debunks to his position might be and then trying to shoot them down. Now, there's nothing inherently wrong with that, right? Obviously, if you're going into a position or a situation where you are going to be engaging in some form of verbal sparring, let's say, where you're putting forward ideas that might get critiqued, not criticized, critiqued, then you should think ahead to what those critiques might be, because doing that process, or like going through that process, is going to help you potentially identify holes in your own position, then patch them up, shore them up, and make your position stronger. So it's good practice in theory, but if it becomes the primary driving like a thrust of your argument, then or of your position, it winds up bleeding into apologetics, which is using apologetics is more focused on like trying to defend a position using whatever tactics are effective, as opposed to genuinely understanding the topic first and then letting that guide you. So I think with the data books, it's like, okay, I would like, again, like I'm putting words in somebody else's mouth. This might be unfair, so like a big asterisk over here. But from what I've seen, his perspective seems to be, okay, it would be useful and helpful and good if the data books were, if we could just take statements from them literally. Can we do that? Okay, well, let me make an argument. Okay, here's my argument. Here's my hypothesis. And there, I have done it. I made the argument. Now, what we should do here at that junction is do a shit ton of research and be very thorough and exhaustive to see if that hypothesis checks out. What he does instead is he's like, okay, now I'm going to think of all the things that people could say that would negate this, and I'm going to negate those, right? I will cancel out the negative, and then we're left with a positive. And since I have one positive point and everybody else has 0, I have more than they do. Therefore, I'm more likely to be right than they are likely to be right. Therefore, I win. I clear the point. But none of that has anything to do with whether the point is actually right. You see the problem? The problem there is that the focus is on this adversarial winning approach of trying to clear by being better than your opposition, as opposed to genuinely understanding the shit. And the problem is that, like, in a nutshell, in isolation, doing that from time to time is just not the end of the world. But then, like, you start to develop this idea that, like, oh, well, since I have won all of these conversations, why would I be wrong? I would have been, I wouldn't be wrong if I had won all of this all the time. Like, therefore, what I was saying originally must have been correct in the first place. And then you start to move away from wanting to engage in the subject on a deeper level at all. It's like when I've tried to leave comments on Sage's videos before, it's been like, hey, so I found 5 examples that contradict what you said. And then he'll say, like, look, dude, I already went over this in my video. I already told you that I clear this point via likelihood, so I don't know why you're bringing this up. Just go watch the video. And I'll be like, I did watch the video, and I'm saying, I watched it a bunch of times, actually, and I'm saying there are still problems here, and you're not seeing that. And he's like, dude, I already told you that I cleared the point. And I was like, okay. So we just wind up getting into these quandaries where we're not making any forward momentum because we're in our trenches, lobbing like shots at each other over the trenches, and all of a sudden we've like completely missed the point, and we've veered into like this like a quagmire where we're just not making any progress because we're not listening to each other, we're not talking to each other, we're trying to talk past and around each other. We're not focused on actually understanding the subject matter, we're focused on trying to get the other person to look worse to our audience than we do. It's so fucking stupid when you break it down, but that is what's happening. And The reason why I keep fucking talking about it is because I see this stuff spreading through the community, and more people engage in this back and forth, taking pot shots across the trenches, as opposed to like genuinely trying to get together and say, okay, like, how do we work through this together? How do we figure this shit out? That is a skill that is dying, and I want to see it resurrected. I want to see it shared more freely and openly, because we all benefit from it. You know, we all grow from it as a community. So anyway, what the fuck was I talking about? Hi, Saria. Bonjour. I hope you are doing well. I just got out of class. It started at 3 p.m. It's nearly 1 a.m. Oh shit. Okay. Well, thank you for stopping by, but like, don't stay up too late. If don't let me keep you up. I hope you get some good rest. I hope your time. You're still in France, right? In France. You're still in France, right? If so, I hope that you are having a lovely time. That everything is going well. That would check out based on the time difference, if I remember correctly. Let's see. Calls out the contradictions of ages. Oh, that the data books make. Yeah, Omni. So that in his data books video, he pointed out two of the contradictions in the data books to his mind are timeline issues, and then the thing about fucking, what was it? It was Hiruzen being on Team Tobirama or something like that. Now, first of all, the data books themselves contain hundreds, like over 1,000 entries. So the idea that they only contain those two mistakes, or those two categories of mistakes, no, like, you can't just throw that out there. You actually need to evaluate them thoroughly. When I did my evaluation, I found a bunch of mistakes that I'd be happy to bring up. Maybe we could do that in our next stream on the data books. But yeah, there's a lot of things in the data books that just are not reflected in the series themselves if you go and fact check them. So that's like categorically false, that there's only two kinds of mistakes that data books make. The thing about the Team Tobirama thing, I think he was saying that like Danzo and Hiruzen were said to be on Team Tobirama in the data books, but that's not possible because Tobirama would have died like way beforehand, and therefore they couldn't possibly, which is just really fucking weird, because he shows a picture of a scene where Tobirama and Hiruzen are talking, and Danzo is there as well as like the two advisors that are all part of the same team, right? And like, it's from the manga chapter where Tobirama is like saying, hey, Hiruzen, you are now going to be the third Hokage named Hiruzen. By the way, your friend Danzo is with you too, Hiruzen. I, Tobirama, the second Hokage, am telling you, Hiruzen, and your friend Danzo, that you are going to be the next Hokage, and so I'm going to sacrifice myself from you. So it's like really fucking bizarre. Like, it's right the fuck there. I don't know what happened with that. As for the timeline stuff, like, yeah, that is a little bit more complex. Basically, there's the instance where, like, when Itachi is fighting Kakashi in chapter like 141 or whatever, Kakashi says that Itachi was an Anbu captain at the age of 13. And if you bring that into the overall timeline where Itachi is said to have, I forget all the details of it, but basically, like, when he rejoins the village, he's supposed to be 21, I think. Or not rejoins, when he comes back and shows up and, like, is fucking with the village and, like, fights Kakashi. He's either 17 or 18, or whatever his age is. It's like, it doesn't line up with the amount of time that's elapsed, because Orochimaru has another statement where he says, like, I've been away for, or no, sorry, the Akatsuki have a statement that's like, it's been 7 years since Orochimaru left us, and if that were the case, then that would contradict what it says with Itachi and Kakashi and stuff like that, right? So we have a bunch of contradicting information. The thing is that this seems to be more of a contradiction with what the characters themselves are saying, because the data books, like all four of the data books, have Itachi and Sasuke's ages calibrated correctly. Like, they are always the same age apart, and if you use that as a metric and compare it to how their ages are explained in the novels and in the series itself, and like the flashbacks and stuff, the data books are consistent. Like 4 times in a row they get those ages correct. So what is more likely to be the case than the data books being wrong about that is that there's some conflicting information from different characters' perspectives. Now, the thing that the novels tried to address this, the Itachi Shinden novels tried to address this by saying that, like, okay, Kakashi was off by 1 year. Technically speaking, you're only supposed to be 13 Like, you can't be an Anbu captain before being 13, but Itachi was just so fucking cool and smart and awesome that they lowered the entry requirement and let him in at age 12. But then they fucking, like, fudged the numbers and changed the public records so that everybody else thought he was 13, so they didn't have to change the rules. So that's one way of reconciling that. But then we still have that weird ass statement about Orochimaru, like, oh, the last time this family met was when Orochimaru left our family 7 or 10 years ago, or whatever it is. And that one's harder to fit in, but like that that's the outlier then, right? That statement is the one that contradicts all the other ones, so it's not actually a problem with the data books as far as I can tell. So ironically, the two examples that Sage brought up to try to say, hey, I know you guys think the data books are wrong, but they're only wrong about these two things, those two things were actually just fine. The data books weren't wrong about those things at all, which is like so fucking ironic because yeah, there are mistakes that the data books make, and those are fine. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Um, okay, Shinigami says, oh yeah, Noodles. Yeah, well, the curse technique and the trap book, the trap card statements are just because, like, genuinely, like, listen to the way Noodles talks in debates, dude. He's like, I have it on recording at this timestamp that you said this. You have it stated now on the record, and I have recorded it. And if you try to use your rat tactics again, I shall embarrass you in front of the chat one more time. It's like he takes on this theatrically air. Like, he literally shouted. I think it was against King Bullet, or no, it wasn't King Bullet. It was somebody else. But he's just like, I'll say King Bullet because I don't remember the other guy's name. It's like, Noodles enters the ring and grabs King Bullet and slams him into the pavement. Pile driver. And he's like shouting at the top of his lungs. He just like, he really likes the fucking, the theatrics of it. What can I say? But I think that, like, people do get this smug, condescending fucking, like, attitude when they think they've defeated their opponent. They think they can lure their opponent into a trap. Listen to the way that Sage was glazing, not Sage, I'm sorry, this fuck's that guy's name? Seth. Listen to the way that he was glazing Noodles, like, comparing him to, Saul Goodman, and saying, like, he fell right into the trap, he laid all these traps and blah, 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 like, it's so fucking gross. It's just, like, I think yeah, Seth outright said that Noodles was gaslighting Six, and that we needed more gaslighting in the community because it's an underrated meta. Fuck off. Like, that is one of the grossest things that I've seen. Motherfucking, yeah, pillar of the community, Seth the pro groomer, comes forward and says, I like gaslighting. I think more people should do gaslighting. See what Noodles is doing here? This is gaslighting. Do more of this, please. Like, fuck that guy. Fuck that stupid meta. Fuck that, like, hostile, literal, manipulative bullshit, and anybody who supports it. I'm so fucking done with this attitude of, like, prioritizing tactics and meager victories over actually understanding things, and going out of your way to condone and encourage abusive language and manipulation is fucking despicable. It's baffling to me that anybody still lets that motherfucker consume oxygen in our community, but whatever. Obviously, it's not up to me. So. Let's see, is going in depth exploring the contradiction, trying to find the truth through esoteric methods. It's not just simple character facts. I like that. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't disagree with him having an obvious agenda, but there's an explicit example of him not thinking that they're infallible, so we should acknowledge that. Yeah, that's a very good point. So I think something that tends to happen is that, like, pro databook folks will say something along the lines of, we can trust everything the databooks say by default, because they are official authoritative sources, they're canon, etc. Therefore, they're inherently reliable. And then somebody will say, I found a mistake in the data books. And then the first person will say, oh, you can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. You know, you can't, to quote Sage directly, you can't throw the baby with the bathwater. We should retain the good information and discard the bad. But we can obviously tell that that's a piece of bad information, so let's just keep on assuming that things are true unless proven otherwise. And the problem with that is that the people arguing in favor of the data books will start off, not everybody, but will sometimes start off from this perspective of saying the data books are inherently infallible, and then if all somebody has to do to dispute that is to show one failure, to show one problem or flaw, and then they have disproven the original point. So then the goalpost shift, or maybe it's called a Mott and Bailey. I forget what the term for this tactic is. But then the first person is like, oh, well, I didn't say they were all entirely infallible. They might have a couple mistakes here or there. It's like, oh, yeah, this is an inherently expository reference text, which means everything in it is factual and can be taken literally because that's the inherent nature of the text. Okay, but look, this is clearly hyperbole. Oh, well, yeah, well, my definition of inherently like academic expository reference text also includes the ability to use occasional hyperbole and metaphor. Therefore, the fact that you pointed out hyperbole and metaphor actually just goes to prove that this is an academic, like a scholarly diction style paper. Like, so it's like, if you find a piece of evidence in the databook that demonstrates that the databooks are factual, well, you're just proving my point. And if you find a mistake in the databook, or if you find hyperbole or metaphor or something, that just proves my point also. Because my definition of fallible also includes my definition of infallible also includes a few mulligans, right? Like, when I say infallible, I mean like infallible except when it's not, and when it's not, that doesn't detract from it being infallible. That's essentially the caliber of the argumentation. So it's like, it's really hard to have a productive conversation if that's the meta that's being deployed. I'm still gonna try because I can't fucking let it go, apparently, but you know, that's where we're at. Oh my god, we haven't even started on the fucking video yet. Character facts is one thing, Powerscaling something else. Okay, I'm gonna just skim through this real quick. Sorry, still in France. Awesome. I'm jealous. I want an eclair. You never disagreed with that. Sorry, did I misunderstand you? I might have. Oh, you were talking to Shinigami. Yeah, and like, look, I think that we should look. We all have a fucking agenda at the end of the day. Every one of us has things that we believe in and think are valuable, and I think it's nearly impossible, if not outright impossible, to approach a conversation without any kind of bias, because you are always talking from a perspective of your own like opinions and perspectives on the world, right? That being said, it's not like I expect anybody to operate without bias, but what we should do is we should be aware of our biases, aware that we are going to be biased, and try to develop tools and techniques to explore and discuss things in spite of our biases, working around them, not letting them hamper our discussions, not letting them water down the truth, right? That is the reasonable and fair expectation. Not to not have an agenda, because we all do, but to not make agenda-driven arguments and not let your agenda act as a substitute or a facsimile of a valid point. That's kind of what I would advocate for. Okay. Oh, Omni says we should end the discussion. Are you talking with about your conversation with Shinigami? I hope I didn't wind up talking past you. Let me know if I missed something. Sorry, I kind of went off on a tangent there. I feel very strongly about I don't know, that we shouldn't fucking gaslight each other and be abusive, manipulative pricks, especially over a series that's about seeing through illusions and about understanding and peace and love despite prejudice. I think that, like, you know what, if you want to do that, if you want to use a given series as ammunition for petty abusive, manipulative arguments and shit talking, that's fine, but you don't get to use Naruto for that, because that's not what Naruto is about. And I'll continue to defend that perspective as adamantly as I possibly can. Okay. So, oh, you're still ahead. Sorry. Yeah, Noodles isn't Saul Goodman. Saul Goodman has like a shred of, occasional shred of decency, and he's actually clever. I showed evidence just now of the famous Jiraiya statement of Genjutsu, and somebody said it doesn't prove my point. Oh, I'd be curious to know more about that. What is it that, when you're talking about when Jiraiya talks about, chakra flowing through the cranial nerves and all that? Says the type of guy to search up how to manipulate, like, Johan, and thinks he's cool. Seth just has the tendency of, like, looking up something very quickly and being like, oh yeah, that's fine, and then moving on, which honestly is just a, just kind of a plague in the community in general. It's not even just him. I think the last video of his that I saw, or that I cared to pay attention to, was actually the collab video he did with Noodles on Multiversal or Universal Naruto. And at that point, like, in that video, at one point he got to a certain juncture juncture, is that the right term for it? Where he said, look, there are some people out there who might say that our arguments are bad and don't have enough evidence. And to that I say, why do you guys want evidence so badly? You are just asking for too much evidence. You are nitpicking and biased. And the other guy was like, yeah, totally, dude. Like, people out there want evidence for everything. Like, you can't have evidence for everything. It's like, fuck you. Like, you're literally just gaslighting your community into saying, like, you can't possibly have a reasonable objection to what we said. If you do, you're just nitpicking and biased. And lo and behold, Sage is not immune to that either, seeing as he tries to deploy that tactics on folks like me who engage with him in his comments. Like, here is an argument that I spent a lot of time thinking about and presented in an attempt to provide you with some helpful feedback. You are nitpicking and biased. You have an agenda. You're not a bad guy, but brother, come on, skull emoji, skull emoji. Like, fuck off. I'm getting fed up with this shit. Anyway, yeah, Seth can go, like, take a long hiatus and then not return from said hiatus, and I would be very, I think we would benefit from that. But yeah, look, I've talked about this before. I don't want this stream to become about drama. There is a better world. I say that after just ranting and raving about community drama for 20 minutes, I know, but like, I don't want anybody to be excluded or kicked out from the community. Not really, because think about Naruto's core messaging and think about like how characters resolve their differences. They acknowledge that the other, like, Naruto acknowledges like Gaara's pain. Gaara's like arguably a worse person than Seth, right? Like, Gaara fucking murders people without a second thought. He just like, in order to prove his own existence, he's ready to slaughter people in front of him. Okay, Naruto sees through that. He sees that he's in pain. He chooses to empathize with him, and he creates a lasting friendship. And Gaara is then there in the final days and helps save the world. So if we're going to learn something from Naruto, it's not like, hey, when we are in conflict with people, let's exile them and let's just treat them like garbage and expel them. It's try to empathize, try to understand, and try to repair. That does tend to require, to necessitate that the other person is willing on some level to engage with you. Naruto was never going to get through to Kaguya, right? Kaguya was not going to change. He specifically said, she's like nothing that I've ever fought before. She like didn't have a heart. It was so cold. She's like, it was chilling to fight against her, right? So it's not going to work on everybody, but that's what we should try. If we actually respect and love the series and we respect and love the characters, that is the Nindo, that is the like ethos that Naruto wants to espouse. So wants us to kind of take home as a take-home message. So that's what I want out of our community. I want us, regardless of differences, regardless of past transgressions or whatever, I would love it if we could all hit a reset button together and just help build each other up. In the meantime, I'm going to get pissed if people advocate for gaslighting each other. I think that's fair. Let's see. As far as I'm concerned, I don't think Sage will change unless there's some form of tangible proof that he does. I think part of the reason why I continue engaging with him at all is because if you go back to some of his early videos, there's some genuine quality there. And I would like to, I might be wrong, this might be naive, but I would like to believe him when he says he genuinely loves the series. He wants to spread understanding and he wants to help other people share the love that he does. I would prefer to believe that, and so I'm going to choose to have faith in that until proven otherwise. And so far, I have not received a lot of evidence to support that faith. Let's just put it that way. But I'm hoping to be wrong. And at this point, like, I don't go to Noodles' like streams and try to talk to him. I don't send him DMs. I don't like leave him comments because I don't think he's ever going to change. And certainly not worth my time and effort. Whenever I've tried to engage with him, it immediately turns extremely hostile from him. Like, he just like drags it down and makes it so fucking adversarial. When you think about it, like, I spent 5 or 6 hours, however long it was, on his stream, despite the fact that he was like being extremely abusive to me to the point of like homophobia and all that. I stayed there throughout that, and I would have continued to stay just to try to help him understand shit better because that's how much I love doing this shit. But at a certain point, I was like, okay, this is not going anywhere. This is just wasting my time and getting me like worked up for no reason. This is pointless. And so I disengaged. And I like have no interest in talking to him. I left the one server that we were in that we shared, and I haven't tried to reach out to him or engage with him at all. I like tried to ignore him in that server too because I'm like, this is not gonna fucking go anywhere, which sucks, right? Because at the end of the day, what do I want? Do I want more people to argue with? Do I want to fight? Do I want to like have conflict. No, I don't like that. I want to talk to other people about things that I genuinely enjoy and to share that love and passion and all that shit the Sage says. I have that shared desire. So that was not a positive outcome for me. I'm not happy about it. But at a certain point, you just need to like put up barriers and be like realistic about whether or not something is actually beneficial to you or going anywhere. With Sage, I don't know. I'm kind of like at the end of my rope, honestly. Like I've tried to talk to him in DMs. Like I said, I'm not going to share those DMs because it's a private conversation. I wasn't thrilled about how that went. I've tried to talk to him in comment sections. I'm very not happy with how that went. We've flirted with the idea of having a debate or a VC chat or something like that for a month or so now. It doesn't seem to be going anywhere. I'm open to it. What I think would be great, like I don't know if they would be interested, but what I think would be great is if we could go on like the Walkie Talkie podcast if they would want us to show up. And just have a roundtable discussion or something like that. So it's not a fucking competition where there's judges like tallying points or whatever. Just some neutral territory, not his server, not my server, where we can just go and be like, just try to hash things out and have a productive conversation. That's what I would like, and I am open to that. I'll do that pretty much whenever. But I don't know if it's gonna happen. So we'll see. I'll keep you posted. Is he willing to change? I will leave that up to him. I won't speak for him. I hope so. So far, I haven't giving him the benefit of the doubt that maybe I've just been making terrible arguments and I'm not very persuasive and I don't actually know what I'm talking about and this is all on me. I still haven't really felt highly positive or encouraged about the results of our conversations. So I don't know. I hope so, and I hope it's just my fault for not doing a good enough job explaining stuff and that really it's my fault. I do genuinely hope that it's just my own failure of communication. Because if it is, then I can just fix that, right? I can go and learn, and then we can both move on. But I honestly think I've done my homework, and it's just like, whatever. Omni says, I think Sage, Virtue, TG, and Co. are well-meaning, but are wrong and affected by how community has ended up being structured. Yeah, so, TG is a good example of somebody that I've disagreed with before, and disagree with his perspectives on certain things, but I really have no beef with him, because when I watch his videos, I mean, granted, maybe there's like a something terrible festering in his video section that I just haven't, like, come across yet that I'll need to tackle. But no, I mean, like, whenever I've talked with TG, he's been super cool and cordial and stuff, and we've disagreed about a couple things. Like, I think he did a multiversal or universal video and a Lightspeed video, and I disagreed with his conclusions, but, like, he also kind of took the approach of, like, hi, somebody commissioned me to do this, and so here is all the information I found, and then here is my opinion, and then that's it. Have fun. And then I'm like, okay, well, I disagree with this, I agree with that, that's fine. Okay. And there's nothing in there that I detected as being, like, really manipulative or really, like, apologetic oriented or anything like that. It's just, here's a bunch of fucking facts and opinions. Here's my opinion. You can do with it whatever you want. And I'm fine with that. Like, I don't feel the need to get as worked up about that. Same thing with Virtue. I don't have anything against Virtue. His videos are, well made and lengthy and in depth, and I appreciate and respect the amount of effort that has gone into them. I think he has a style of narration which, for whatever reason, my, like, ADHD brain or whatever, like, struggles to focus on. I think because he flows from one topic to the next very smoothly, and so I kind of find myself getting lost in me, like, wait, what are we even talking about anymore? So for whatever reason, me personally, I find it hard to follow his videos, but, like, that's not his fault, right? So like, how shitty would it be for me to look at, like, an hour-long, like, he just did, like, an hour-long video explaining Hashirama's strength or something like that a couple months ago, right? For me to give it a thumbs down because I personally couldn't keep up with it or I couldn't track it, like, that's my fault. It's not his fault, right? So again, like, respect. He's doing his thing. He's making content, yeah, shout out Virtue. Let's see. Shinigami says, I usually wait for someone to show signs of change so I can push for it. Yeah, like, they have to be willing. You know the old fucking joke about, like, how many psychotherapists does it take to change a light bulb? One, but the light bulb has to really want to change. It's like it's funny. It's corny, but it's true. You're playing Disney Heroes, leveling my réponse. That's great. You know, we should do I should do a réponse de Lyonnais stream at some time. Um, let's see. Turn-based mobile GPA. Yeah, TG seems cool. Even if we were in the era where the internet is hostile, but fuck yeah, more people on the internet acknowledge more forms of evil. Yeah, we're getting there. We're starting to understand stuff. Might be the fact that I've been a Powerscaler and see people like this makes me feel down. Yeah, honestly, like I just kind of get depressed sometimes. Like I'm not gonna lie, because like going to like Key's video, like we talked about before, and like all of the dishonesty and misrepresentation and manipulation and just like all of the grossness in that video, and then seeing people in the comment section being like, yeah, dude, thank you, finally somebody comes and represents my series correctly, and now we can get one over on those one piece insert slur here. You know, it's like, it's so depressing, and it's so hard to feel, to like make progress against that stuff. It's like an uphill battle. But whatever, you know, I'm whining because yeah, it does actually get fatiguing after a while. Like it does get fucking exhausting. But at the same time, I think it's important to continue having the conversations, to continue having the discussions. Like regardless of my objections to insert channel here, the community has gotten smarter over the past couple of years. The community has gotten more knowledgeable. The community is better at bringing up scans. More things about the series are more widely known and better understood. We are like kicking and screaming sometimes, but we are leveling up as a group by virtue, pun intended, I guess, of having these discussions in the first place. So, you know, we're getting there. It's just like way fucking harder than it needs to be. Okay, so now an hour and 22 minutes into the video on Genjutsu, let's start fucking talking about Genjutsu. I'll put a timestamp here, obviously, for people who want to skip my fucking TED Talk at the beginning, and we can just get right into it. So, let's just start off with, like, this is going to be one of those things where there's, like, a 30-second clip that I respond to for an hour, but then we can kind of go faster after that point. So let's just start with this. Let's see if we can get through this section tonight. Again, just to be clear, I would like to make this disclaimer as usual. I'm going to be responding to a video by jumping around and cutting things off. There's always a risk that I would unintentionally, but still, misrepresent the author. So please, if you're interested in this topic at all, watch Sage's video on his channel in context on your own, and then come to your own conclusions.
Before coming to a conclusion as to whether or not Genjutsu works cross-verse, we first need to establish what exactly Genjutsu is. We actually don't get
Very important, totally fair.
a direct definition for Genjutsu in the manga, but we do in different guides. In the 720 Naruto quiz book, we're told Genjutsu is a technique that inflicts not physical damage, but mental damage.
Okay, so right off the bat, there is something really fucking weird about this video. I want to go over that one more time. I want to just focus on something real quick, because this is so fucking weird, right? What Sage says, let's hear him out again.
Direct definition for... We first need to establish what exactly Genjutsu is.
We need to establish what Genjutsu is.
We don't get a direct definition for Genjutsu in the manga.
We don't get a direct definition for Genjutsu in the manga.
But we do in different guides.
But we do in different guides.
In the 720 Naruto quiz book, we're told...
Including, quote-unquote, the 720 Naruto quiz book. So there's a bunch of fucking weird problems here right out of the gate, right? Again, reminding y'all that I don't really care. Like I don't have a horse in the race of whether Genjutsu works or not. It can work, it cannot work. I'm fine with whatever. It's fine. But let's talk about what's going on here. So the first claim is that we never get an explanation for how Genjutsu works from the series itself. And then he brings up this panel along with this panel, right? So what's happening in this panel? This is in chapter 6, as I mentioned before. Naruto just gets trapped. Kakashi does this, so he's using his chakra to create a genjutsu, an illusion on Sakura. She sees this thing happen over here, looks around, and then she sees this, and this is obviously an illusion. Sasuke's not really dead. And then Uh, he falls over, or she falls over. He says, "Is that too much?" Sasuke elsewhere notices this. That scream I just heard. And then Kakashi explains the second ninjutsu skill, Genjutsu, the art of illusion, and Sakura fell for it. This is the first time, I believe, that this term is ever used in the series. And then Sasuke says he's been using the art of illusion, employing hypnotism to create hallucinations in others. So we do have a definition of what Genjutsu is. Maybe we don't have like a precise explanation of how every single iota of it is, works mechanistically or whatever, but we have an explanation. Isn't it weird that we get to see this first part, but we don't get to see the second part where Sasuke actually defines what the fucking thing is? He literally says the art of illusion, aka Genjutsu, and provides a definition for it, employing hypnotism to create hallucinations in others. Okay, so instead of that, what does Sage provide us with?
Genjutsu in the manga, but we do in different guides. In the 720 Naruto
He refers to something as called the 720 Naruto quiz.
quiz book, we're told
Quiz book. Okay, I'm doing a bit here, just so you know, but nobody knows what the fuck this shit is. And who the fuck cares, and what the fuck even is this, and where is this coming from? Why should anyone give a shit about what the 720 Naruto quiz book is? Why is it a legitimate source? Why is the information in it accurately reflective of the series? We don't know. None of that is actually presented. None of that is actually supplied. What page is this from? What the fuck are we looking at? This is just some fucking screenshot of some fucking thing from some fucking place. There is no source here. There is no citation. There is no reference to what this thing even is. We just have to take it on faith that apparently this is something. This is from something called the quiz book, whatever that means. And then furthermore, that it's an authoritative and reliable source, and we can use it to inform us about the manga. Now, I mentioned this last week, but the idea here is that we are not going to get to an accurate understanding of what Genjutsu is from the actual series itself, but we are if we reach for some fucking thing that nobody even knows exists. Now, what is the point of doing this? What is the value of this particular tactic or this particular way of phrasing things? Well, it is apologetics, essentially. It's an attempt to bias and reorganize the information such that you, the viewer, do not have access to the same amount of information that the holder of the information, or the performer in this case, the content creator, has. That way, the content creator can filter, sift through, and create a collage out of the data that they have available based on what they think is relevant to their position, as opposed to actually providing you with the context that you need to come to your own conclusions. Now, or to get to the correct conclusions, excuse me. Now, I have noticed that Sage brands himself as an educator, right? He calls himself a cross-verse scalar philosopher and educator. Now, I take issue with the phrase educator very specifically because, getting a little personal here, but my mother worked in education for her entire life. She started off as a school teacher, and then she worked her way up to being a school administrator, and I worked hand in hand with her in some of the schools that she worked in, helping educate people. I was originally going into academia. I went through college, and I was studying, I don't want to get too in detail here, but let's just say I studied some psychology related stuff and some animal related stuff. I published some, I worked in some research labs, etc. I published some stuff. And after all of that, I think it's fair to say that I've earned my stripes in terms of being somebody who at least knows about and cares deeply about education. One of the things that I was, like a value that I was instilled with and that I espouse today, is that the purpose of an educator is not just to lecture. The purpose of an educator is to create lifelong learners. In other words, what you need to do if you are educating people is you need to not just say words at them or say information at them. You need to empower them with the ability to understand what you're saying and make it easier and better for them, and like help them cultivate the skills to pursue more knowledge and information on their own. It's not enough to hand somebody a piece of paper with information on that and say, like, I'm a teacher, I taught them. It's also not enough to read those words out or even to explain them. That's step one. Step two is then empowering that learner to continue their learning, to further their education. And when you do shit like this, you are acting in direct contradiction and in direct violation of the supposed tenet, or the supposed goal of being an educator. You are lecturing without educating. You are instructing without informing. And as somebody who is like deeply invested in education, this fucking sucks and I hate it and I really wish it would stop. This particular panel is so fucking close to the one that actually gives you the context. It's right the fuck there. Now, maybe just to be fair, maybe this comes up later, and maybe I'll have to eat my words here. And I would love for that to be the case because I would love to be wrong about this, but I don't remember seeing it. I'm scanning here to see if I was maybe wrong. Give Sage the benefit of the doubt, and maybe what he's saying is that, like, oh, this is an insufficient piece of information. But just to be clear, there is absolutely no reason to go from this to the fucking quiz book that doesn't even exist. I mean, I know it exists, but come on, it's like nobody knows about this shit. There's no reason to go from this to that unless, instead of going from this to that, other than to say, hey guys, listen, I'm the guy who knows things. You're not. I have access to information that you never heard of. I have access to information that you're never going to be able to find. I have access to information that you wouldn't even fucking believe. So I don't just know about the series. I know about all these extra secret special guides that, by the way, I'm not going to tell you where to find them or how to find them or give you access to them. I'm not even going to give you a page number or spend any amount of time explaining what the thing is that I'm talking about. Why would you need to know that? That would actually empower you to be able to research this stuff yourself better and track this stuff down better. No, instead of that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to selectively filter and cherry pick through the main series, the thing that everybody has access to, the thing that everybody understands, and I'm going to dangle, like keys in front of a cat. I'm going to dangle these other little tidbits of information in front of you so that this will increase my authority and make it look as though I know more than you. Now, you might think I'm projecting, you might think that I'm being unfair, except for when Sage, in his live streams, yells at his audience and says, sit down, shut your mouths, and listen. I know better than you. When are you guys going to just accept that I just know more than you? Actually, that's wrong. He doesn't say I. He says, when will you accept that Sage just knows better than you? Fuck off. If it wasn't for that, I could have been like, okay, this is just a fluke. This is just a foible, right? But this is a consistent, persistent trend. And what this does, why I'm so fucking mad about this, is that it misleads people, not just as to the nature of the information itself, but it misleads people as to the correct standards for investigating and approaching something. And I'll see if I can find it later, but I saw a comment that was like, yeah, dude, thanks for this. I've been like throwing these arguments at other people in debates. When they bring up X, Y, or Z thing, I just quote this video, right? Because that's what it engenders. That's the sort of thing that it propagates, is like, hey, look, I can just take this shit out of context and put it here, and then other people can reference this and other people can fight about it, and that's how we make progress. That's how we educate each other, right? We're educators here after all. Fucking ridiculous. And like I'm upset because I have gone out of my way time and time again, and I've spent so much fucking time and effort trying to get this kid to understand the mistake here, and also to like try to contribute and try to help with additional knowledge and background information, additional research, and have not only gotten shot down and like low-key like gaslit myself, but then just to continue seeing this shit get worse and worse and worse, it sucks. So, sorry, not sorry for kind of airing out some of my dirty laundry, but that's where we're at. Anyway, I will catch up on chat before continuing. Oh my god. Yeah, it was my skill issue that I couldn't track. Shinigami says, I just saw people rate a cult, people criticizing people who would do things like those prank videos to take it to the next level, call out more convicted felon. Feels refreshing. Oh, calling out a convicted felon should be refreshing for sure. I mean, I shouldn't be happy because it's horrible shit happening regardless of different levels, but fuck. Well, yeah, you gotta find the silver lining, man. Like, I mean, all of those people rating the buildings of Scientology, I mean, it definitely doesn't fix anything, right? But it does kind of help erode the, what would you call it? The sense of it being like this hallowed ground that you can't tread on, or like this sacred place or whatever. I think I'm not usually in agreement with folks who say that ridicule, like Matt Dillahunty or whatever, who say that like ridicule is necessary to put people in their place. Or South Park, I think, uses that approach. But sometimes, at least finding fun in things, and looking at things from like trying to find the silver lining in dire situations, trying to find a way to have fun with things, as opposed to making fun of things. I think just like can bring things down, not for the sake of humiliating an opponent, but for the sake of just like having everybody just like breathe a sigh of relief, if that makes sense. Also, hi Axel. I saw you join a little while ago. I hope you're doing well. Sorry it's taking me a while to acknowledge you, but I hope you're I hope you're doing well. Welcome to a very spicy stream this evening. Let's see. You already saw it on a structural level. The video doesn't work. Yeah, you were really upset about the evolution thing, huh? I did eventually get to that, and I was like, oh, okay, sure. Like, it was interesting, but also, it's worded very weirdly. Yes. Sorry says, I think so because literally everything works except for the things. Oh yeah, gotcha. Getting flashback to people using English Nintendo power as the main source of evidence for Zelda arguments. Oh man, I'm sure Sorry, I can vibe with you on that. Sorry says the only people using Nintendo power are people who only play the 3D games. Oh, interesting. Is Nintendo power still a thing, or is it more like an archival thing? I imagine the roster's still quite big for more obscure movies. Oh, that's cool. Axel says, my problem is that do separate the two genjutsu from each other. The only genjutsu that can work out of verse is the one that makes illusions that doesn't affect the body. Yeah, okay, so I think in one of Sage's videos, didn't he mention the genjutsu that Kashin Koji uses to like create a projection screen to cover up the entrance to his lair or something like that? I think we'll get to it in the video in a second. But that being said, my approach to evaluating that is that the series itself the series itself establishes how genjutsu works, and it says to us multiple times that it works by creating a sensory stimulus that then affects the brain. So it gets to the brain and causes hallucinations or illusions or hypnosis or whatever by entering the brain through the sensory pathways, through the cranial nerves. If you're not familiar, the cranial nerves are nerves like your optic nerve, your auditory nerve. Like they are the pathways by which things get from your sensory organs to your brain, essentially. And we'll talk about that more later. But as a result, the series establishes this. So when Kashin Koji puts up a illusion or barrier or whatever over his lair, since we have been told previously that the way that genjutsu work is that they affect the senses, it is reasonable to big asterisk here, like hear me out because I'm going somewhere with this, but I want to acknowledge the caveat of what I'm about to say, right? So stick with me for a second. It seems to me that since the series has previously established that this is how they work, that Kashin Koji's jutsu also works the same way. In other words, from an external appearance, it looks to us like he's putting up some sort of holographic projector or something like that. But within the context of Naruto, it has been explained that genjutsu works by affecting the senses. So even though it looks like a holographic projection, it is actually a illusion brought on by some interaction between the jutsu and the senses. Now, how does that work exactly? I don't know. Is that explained in depth? Is it actually like explained explicitly? Maybe that one isn't actually. But since it falls into the category of genjutsu, and genjutsu has a clear explanation of how it works, we can speculate about how it works, but it's safe to assume, unless we find some contradiction, or unless we, not find some contradiction, unless there is additional evidence that we can evaluate as part of an alternative hypothesis, right, that it probably works the same way. Now, again, I say probably, doesn't mean for sure. It could be a new class of genjutsu, but I don't see any evidence for it being a new class of genjutsu. I do see it fitting naturally into the established rules of genjutsu up to that point in the series. But we can talk about it for sure. Let's see. Same way. I'm strong. I'm smarter. Oh, you're doing the Homelander bit. Yeah. It feels weird. It makes me more intrigued than I would otherwise. Is he a bird man? Oh, yeah. This is a bird friendly stream, just so everybody knows. Sorry, it says I absolutely start to see Kim Possible, Owl House, Amphibia, Phineas and Ferb. What game is this that you're talking about? Is that the Disney fighting game? That sounds fun. So is it kind of like that that Multiversus game that came out a little while ago? Feels better in that like it's bringing in people from across universes. That could be pretty fun. You guys are fighting for the crown. That's good. Okay, you became a monkey when you got to the evolution point. Yeah, I saw your was it chimpanzee rage gifs. Yeah, I wasn't as incensed by it as you were, but it was definitely irritating. Um, oh yeah, I got Shinigami on my side. It's great. It's fucking awesome. Okay, so let's continue with the video. For the record, let me look up this like Naruto 720 quiz something, right? So here's the thing. I have brought this up to Sage. He doesn't seem interested at all in doing this, so whatever, his loss. But if you are trying to educate a community and you want to bring up obscure sources, fine, fine. It's fine. It's great. That's one of the things that I appreciated about Key's video. Like, we talked about this before. Even though I disagree with, like, everything the motherfucker said, and, like, even more disagreed with the way he presented the stuff he was saying, I did appreciate the fact that he got me thinking about, like, video games and movies and stuff and novels that I wouldn't have normally approached. I don't know if he did all the research himself, but either way, like, he made a video that contained a shitload of information, and that information came from interesting sources, and to his credit, he does actually put links to, like, interviews and shit in his description. So he is putting in work, and he is doing something that is exposing us to new sources of info. That is good. Whatever else I might say, the fact that we are making each other more aware of more information is inherently good. So I will say the fact that Sage brings up this thing that nobody's heard of is a good thing in a way, because it's making more people aware of a potential source. The problem is, though, that you are bringing in a piece of obscure information, obscure meaning it's not like widely available or known about in the community. You are presenting some translation without actually demonstrating why this translation is valid or accurate. You're not being transparent about who did the translation and why this is accurate. You're not providing page numbers or resources for people to find this, or crediting or thanking or whatever whoever got this information and made it available to the community. And you're also not, like, evaluating or explaining why this source is reputable or giving anybody any reasonable means to track it down. So when you do stuff like that, the way it comes across is like the cat dangling the keys thing that I mentioned before. It's like, this is my special information that I am playing as a trap card to help push my point, as opposed to, hey, everybody, come check out this cool shit that we should all be aware of. This is a great start. And if that start had then proceeded along the correct path, so to speak, of sharing the information correctly and freely, this would have been great. Because inherently sharing information is fucking great, but the way that this is deployed is tactically, it's blurst, I guess you could say.
Genjutsu is a technique that inflicts not physical damage, but mental damage. It is often used with the purpose of causing confusion.
Okay, well, and that in and of itself, right? Let's just think about that for a second. Genjutsu is a technique that inflicts not physical damage, but mental damage. It is often used with the purpose of causing confusion. Is it true that Genjutsu inflicts mental damage? It can be, but the what is it, Senmigan Genjutsu that Jiraiya used on that woman, or I'm sorry, not Jiraiya, that Itachi used on that woman that Jiraiya broke, that didn't inflict damage on her per se, unless you consider, like, the damage of her, like, passing out or whatever, or damage of, like, trouble she might have gotten into or whatever, right? But, like, it didn't damage her mind. It didn't damage her psyche per se. The Temple of Nirvana, the jutsu that Kabuto uses to put people to sleep with the feathers, I'm not sure that that's causing damage either. I'm not sure that the Kodowa Matsukami is causing damage either, right? So, right off the bat, this thing over here gets a big fat fucking question mark right down the middle of it in terms of its authenticity. This seems to be a very vague summary of, I guess, how Genjutsu works sometimes or most of the time. But why we should take this over this, I see no reason. I see no reason why that should be more authoritative. There's also the underlying implication here that, like, if you are a Naruto fan and you want to understand Genjutsu on the level of, like, a Naruto content creator, you're just not gonna get there by reading the series itself, right? Like, we have to reach to these external sources. I think that's pretty fucking ridiculous, frankly. I think that, like, if you just pay attention to what's in the manga, you don't need any peripheral sources to explain to you what Genjutsu is or are or whatever. But one thing that we could potentially look at is the data books, right? I think we've talked about this before, but let's take a look at Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu. This is from the first data book on Naruto Versity, obviously. Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu. However, ninjas can basically understand them. Okay, I think there's a special section on Genjutsu, right? Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, Genjutsu. Let's read what the first data book says. Hypnosis and illusionism to confuse the mind. It's some kind of okay, the translation is a little awkward here, so maybe I can get this retranslated. No offense to the original translator, just like maybe we can update it. It's some kind of hypnotic technique that drags the target's mind into an illusory world and may cause confusion, or physical/mental exhaustion. So this is different from what we're seeing here. Now, it doesn't mean that they're in contradiction, like they both seem pretty aligned, but it is a different take that has different context. There are many types of, the main difference from other jutsu is that it does not directly affect the user's body. Okay, that is in line with the quiz thing. There are many types of genjutsu that may be used to attack or give a handicap to those who use them, right? So it doesn't have to deal damage. Temple of Nirvana, that's what I was talking about. The target falls into the trap without realizing it. It's hard to detect who used it. Not only that, there can be many targets all at once. Prolonged use exhausts the user, and it hardly deals physical damage to the target. So this is overall pretty in parallel with what we saw before. But this is like in the first couple pages of the first data book, right? So if you're going to bring up peripheral material, wouldn't that be like the first thing to bring up? Like, it's right fucking there. It's like, out of all the data books, it's the first one that came out. It's early on. It's right there in the front. Like, literally, like, the first 10 pages or so. Maybe first 5 pages. It's on a publicly widely available source. I know Sage knows that this exists because he incessantly uses the data books, like, all the time when it suits his arguments. If I get to the end of this fucking video and that shit doesn't come up once, that's really all I need to discredit this. Like, the tactics on display here. There's absolutely no fucking reason to include the fucking quiz book and not to include the first page of the first section of the first data book, which provides a very clear, very succinct and direct explanation, unless you're trying to say, hey, look over here, look at this information I have, it's better, it's exclusive, only I have this knowledge. Like, which is just shitty and manipulative towards your audience. We'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe we'll get to the end of the video and it's like, oh, there it is, I was wrong, and if so, I'll apologize. I would love to be wrong. I don't think that's going to be the case, but we'll see. Let me catch up on chat. Gravity Falls. No, they didn't have any of that. The perfect victory. You finally got the king of the hill position. Omni's creeping up on both of you guys, though. You better watch your back. He's gonna get to the top of the hill too. And the servers will shut down. Oh, that fucking sucks. Oh, they wiped it clean. Oh my god, that sucks. Unless is it a good thing? Is it like resetting the ladders and stuff like that? Because that would make sense. You're showing your girlfriend the Homelander memes. Oh, like the ones that came up in season 5 that he was upset about? Yeah, those are great. Oh, Disney Heroes is a mobile turn-based RPG. Okay, sorry. I for some reason I thought it was like... Sorry, don't you play a game where it's kind of like Marvel Rivals, but you like have Disney Heroes as well? But maybe I'm just confusing those two things, because we talked about Marvel Rivals as well, right? Oh, hey, Dr. Strangle. Yeah. The first hour and a half, or hour and like 15 minutes of stream were just me like being a salty old bitch and complaining. So like, you really haven't missed much. We just kind of got started like 20 minutes ago on reacting to Sage's video. I'm sure it's going to be a 2-parter too, because like as usual, I'm fucking 2 hours in. I barely even cracked the surface. But yeah. Shinigami says, am I the Shinigami that uses a sword or the notebook? You could be both. You could be your own category of it, honestly. I'm not going to try to pigeonhole you. Oh, it's 2 a.m. I should go to bed. Yeah, absolutely, dude. I appreciate you stopping by. Thank you for hanging out with us, and I hope you have a great night. Shinigami says, I'm laughing at the irony of us criticizing sages use of the data books. Let you go, bro. Use the data books. That's the thing. That's the thing. I've said before, and I'll say it again. I think the Naruto data books are great, and I think they are a very useful resource, and that people should use them. Whether you are a casual fan, which is not derogatory, casual is the default, by the way, or whether you're a power scaler, derogatory, you should consider reading the data books because they are full of useful information. They will help you understand the series better, and as we've seen by looking at the data books, like the hard copies, they're beautiful. They're filled with so much like love and care and craft, and so much like so many like cool panels in the series are brought to bear. They are great. They are genuinely great. The only problem with the data books is not actually a problem with the data books themselves. It's like people in the power scaling community refusing to understand the nuance of them and using these weird bullshit apologetic arguments like, oh, they're written by Kishimoto, therefore they're inherently true and they're canon and they're expository and blah blah blah, using all these bullshit arguments to obfuscate the fact that the databooks are fun, nuanced, and inconsistent sources of information. And that is just numerically factual, and I know this because I read through them and I have the numbers to prove it. You've seen the spreadsheet, and I'm gonna make that fucking video. It's gonna be available. But like, it's just like very, very clear to anybody who's read them that it doesn't fit this weird pigeonholed caricature that power scalers represent them as. So the problem, just to be clear, and to say this again for the record, there is nothing wrong with the data books. There is something wrong with abusing, misusing, and misunderstanding and misrepresenting the data books. That's the problem. I think you understand this. You've heard me say this before, but I just like, I need to keep repeating it for the general, for the people in the back, so to speak. Oh, you don't play those kind of games? Okay, I'm sorry. I feel like we talked about Marvel Rivals, though. Definitely don't play Marvel Rivals. That game is not for me as a Marvel comic fan. Oh, well, you talked about like the character, the Ice character being like not very well represented. I remember that. I thought you had showed me some gameplay for that, but I must be confusing things. I'm sorry. Yeah, you'll hold that King of the Hill position. Power scaling son or shipper daughter. I would love any of my weird dysfunctional siblings equally. I would only ask that they be safe and reasonable and fair and kind. Whatever they do is is then up to them. But honestly, I think if I had to choose shipper daughter, because what I again, like, I'm not in the shipping community, but like from what I can see, that realm is like very clearly fan fiction. It's very clearly like, we love these characters and we're going to create our own unique stories that are our own inventions that don't have any sway or hold over the actual series. It's pure fan fiction, and that's creative. And power scaling can be creative too, but like, I don't know. It seems to be categorically like inherently more creative in the way that it requires like generating new content as opposed to just like evaluating existing content. Yeah, I hope that made some sense. Sorry says, oh yeah, I talked about it. I showed you a clip my friend sent because he plays it. Okay, sorry, I got confused there. Because the sexualization of my favorite characters is gross. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Dr. Strangle says, John, you think we're here for Naruto content, not the hour and a half rambling? It's true. You have sat here for like 5 hours while I just said, I don't think Naruto is that speed, like over and over again. So like, let me remind you all how much I appreciate you and that you're enabling me in this special interest of mine. Genuinely, it's fucking awesome to share it with you. Hey there, Walkie Talkie. I hope you guys are doing well. It's good to see you. Walkie Talkie says, oh, thank God you're doing this video. I knew you needed to do the second I heard it. Yeah, so I kind of initially, when I heard like Abstract and Eon and all of them talking about it, I was a little hesitant at first because I'm like, I'm kind of okay with whatever. Genjutsu can work, it cannot work. But then like I saw the video and I just had to kind of share my thoughts about it. Yeah, I appreciate you guys stopping by. Feel free to share any thoughts that you might have. I've been trying to see if I can have a conversation directly with Sage, but yeah, it's just I guess our schedules are pretty busy, so I don't know if it'll work out. But anyway, yeah, hope you're doing well. And yeah, absolutely, like, folks in chat, go check out Walkie Talkie's channel. They're always posting like really interesting discussions. You've had Mello and Miss and stuff on recently, right? Like, I've been enjoying those conversations as well. I can't seem to catch your live streams for whatever reason. I keep missing them, so but I'll keep an eye open and try to stop by if I ever catch you guys online. Okay, so yeah, let's keep going with it. But to kind of summarize, like, I genuinely appreciate that we're reaching for further external sources like this, but you can't do that without proper citation and like informing your readers. And you also can't do that at the expense of exploring the content from the series itself, the primary fucking material.
Not physical damage, but mental damage. It is often used with the purpose of causing confusion. In the 1 Decade 100 Ninja Guide,
and again, like, I don't know, I've been in the community a long time. I've been watching Naruto for a longer time, or reading Naruto for a longer time. I had not until very recently heard about this 1 Decade 100 Ninja thing. At least he accidentally included a page number here. I'm being mean, but like, at least we have a page number here. That's something. But again, like, you know, if you're going to use this as a source of information, you should take the time to establish as quickly as, even if it's just like a throwaway line or something, why this is a valid source of information. I guess if you want to quote something from the official Naruto website, that's one thing. You know, I think that comes up later. But like, as for this, I don't know. I don't know why we're looking at this as opposed to looking at the primary source. This is fine to use as a supplemental material, but ultimately our understanding should come from the primary material. So, Genjutsu, jutsu that utilize illusions to alter the psyche as opposed to the physical body, dragging others into illusory worlds. Okay, this is actually quite close to what we saw in the first data book, but casting Genjutsu requires a particular sense for it, and few people can actually master it. That's fine, too, because Genjutsu is pretty rare within the series, right?
Genjutsu is defined
compared to, like, ninjutsu or whatever. I was actually going through the, where's the third data book? Do I have it up here still? One? Yeah, so I was going through the ninjutsu files in the third data book earlier, and like the ninjutsu section starts here at 220, and like I'm scrolling down through, where are we now? We're at 242. 242, I haven't found a single genjutsu, right? Ninjutsu, even the mirror attacker is a ninjutsu. So like, I'm gonna stop this in a second here, but how many pages are we gonna go before we find a single fucking genjutsu in this book? These are all ninjutsu. So it's like, ninjutsu is like 80% of techniques. Taijutsu are the 15% of the remaining. And then fucking 5% is genjutsu. Iron Sand block attack. Iron Sand shower. Yeah, so I'll stop for now because we'll come back to this later. Okay. No, even 1,000 crows is a ninjutsu. Fuck's sake. That's Raido's one. Yeah, Alba's one, yeah. Eden, Jutsu, fuck me. There's like no genjutsu in this whole fucking book for the most part. Okay, now I'm committed. Now we're gonna go and find one. See how long it takes us. Because we gotta get here at some point anyway, right? And then I'll catch up on chat. Okay. Even this shit is like a ninjutsu. Ink Mist is a ninjutsu. Are there any? There has to be. Like, Tsukuyomi's in here, right? I'm sure it is. Ninjutsu. Oh my god. Oh, maybe they just like clustered them all together in one section. I know that Tsukuyomi's in here. Like 99% sure. Okay, here's a Taijutsu. Amaterasu, ninjutsu. I'm sorry this is taking so long, but at this point, like, I can't stop. Ninjutsu. Okay. Ninjutsu. Here we go. Okay, so what was so on page 300, it took us how many pages to get there? We were at 242. 300. Okay, so it took us 80 fucking pages to find a single genjutsu. For fuck's sake. It's just like, it's so funny that we're having like such an intense conversation over something that winds up being simultaneously like one of the coolest aspects of the series, but also like one of the most sparsely used aspects of the series. It's really weird. But anyway, Saria says, relatable, I just show up for the vibes. I don't care all the power scaling stuff. I like to listen to other people talk about things I care about. Thank you, Saria, and it's genuinely a pleasure to have you. You've been awesome in the gaming streams as well. Like, I appreciate you showing up for the fucking mouth-washing streams, even though you didn't like that game, right? Like, it wasn't your vibe or anything, but it was really cool to have you there as always. So thank you for that. Yeah, again with this skill issue, you're right. I don't know. I think I'm cursed because like I've been trying to stay abreast of Eon streams and then Abstract streams and Walkie Talkie, of course. And I just like I never get the notifications. There might be something wrong with my shit. I get notifications for certain things, but for whatever reason, like I've checked and the bells are on and everything, but like I basically just have to keep on checking YouTube, make sure it comes up. Walkie Talkie says, literally, yeah, people can just decide beforehand what they prefer. I don't care either way. Yeah, that's fair. I think it's it kind of comes down to house rules, right? Pretty sure Sage hates you. Oh no. Well, I guess it wouldn't surprise me at this point. Like I've been kind of riding him pretty hard, pause with a lot of my critiques. It's kind of weird though. Like in my head, my goal is to clear shit up and help everybody understand shit better, right? Like I guess it's inherently adversarial because yeah, I do get spicy sometimes, and I do like I have gone to his content and been like, I think this is a vapid argument, but at the end of the day, like my motivation is to try to like help increase and enhance understanding, if as pretentious as that might sound. And so it's like that's definitely not a win condition for me to like be be hated or to hate on other people. I just like get frustrated when things are so you know, from my perspective, so like manipulated and curated, I guess, as is one way to put it. Oh, he hates you too? Oh no, that sucks. Why does he hate you? You guys seem to have such a productive conversation. I mean, like, granted, I remember us like venting together in the Sage debate channel and in your server. So like clearly there seemed to be some residual frustration there, but it seemed like you guys were getting along okay. Like didn't Kamui do a recent collab with him on something as well? Am I misremembering that? Yeah, well, I don't know. I was gonna ask you maybe, like, again, sorry if this is presumptuous of me, but given that you've had people on the podcast before, and I've been on the podcast and Sage has too, I was thinking about reaching out and asking you if you might like to host a roundtable discussion at some point where Sage and I would come on and there would be like a neutral territory and we could all just have like an open discussion about certain things, namely like Lightspeed and the data books. This is like, I also want to be aware of like not being like, hey, can I piggyback off of your fucking platform for my little petty disagreement, right? So sorry if it's like rude of me to ask that, but if you think it would be a subject that you'd be interested in, that might be a way for us to like move the conversation forward. It's entirely up to you though. If you feel like chatting about it or trying to set up something like that, I would be open to it and I'd be happy to chat on Discord. Yeah. I don't know, I'm trying to find better ways of like continuing to have like more direct conversations with people, and it's like not I don't have as much practice with that, so I'm like just trying to think of ideas. But of course, no pressure, and you know, I'm more more than happy to just like I just like talking about the shit at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, the Miss Ann name. Is she okay with that? I guess I should have asked, right? If it's like Miss Ann versus Salads and Bolts, but I kept hearing you guys say Miss Ann, so I'm just using that. You usually stream at night around the same time, nighttime EST. Okay, I'll go double check and make sure I have the notifications on it and like try to actually be better at stopping by sometimes. Very nice says, I want to say that Genjutsu is stated by Kakashi to require delicate control of chakra. That's valid. Yep, for sure. Implying you need more subtle control than just shoving the energy inside your target. Yeah, I think I don't really like the... I think calling out the use of the phrase shoving makes sense. To me, it's like a very delicate and subtle art. I don't mind the use of the term injection. I think that might work just fine. Shinigami says, I think the name Sage is in reference to the bitch in the boys and Masagorama. I mean, like, well, to be fair, it's kind of hard not to turn that into a compliment by saying, like, well, Sage in the boys is the smartest person in the entire world. So, I mean, like, look, I want to give Sage some credit. He obviously is a dedicated person who has worked very hard on putting together a whole lot of stuff of a subject that, like I said this before, it's hard for me to believe that anybody would make a video like his Kakashi video, going through all his jutsu, and dislike Kakashi or dislike Naruto. If we accept his word that he's very successful, take him at his word that he's very successful in his main career path, and he actually doesn't need the money from the Naruto stuff, then he's doing it because he likes the verse. And I think, like, if you dislike the verse, you must be a real fucking masochist to spend this amount of time on it, right? So, like, benefit of the doubt. comes up with interesting discussion topics, obviously, because I won't shut up about him. So there's some positivity there, and that's part of the reason why I even bother engaging. Like I said, I don't engage with Seth. I don't engage with Noodles. I kind of stopped engaging with Eon, though I might try to go back and see if we can do a debate or something at some point. Because at a certain point, it's like, okay, this person clearly just is not engaging. This person is not willing to meet in the middle. Sage, Sage responds to my DMs. He responds to my comments. We do talk, right? Like, we have a conversation like adults, like human beings. He's not like D1 or whatever that just like tries to drown me in an avalanche of insults anytime we disagree. So, not that I disagree with D1, we've never spoken as far as I'm aware, but like the tactics that he uses in debates, right? So there's some positivity there, and the reason why I am trying to have a productive conversation in the first place, the reason why I'm still invested in this is because I want to try to explore that positive aspect, if that makes sense. Like, I still have faith, is one way to put it. Oh, hey there, Spark Flesh. Hope you're doing well. Thanks you for joining us this evening. Genjutsu is very specific, and only works if the person has a chakra system in almost several verses. It probably wouldn't work on most of them. You see, I get that perspective. I think that's a perspective that's shared by quite a lot of people in the crossverse power scaling community. I personally think that Genjutsu should work crossverse because we can basically use whatever rules we want to when we have crossverse battle discussions. The example that I used earlier in the stream was that, like, if I'm debating Goku versus Itachi and I'm for Goku against Itachi, I would want Itachi to have his Sharingan abilities, including his Genjutsu, because that just makes it more interesting. I want Goku to fight actual Itachi, not like this customized, watered-down version where his signature abilities don't work, right? But it's still an interesting discussion. It's still worth talking about whether or not the biology of different verses, like, intersects in that way. That's totally fine. Yeah. I personally think it can, but also I think there's arguments that it doesn't, and it's fine either way. So, more than happy to hear you elaborate on that if you want to share your thoughts. Yeah, of course, it's a JoJo's reference. If Sage hates you, don't hate him. I don't think he hates me. Like, I would be surprised. I think that he's probably frustrated because I just won't drop it. And from his perspective, it seems like he thinks he's already proven his point, and then I just, like, won't let it go. And I think I can understand, like, getting home from a long day of work and, like, going to your comments section and, like, seeing it blow up with like, well, actuallys, you know. And I have a tendency to do that. But also, if you're making money by, like, branding yourself as an educator and a philosopher, and you are, quote unquote, lecturing to a large group of people that includes children, and you are misleading them and manipulating information that they receive, and you're making fucking dollars off of that, then you have an ethical obligation to do certain things. And I don't think that Sage is fulfilling his ethical obligations. So part of the social contract that he signs anytime he releases a video like this is that he's opening himself up to criticism. And Sage, you can either take the feedback as peer review from somebody who is actually invested in your content and seeing it grow and is actually trying to help you, believe it or not, or you can be like, oh, this guy has an agenda, this guy's biased, he's just like, blah, 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 and then ignore it. It's up to you. You know, like, I've said my piece. I've provided my feedback and will continue to provide it because I enjoy it. And then the ball's kind of, like, in your court as to whether or not you want to use that to grow, or whether you want to continue, like, in this trench that you've dug for yourself. That's your choice. So demonic illusions, shackle stakes over here for Itachi. Let's just see, since we've finally, like, half an hour later, we finally found an entry on Genjutsu here. Let's see what the third databook has to say, and then we can go back to Sage's video. So, demonic illusion, shackle stakes, loss of movement. Again, jutsu enabled by the Saimingan, or hypnotic eye ability of the Sharingan. Notice how it says hypnotic, right? That's important to keep in mind. Anyone caught in the world of the mind created by the caster finds himself tormented by a feeling of having stakes driven into each of his forelimbs, becomes completely unable to move freely. So, despite the fact that Orochimaru in the real world didn't have stakes literally shoved into him, Itachi is using hypnosis to trick Orochimaru's mind into thinking that he has stakes in him, and giving him the sensation of pain that comes along with that, and also the inability to move. So it's like a paralytic thing, right? Since the victim experiences the illusion of physical pain at the same time, this jutsu is very effective for torture. The jutsu can be invoked by simply looking eye to eye with the target without the need for a blood seal. Okay, so it's not like a traditional form of summoning or whatever. It's like literally what's happening here is that Itachi makes ocular contact with the other character, and by maintaining that ocular content, he can use fucking Orochimaru's visual pathways, the cranial nerve that goes from his eye to his brain, to send incorrect information to his brain to make Orochimaru experience pain and be unable to move. So I think that like the overall like signal flow, the pathway of which this works is that like Itachi prepares his chakra and he gets the technique ready, and then he releases it just like you would release anything else, right? I think it's a yin release specifically, but it might be yang. I always get those two mixed up. He releases it. The chakra that he releases goes into Orochimaru's eye, right? It goes because it's a visual genjutsu. It connects from Itachi's eye to his opponent's eye. That information goes through the eye, and I actually have like I think I have a diagram over here, right? Right. So this is from is it this one? Yeah, this is from National Institutes of Health. Oh no, National Eye Institute from NIH. Yeah. So if you want to learn more about like how the eye works, check this out over here, or just Google like how the eye works. Honestly, but basically, the light is going to hit the eye. It's going to be focused in by the pupil. It's going to go through the cornea and not the lens or whatever. Sorry, I'm getting like a little mixed up over here. But like the light will come through. It'll be focused, yeah, by the pupil, and then it will land on the is this the retina? No, this is the lens. Oh, the retina's back here. Sorry, it's just obviously been a while since I've gone over this stuff. But basically, like the various processes of like the light coming in and being focused and being reflected eventually result in the excitation of cells on the retina, right? The excitation of those cells results in the propagation of signals to the optic nerve. The optic nerve then goes through to the brain, and then the brain will essentially be told that will conjure up the images that you perceive mentally, subjectively, cognitively, or whatever, right? So technically speaking, you don't need to have an eye to have the experience of vision. If you could inject something right here, right? Like if you could send the proper signals up through to the brain, then you could induce vision by just sending signals this way. That's basically how cochlear implants work in the ear, right? Like again, I should do more research on this, and you should feel free to do research yourself. Don't take me as like an authority on this, but basically the way that fucking audition works the same thing, right? You have sound comes into your ear, the sound waves hit the various structures of your ear and kind of bounce around, wind up going through the ear canal to the eardrum. When it hits the eardrum will vibrate back and forth. Those vibrations will get transduced and propagated through the ossicles, which are the three little bones in the middle ear, and then they'll get propagated to this thing called the cochlea and the semicircular canals. This is basically an organ that I think it's technically an organ that is lined with all kinds of little cells called hair cells or ciliae, and when those hair cells are excited, they result in when the hairs on those hair cells, these little protrusions on the hair cells are excited, they result in a signal being sent to the auditory nerve that corresponds to the frequency of the sound that's being sent in. So basically, in English, sound goes in, travels through drum head, through sticks into big squishy thing. Big squishy thing tells brain what sound is being heard, and it goes to the auditory nerve. But if for whatever reason, if like your eardrum breaks or these bones break or your cochlea is damaged, then obviously the brain isn't getting any signal. But you can insert something into the signal chain right here, and it can get signal in, and then it can replace the functionality of some of this stuff. And I don't know how effective they are, but I think people have been experimenting with visual implants as well. Basically, as long as you can find a way to take an external stimulus and convert it into something that then can take the form of like electrochemical signals that can then make it into the brain, up the auditory nerve, or any of the other cranial nerves, you should be able to induce the same sensory experience. So that is basically what, where are we here? That is basically what Itachi is doing. Right, he is harnessing his visual connection with Orochimaru to induce an incorrect sensation. Now, where it gets a little interesting is the idea of pain, right? Because without getting into a whole lecture on the neuroscience of pain, the last time I studied this, what I was taught, is that there is a neurotransmitter, which is a specific type of like a chemical compound, essentially, that is responsible for communication between nerves. And this particular neurotransmitter is called substance P, or at least it was at the time. And essentially, the transmission and relaying of that substance is what enables us to experience pain. That is a very paltry and very surface level explanation. The sensation of pain, experience of pain, is something that is a deep topic that we're still learning a lot about. I don't feel comfortable lecturing on it, but obviously, just seeing something is not going to hurt your bones. Just hearing something, if you hear a really disorienting loud sound, like, because your sense of balance comes from your vestibular system, comes from the we can actually see that over here, right? The you have vestibular nerves, and like basically these little canals in your ear are full of fluid, and the way that those, there's like fucking little crystals in there and shit. It's really weird, actually. But like basically the positioning of the crystals and the orientation of the fluid and stuff in these little squiddy tunnels, to use the technical term, help determine your sense of balance. And you'll notice here that there's a vestibular nerve in addition to the auditory nerve. The vestibular nerve contributes to your sense of balance, right? So you could disorient someone and make them feel like woozy or whatever just from a sound-related stimulus, potentially. But you're not necessarily going to make them feel pain in their leg if you send an auditory stimulus in like this. So clearly there is, and I promise this is leading somewhere, clearly there is an element of this technique, right, that is basically like, yes, okay, Itachi is inducing a visual hallucination into his opponent, but then also, once he's in there, once he's in the pathways, he can do more shit that the eyes themselves can't do. So when we get to Jiraiya's explanation of, like, it manipulates the cranial nerves, the chakra flowing through them and whatever, I do think that there is this, like, secondary component to Genjutsu, where it's like, once you're kind of, like, in the system, you can hack it, and you can rewrite certain things and like mess with the brain on different levels that aren't purely relegated to just the visual information that the target is getting. But you have to start there. You have to start by entering the opponent's system via one of the 5 primary sensation pathways. Cranial nerves. Anyway, let me catch up on fucking chat. Sage, Elsa, let it go. Yeah. Yeah, I gotta stop with the pauses. Walkie Talkie says it's not rude at all. I'm down. I'll tell Kamui. Yeah, and like again, it's up to Sage. I suggested it to him. I don't know if he's interested. We'll see. What my victory condition, or so to speak, like my whatchamacallit, what I'm hoping to. The good ending to our recent disagreements, mine and Sage's, is that we both put our cards on the table and share information and challenge each other, firmly but politely, so to speak. And then by the end of the conversation, we walk away with a consensus. If it turns out that I was wrong about everything, that's fine. I will gladly admit it, and then that means that I get to walk away knowing something that I didn't before. And I would hope that the same would apply to him. I don't want it. The reason why I wasn't interested in a debate per se was that I don't really have a competitive side to me. Like I'm not interested in winning, right? I just, even though I can be adversarial, I suppose, like when I get worked up, like my goal is shared understanding. Like my win condition is like if I figure something out and I'm quote unquote right, then I want to give that information to you so you can be right too, not tell you you're stupid so you can feel bad. Like, anyway. Hopefully that makes some sense. My hope is that like a neutral territory, so to speak, would like give us an opportunity to hash it out, but that might be naive. I don't know. Anyway, appreciate you, and hopefully I'll get a chance to hang out with you guys on stream at some point, regardless of the whole Sage thing. It's not blood seal in Japanese, says, how about no, it's just that hand seals aren't required. Yeah, I was wondering how the blood seal thing was. Like, blood seals are usually used for summoning techniques, so that's kind of weird. But yeah, I appreciate the clarification there. Ursa says the only way he'd need cognitive processing for his Genjutsu is if he needs to visualize that Genjutsu fully prior to casting in some way, I feel. I think, I'm sorry to make you repeat yourselves, I think I'm still not fully understanding what you and Shinigami are talking about with regards to the cognitive processing. It seems to me like in order to make Orochimaru see those stakes that Itachi himself, that one of two things is potentially the explanation that I can think of anyway. Maybe there's more. Explanation one is that Itachi has to, in his mind, design the technique. So he decides, okay, I want Orochimaru to be immobilized, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to imagine this technique that causes him to experience pain and to feel the pressure of these stakes in his body. In order to do that, I'm going to need this amount of chakra. I'm going to need to interact with his cranial nerve in this particular way, manipulate his brain in this particular way. So I'm going to plan that all out. I'm going to like put this in almost like on my hot bar, you know, like in World of Warcraft or something. Like this is going to be my technique that I'm going to call this, and it's going to do this. I'm going to memorize that. Okay, now I'm in battle. Boom, press the button on the hotbar, activate the jutsu, go through this process. But it's something that he has designed and he needs to like maintain the entire time, almost like a channeled spell where you need to like keep your cursor on the enemy the entire time, right? Like, it's not like fire and forget. You actually have to maintain the connection. That's number one. Number two is that Itachi just like uses Genjutsu.exe. And when he uses Genjutsu.exe, it's kind of like a Rorschach, and it makes Orochimaru see whatever he's afraid of, I guess, right? Like, what is that technique that, like, is it in Doctor Who? There's like a monster. Oh, no. Maybe I'm thinking of, like, in Harry Potter, there's, like, this creature that will take on the form of the thing that you fear the most. And there's, like, a joke where one of the characters, the thing he's most afraid of is it's like his own mother, right? And so the monster's in the closet, and then it comes out, and then he's like, oh no, mom, whatever, something like that, right? So I think it's like in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class or something. I forget what those things are called. But yeah, it's like that. It's basically fucking Orochimaru isn't designing it, or Itachi isn't designing anything. He's not maintaining anything. He's not playing this like a melody, like on Tayuya's flute or whatever. He just hits the button, it goes into Orochimaru's mind, and then Orochimaru just sees some fucked up shit and feels pain. So that's option two. I think option one makes the most sense based on my understanding of the series. So I think that, like, yeah, okay. Yes, Shinigami, hi, sorry, I see you. What's up? Okay, let me catch up on chat while you're responding. Let's see. Interestingly, oh, sorry, going back up to Ursa. Sorry, it says Mark and Eve from Invincible being called hetero slop. Oh my god, maybe my favorite thing ever because I didn't even like them in the comics, so I'm dying. That's fucking hilarious. How about No says, interestingly, in the Japanese, that data book, only non-ocular genjutsu get the disrupts chakra in the body thing, whereas ocular genjutsu countering is just attack the caster. Interesting. Oh, yeah, I gotta get to this part. Thank you for giving me a preview there. I appreciate it. Shinigami says, I am not even thinking, bro. Aizen beats Itachi in G Factor. In G Factor? You mean like being an OG? I think Itachi's got like pretty high up on the leaderboard on that. Basically, Itachi doesn't need to visualize all this. He just needs to give a signal to the brain. Can you send the specific scan? This one here? Yeah, I can send this to you afterwards. For reference, it's in... I can just send you the whole like PDF of the data book if you want. For legal purposes, I assume that Shinigami already has a physical copy of the data book that he purchased himself, as do I, and I can prove it. So we are sharing this as an alternate version of a thing that we have obtained legally for legal reasons. Like, at my lawyer, if you have a problem with that. See, got to see Pressure tonight. Oh, first of all, hi Michael, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. Michael says, got to see Pressure tonight. Really great WW2 movie, or World War II movie. Nice. Did that come out recently, or is it like more of a classic movie? I've been meaning to watch a couple of movies similar to that. I don't remember what conflict it covers, but I saw a clip from Hacksaw Ridge recently, and I really want to see it with my partner. And then Jarhead, I need to go back and watch Jarhead. Obviously, that's not World War II, but like, yeah, I do have an interest in that sort of thing. Is there anything in particular that motivated you to look into that, or to like move? Sorry, I'm getting really distracted. I would be curious to learn more about how you like the movie and what attracted you to it in the first place. There we go. I can words. No, I don't have a lawyer. It was a joke. I hired a lawyer once for some estate nonsense that I don't want to talk about on stream. We can talk about it in Discord if you want. But no, I do not have a lawyer on retainer or anything like that. I was just doing a bit. Could Harry Potter beat Naruto? I don't think so. I think the Avada Kedavra would work on Naruto if he got hit by it, but I don't. I mean, like, Harry Potter is just like has normal human reflexes, right? Like, and normal human strength. He can just cast spells, but I mean, if you believe that Naruto characters can move at the speed of sound, even, right? Like, let alone the higher upscaling that people do in the verse. There's nothing that Harry Potter can do, right? He either has to get that first spell off very fucking quickly, or he's cooked. I guess one way he could do it is like, does the Avada Kedavra, does it like, you know how like electricity will, like a lightning bolt will try to like sometimes be attracted to, I forget what the term for it is. It's not a ground, but like, you know, there are lightning rods for a reason, so that the lightning will quote unquote strike the rod as opposed to striking the ground or striking somebody else, right? So does the Avada Kedavra and do spells like that have a mild homing property to them? Because if so, then Naruto might try to dodge, and if he's not taking shit seriously at first, if it homes in on him, then that might be a win condition. Well, I mean, like Expelliarmus, oh no, Naruto dropped his kunai. Well, I don't know, maybe Expelliarmus could work on the Rasen Shuriken. maybe there's an argument here. Maybe I'm being too glib about it. Oh yeah, the scale his speed on the Quidditch pitch. If he gets all of his tools, I mean, Naruto gets his Shinobi tools. If he gets his broom, that changes things. That could be, honestly, year 7 Harry Potter on broom versus Chunin exams Naruto, or even like beginning of Shippuden Naruto. That's maybe a fight. That's maybe something that is more even. Yeah, a conductor. Thank you, thank you, Saria. My brain no works so good sometime. It's a recent movie. It's about the meteorologist trying to determine the weather leading up to D-Day. Oh, that's really fucking cool. Motivation-wise, it was just about hanging out with my grandma. Oh, that's nice. That's lovely. I'm glad you guys got a chance to hang out. Bro being distracted, skill issue. Dude, you're just racking up the skill issue slander on me tonight. I can't say I disagree, though. How about now says there are numerous things that are immune to the killing curse for various reasons. Yeah, they do not home and can and are evaded. Okay, then maybe it's a little tougher than I thought. Avada Kedavra didn't have homing. It can't be blocked by defensive spells, though. Oh, okay, so, yeah, I mean, so Itachi can't use the Susanoo on it, is what you're saying. So Harry Potter beats, Harry Potter just, like, pierces right through the fucking Yada mirror. That's what I'm getting out of this. Let's see. JK, Accio is the speed of light. Oh, okay. Is it? Isn't Accio the thing that, summons stuff? Accio can only be used on objects that the owner possesses, right? So, like, Harry Potter couldn't go, like, Accio bin... Accio, like, fucking... Let's say the Holy Grail exists and it's somewhere out in the world. Harry Potter couldn't just go, like, Accio, the Holy Grail, and it would zoom to him, right? Like, it has to be kind of like Thor's hammer, where it belongs to him. If that's, because otherwise he could just, like, I don't know, Accio Naruto's fucking heart and rip it out of his chest. Harry barely has 180 miles per hour in speed. Chunin examines Naruto, bodies the boy who lived because Naruto is confirmed subsonic to supersonic via Dosu and Zaku scaling below him. Interesting, okay. I don't want to, like, start a whole thing. I would like to talk about the supersonic statement from Dosu or Zaku, because I have issues with it, but we can just go with that for now. I don't want to, like, be such a shit starter about it. You can use it to pull people, okay. JK's out of book statements are whack. Yeah, well, a lot of what she says is fucking awful, and it's really disappointing to see how hard she's fallen off with the anti-trans stuff. Yeah, fucking really depressing. Anyway, Naruto versus James Bond victim until proven otherwise. Certainly with part 1 knowledge, that's for sure. They can still die to bullets of mid to high caliber. Yeah, I believe that. Yeah. Anybody with like a Barrett on a hill is doing pretty well in the war. Anyway, What? Oh, no, I have an issue with everything. I have an issue with you asking me whether or not I have an issue with anything. Honestly. I have my special topics of interest. Anyway, let's get back to the fucking Genjutsu shit. Half an hour later. Breaking a Genjutsu can be learned with training. It behooves even those who do not use Genjutsu themselves to learn these methods. That makes sense. Anti-ocular jutsu, 2 against 1 is the rule. If the first person falls victim to the jutsu, the other attacks the caster to release the jutsu. Okay, so this to me says that the jutsu caster has to maintain concentration like a concentration spell in Dungeons and Dragons in order for the fucking genjutsu to be maintained, right? Because this, like, whether it's by the implication of killing the caster or the implication of just distracting, disrupting, harming the caster or whatever, this seems to be like, if you play Dungeons and Dragons, there are types of spells called concentration spells, or like in Baldur's Gate 3, right, where you will turn on the spell and then it will continue to stay active as long as you don't cast another type of concentration spell, or unless, like, if you get hit or if you, like, take damage or whatever, you will have a % chance to break concentration unless you buff your concentration with something else, right? So essentially, it seems to me like that's just how this works. So Itachi, like, establishes a line of communication with his opponent via their sensations, and then has to maintain that focus in order for that to work. He can't just, like, put the Tsukuyomi on somebody and then, like, go play video games or something. It would just break. The only exception is maybe Madara with the infinite Tsukuyomi, but there it's almost like he's allocating all of this chakra and then putting it on the moon, and then the moon is keeping everybody. Well, I don't know if that's really how it works, that he puts it on the moon, but, you know, like, he uses his chakra and he uses the moon to reflect the infinite Tsukuyomi coming from within himself, and then that is able to maintain Genjutsu over people for long enough that they can then be absorbed by the god tree, essentially. Anti-Genjutsu, other than ocular Genjutsu, by intentionally disrupting the chakra within one's body. Yeah, by intentionally disrupting the chakra within one's body, it becomes possible to block an interference from another. Right, so when, and this is going to come up in Sage's video as well, when Itachi, when somebody has Genjutsu being applied to them, what's happening is that the other person is exerting a continual stream of control on them via this technique, and that results in their chakra flowing a certain way according to the whims of the caster. So anything that breaks the flow of chakra, breaks that flow up, will disrupt the control of the caster. Now, normally you can't do this yourself because you are under, like, you're in a hallucination, right? So anything you do will be within the auspices of that hallucination, then you can't, like, get out of it. But if something breaks the flow of your chakra for whatever reason, then you can potentially get out of it, unless it's like a mangekyo or whatever. So this is why pain, not the character, like, the sensation of pain can break you out of the Genjutsu if it's pain that you cause to yourself, or if somebody else causes it to you, because it's something that's happening to your body that is then, like, fucking with the signals flowing in your body, and it can break you out of it, right? Shikamaru manages to do that to himself. For other people, but like, yeah, if somebody, like, punches Naruto on the back of the head from the outside, that could potentially wake him up, I think. Genjutsu, if he was in a non-mangekyo Genjutsu. Genjutsu come in 2 types, those invoked via a seal, and those are invoked through an ocular jutsu such as Sharingan. The ways of dealing with these jutsu differ accordingly. So this is something, you know, maybe this was the sort of thing that we were talking about with Kashin Koji. Maybe his use of that Genjutsu barrier thing, or, like, cover thing, falls into this first category. So we'll need to go back and look at that again. But this is great, actually, because this is another one of the Genjutsu that we're going to talk about, Gamainsho, right? So we're going to maybe take the next half an hour and just talk about a couple of examples, and we'll get back to the video itself, because all of this is using primary information, or, like, nearly primary, secondary information that we have from the series and the data books, as opposed to, like, these obscure quizzes and whatever else, right? See what we can learn. Let me go back to chat real quick. Let's see, died bullets. Yeah, at least I don't discriminate. Yeah, I'm an equal opportunity nitpicker. Guns do exist by the time of Boruto, just that they're so useless to ninja that only like a one genin gang uses it. Yeah, there was fucking, what was it? I was reading an interview with Kishimoto earlier. I'll see if I can find it, because I think it's the same one that Sage uses in his video. And it was like fucking, I'm trying to remember. He said that Kishimoto originally did have guns in the series when he first sketched it out, but then he realized that if there were guns in the series, then it would be less cool for shinobi to use shuriken and kunai, and he didn't want to give the shinobi guns. So like, in order to not invalidate his characters using shuriken and kunai, he then wrote the guns out, and like he phased them out over time. And he's like, okay, I'm going to establish that these ninja are, they have these certain rules and these certain tools, and then I'm going to like make that my design pillar, and then chip away at things that don't fit that design pillar, if that makes sense. I'll see if I can find that later, because it'd be fun to go over. The only one I played is Hogwarts Legacy. I was gonna play that, but I didn't want to support. I actually know a couple of people that worked on that game, and so I was like, I wanted to buy it to support them, but I felt really conflicted because I don't want any money going to the Rowling estate coming out of my pocket for sure. I heard that from Nirvana and Nirvana Ignil? Yeah. I've bumped into them on I don't know their gender, so I'll just say them on fucking Abstract streams, right? Like, Abstract did a reaction to one of the things that sorry, I'm being awkward about this, Nirvana made a video, Abstract responded to the video. I think I was in chat and talking to people, and I think I appreciated where Nirvana was coming from and agreed with his take. So shout out Nirvana. Sorry for making it weird. I have to, or I'll die. I saw a shirt earlier. It just has like a capybara on it, and it just says, I have to say weird shit or I'll die. And I'm like, finally, I've been correctly represented. I need to get that for myself. Sorry, it says, we'll look at some examples and get back to the video. We're not getting back. We will, I promise. Look, here. There, we got back to it. We will get back to it, I promise. I'm not going to leave without us getting at least another 10 seconds into the video before the end of the night. It makes us the most equal people in the world. Also need to re-upload that Carrie video. Oh, yeah, for sure. Kishimoto, I can't let my characters use guns. That'll devalue the other weapons. Oda, LOL, guns exist. My guys are just built different. Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, like, he did bring in fucking rocket launchers and shit. Kishimoto did with the Asura path. But yeah, I think it's probably better that guns weren't a part of the series. Well, get to the fucking... Wow, I just got super tired. We get to the novels, and of course they have the photon guns, but that's different. Yeah, thank you for understanding, Spark. I appreciate it. Okay, anyway, so Gamarin Show. Once you hear it, you become captive to an illusion, a duet of death. After invoking Sage Mode, the husband and wife toads sing Genjutsu from dry shoulders. The exquisite harmony of these two great sage toads, married for several hundred years, can warp even space. Two or more toads sing in harmony to a musical scale passed down secretly on Mount Miyaboku. Those who hear it are drawn into a Genjutsu world where their minds are paralyzed, because it takes many long years of training to acquire. Presently, only the two great sage toads couple can perform this jutsu. Gamarin Show will succeed if the target is even within earshot. Conversely, it also comes with the vulnerability of the sound giving the location away. On Mount Miyaboku, there is sheet music for Genjutsu recognized since ancient times. Combining lyrics and a melody that only toads can produce invokes the most powerful Genjutsu. Don't tell noodles about this. It is impossible for human beings to sing this song written for the vocal range of toads. So I think, yeah, makes no difference. Each and every one who hears the Gamarin Show of their minds and bodies are sealed in the clutches of a giant Gamafuda. Jutsu surrounds the opponent in all four directions. The toads will not release their grasp until the caster gives the order. It's left for the caster to finish off the captors in the real world. Okay, so I think let's pause there, because I think that there's probably like only one other fucking ninjutsu in the whole book anyway, and go back to the main video. The thing to note about this is that it's interesting to consider the implications of this, because what the toads are doing, right, is like they have not really designed this Genjutsu themselves. They are performing a piece of music that has been handed down across the centuries, potentially, since ancient times, so maybe even millennia, who knows. So some fucking frog was sitting around and sang this song, and when they sang this song, this particular set of notes this particular frequency happened to have an effect on somebody else's mind that induced this particular illusion. So there's, again, like a couple of potential different ways to look at this. Way one, or method one or whatever, is that you could say that there's just something about these particular frequencies when they are played that, like, if your brain hears it, your brain goes crazy and you see like some messed up shit. Or you can say that, like, these particular frequencies of sounds are essentially like I don't really know an analogy, but you can kind of see that, like, okay, it says can warp even space, and you see that, like, there are these weird, like, tendril, like, fibrous things, whatever these things are, that are emanating from their mouths, and we actually see a representation of these things going into the mind of the, like, into the ear and, like, up through the cranial nerves. So it's like, I guess what's happening here is that, like, they are essentially manipulating the airwaves in a specific pattern that induces the hallucination, but also, like, this maybe more clearly than any of the other genjutsu we see is them, like, taking their chakra and putting it directly into the ear of the opponent, and then it goes up the cranial nerve and shit like that, right? So, like, we actually see a very clear visual representation of this happening. Anyway, now we'll go back to the video. Continue talking about that. Let's see. Michael says, not that I think this has to be the case, but could it be argued that sound-based genjutsu like the Toad caps the character's speed? You mean that, like, if they're hearing the genjutsu, then that means that they're not, like, evading the speed of sound from the genjutsu itself, and therefore they're subsonic? I think that can work, yeah. The thing about sound, right, is that, like, we tend to envision sound as, like, you know, if I am talking from my mouth, as opposed to talking out of my ass, which I'm sure I do sometimes as well. When I talk forward from my mouth right now, usually the way that this will be presented is almost like, you know, if you were to see a sketch of this stuff, like, how many times have we seen a representation of, like, audio waves basically being almost like a ripple that moves forward in a cone from the mouth? That's sort of not really how it works. When you generate a sound, the sound, what it really is, obviously, is like a pattern of vibrations in the air around you, or in the water, or other medium if the sound is traveling through other things, and it expands, like, in 360 degrees. So when a sound comes out from the tip of my mouth, it is affecting all of the air around me. It's projected forward, so it's channeled in a beam, but it's all, like, sort of, kind of, not really a beam, but, like, it's like focused, it's channeled forward. And you can, like, obviously, like, shape your mouth in order to project things more forward, open your mouth so it's wider or whatever. Like, think about like a megaphone, right? Obviously that's projecting sound more so in a specific direction, but you can still hear somebody, like, behind a megaphone. You don't have to be in front of the megaphone to hear it, because the sound is going to emanate around in 360 degrees. So when these toads are singing, it's not like there's just, despite the fact that it's represented this way visually, the way that sound works is not actually that there are these, like, fucking tendrils that kind of snake through the air, obviously, right? The sound is going to travel in 360 degrees in all directions, and it's going to then bounce off of surfaces and then fold in on itself and continue moving, because really what it is, it's, like, sound isn't its own thing, really. A sound is not, like, light is a stream of photons, but there is no sonon, there is no sound on that's analogous to a photon, right? It's literally just a description of the vibrations of the motion in a medium. So these waves of motion will continue propagating and interacting in complex ways throughout the entirety of the air in the whole space. It'll fill up the whole space. So basically, once pain, like, the paths of pain are in the area where this is happening at all, it has, like, completely surrounded them, and they would then need to move faster than the speed of sound to get completely out of the entire area, so that they no longer hear the sounds at all, and then they would be free of it. So it's not like they'd be able to dodge these sounds inside, like, to like aim dodge it, or like in the Matrix, like Neo dodging the bullets or whatever. They can't dodge the sound because they are in the medium that is actively vibrating, that they're surrounded completely by the sound. The only other way, so like, yes, I think you are correct that stuff like this can be used for, like, speed scaling capping, not to put a cap on, not like capping, Um, but at the same time, it's weird because it's like there is no like if you want to argue that Naruto is faster than light because he dodged a photon beam, like there's no real beam here. It doesn't work the same way. Hopefully that made some amount of sense. Not to come down on you. I think it's an interesting argument for sure. Um, oh, Shinigami, yeah, go to bed. What the fuck? Like, I appreciate you hanging out. It's always good to see you. But yeah, that really late. Don't let me fuck with your sleep schedule. I am paying the price of not maintaining my own good sleep schedule, and I should sleep better. And so you should learn from my mistakes, and please go and sleep and have a good night and get some rest. And I will talk to you later. Take care. Tamari is over. Tamari is over Itachi. Of course, she just fans the shit away. Yeah, we're gonna get to that actually. About being able to blow away. Yeah, because if she blows away that pocket of like vibrating air, then it's just gone, right? Well, I mean, if Itachi's relying on visual genjutsu, then no. But like, I don't think this would be effective on Tamari, right? Like, she could just blow the shit away, potentially. Um, does that mean that she beats Sage Jiraiya overall? No. But like, could she negate this jutsu? Yeah, probably. Let's see. Saria says, got a group of my friends into Zelda, and I'm so happy. They were like, where should I start to get hooked? And I was like, if you want the best experience possible, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, then work backwards. A few of them were like, I don't have the money for those games. And I was like, give me your friend codes, I'll put you on a family plan. Oh, dude, that's so awesome. Share my game with you, and now they share my Nintendo Switch online. They're enjoying the games because of sharing NSO. You have access to literally every other game in the franchise. Dude, that's so fucking cool of you. Really appreciate you doing that. Yeah, the Zelda series is fucking awesome, and more people need to get into it. So, okay. So, yeah, exactly. Even if it's a dethrone, I'm sure you will climb back to the top very quickly. So, yeah, I think it's basically fine to get back into the video now. The point of this diversion or whatever is really just to say, like, is there information that we can get from the primary sources to try to inform us without us having to reach for these obscure sources? And yeah, I mean, granted, there's literally 2 or 3 genjutsu mentioned at all in this entire data book. So it's not like we have a whole lot of information to go on. I know that Tsukuyomi is here somewhere. I don't know why I've missed it. For whatever reason, it's not showing up. Maybe the person who uploaded this didn't scan it, or maybe I just like missed the scan or something. But let's see if I can find it. But yeah, at any rate, like, I understand that there isn't nearly as much information to go off of on Genjutsu as there is for I thought for sure this was a Genjutsu as well, but it's a ninjutsu. Fuck. As like a ninjutsu or taijutsu, or even taijutsu, but especially ninjutsu. Okay. Oh, it's just the Susanoo. It doesn't have it's got to be in here. How could there not be an entry on the fucking Tsukuyomi in the databook that covers the fight with Itachi? It doesn't make any sense. Art of impersonation. It was just for my own edification. I guess I'll just to not like subject you to this if I don't find it in the next couple of minutes, then I'll just like go look it up on my own. But I'm just like, it's just so bizarre to me that it wouldn't be here. But anyway, this is sort of beside the point. The point at the end of the day is just to see, like, yeah, like what kind of information can we glean from these primary sources? I can't believe that's not a Genjutsu. I thought for sure it was. I must be thinking of something else. Amagakure. 1 second. Let me rest my voice for a second anyway while I try to find this. Kujaku. Yeah, what the hell? It's just not here. I know it's in the data book somewhere. Tsukuyomi was already covered in a previous data book. Tono Sho 252. It's a good point. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. I guess I was just thinking of the Susanoo page. Thank you for reminding me of that. How about now? I appreciate it. Michael says the omnidirectional stuff makes sound feeds more complicated. There's the option of retreat as opposed to remaining in the area, but then how would they know to react in the first place? Yeah, I think the way that Kishimoto balanced that is by saying that well, both of the 2 sound-based genjutsu that come to mind are Tayuya's Chains of Fantasia and then the Gamma Rinsho, the frog song. and both of those require time to execute a series of notes. So the way that it's balanced is like visual genjutsu tend to be used directly on one person and require a direct line of like constant interaction with that person, at least based on what we've reviewed so far. Whereas sound genjutsu are more effective at blanketing a larger area, but they have the caveat of needing more time to ramp up, so to speak. Whereas the visual genjutsu, it's like once Itachi locks onto your vision, you're done if he wants you to be, right? That sort of thing. So, and then like, I don't know if there are any scent-based genjutsu that come up in the series itself, but in the Akatsuki Hiden novel, in the sequence where Hidan and Kakuzu are looking for Shangri-La, Shangri-La is obfuscated by, well, it looks like they're looking at a barrier, right? They're trying to find this village, and they're looking directly at the village, but they think they are looking at an empty valley, and this is because they are subject to a scent-based genjutsu. So someone or something, I think it's actually cast on the river, like the genjutsu caster like deployed this genjutsu on the river emanates this scent, the scent gets into the nostrils of the perceiver, and then through the olfactory nerve induces a hallucination such that if anybody looks at this part of the area, they just see more jungle. So actually really complicated to think about how that works, right? And I totally get why somebody would look at that and be like, oh, so clearly they just put up the equivalent of like a stationary holographic barrier, because that's kind of how it looks. Like, in Star Trek when Data is like fucking observing people like on a planet, but he doesn't want to be detected by them. He just like uses a holographic projector to hide from them or whatever, or like to conceal his presence. And I'm thinking of that episode when he's like up in the rock cliff face or whatever. Like, so there are ways to there are definitely like analogous things in other media, and I understand why you would come to that conclusion, but I think based on what we've seen in the series thus far, that's not how it works, right? Like, it is very explicitly using scent. Katsuki Hiden. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Hitachi and Kisame. Oh, I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't. Well, I'm not reposting this. I'm just sharing it, so I think this is okay. I should reach out to the translator and make sure. Yeah, so just so you know, like, this is a fan translation. Here is the no, I think so. This is a fan translation, but I'm not sure where I got this from, and so I don't really want to use this because I'm not sure. This please do not repost thing. Yeah, I'm not gonna use this. I'll do my own research and I'll find. I have the Akatsuki Hiden novel on my shelf, so I'll get that section translated so that we can talk about it, or reach out to the creator. I just felt weird about that. Okay, good night, gang. Yeah, good night, Shinigami. Take care. Hope that you have a good night. Let's see. Love to say a food-based taste genjutsu. Dr. Strangle says, yeah, that would be really interesting, genuinely. So I know, like, in the, I think Sage brings this up too, that in the Scarlet, no, it's not Scarlet Spring, it's the Heavenly Stardust, is it just Sasuke Hiden or Retsuden? I think it's Sasuke Retsuden, right? The fucking sequence where Sasuke has a pet dinosaur. He breaks the dinosaur Menno free of the Edo Tensei by reaching into his tongue and like reaching into his mouth, grabbing his tongue and injecting chakra into his mucous membranes, and that like helps him break through the control of Zansul. So, which is like one of the weirdest sentences I've ever said out loud. But yeah, like, so that in theory, I think it is possible to. I mean, Jiraiya does say the five senses, right? So, oh wait, on the Naruto wiki, there was something here. Where is it? In the anime, strong smells such as those from chili pepper bombs can counteract genjutsu. Okay, no, I thought I was confusing myself. I thought there was an instance of a character like eating something and then that breaking a genjutsu, but I'm getting confused with a separate thing from one of the movies. So ignore me. You can double check the JP real quick if I get an idea of where it is in the chapter. I don't think it's necessary. I'm definitely gonna need to do a part 2 of this, so I'll just make it a homework assignment for myself to go and get that translation, or I just want to be sure that I'm not like distributing somebody else's work without without their consent, essentially. Because yeah, obviously that's something that doesn't feel good. So okay. So yeah, the point of all of that fucking 2-hour tangent or whatever was just to try to establish like what can we learn about Genjutsu from the primary series itself without necessarily having to appeal to these like distant sources. We're still not done talking about the nature of Genjutsu. We're going to talk about it some more, but let's continue a little bit with the video for a second anyway.
Genjutsu that utilize illusions to alter the psyche as opposed to the physical body, dragging others into illusory worlds. Finally, in the Show No Show official mini character book, Genjutsu...
Again, like what is this? Why is it authoritative? Where's the citation? Like, why are we doing this instead of looking in the data books and in the main series?
Was described as a type of hypnotic technique used to bewilder the enemy, and a ninjutsu that intervenes in the opponent's mind, controlling their actions and 5 senses.
Wait a minute. That... What?
Mini character book, body, dragging others into illusory worlds. Finally, in the Show No Show official mini character book, Genjutsu is described as a type of hypnotic technique used to bewilder the enemy, and...
This is not... What he's reading doesn't match up here, unless he's reading a different part.
A ninjutsu that intervenes in the opponent's mind, controlling their actions and 5 senses.
Okay, well, it's not you're not reading the text correctly, but that's fine.
So, for simplicity's sake, I'll take these and
Oh, okay, hang on a second. Genjutsu is ninjutsu. Well, it's not a ninjutsu technique, so this kind of undermines the credibility of this source. Like, it's very distinctly different from a ninjutsu. I guess you could argue semantically that ninjutsu and genjutsu occupy like a sphere that excludes taijutsu, so you could potentially use the same term to refer to both of them, but I've never seen anybody in the series do that or in the data books. So no, I don't think that it's accurate to call a genjutsu a ninjutsu. I think they are two distinct separate categories of thing. Although if you want to use ninjutsu as an umbrella term to just refer to any technique that takes chakra and a release, I guess you can. It's just not something that we really have a precedent for in the series. But if you break it down, I mean, like, I guess a genjutsu is kind of, it's like you mold chakra and then you release it, so it's kind of a ninjutsu in a way. This is weird. So I wouldn't discredit this necessarily. I really would like to know where the fuck this is from, though, like an actual page number, where we can find the source, why it's authoritative or credible, and then who did the translation, because, again, like, I have no context whatsoever for whether or not this person is reliable. Maybe they're great. I don't know. Seems like they know something, but I don't know. Let's read what it says here. Here is connected to this form. In this case, the conjunctive form is a she to the verb this, showing a sequence of actions performed by the subject, genjutsu. This means genjutsu intervenes in the opponent's mind and as a result controls their actions and 5 senses. I see. So the way that this, according to the person who translated this, their interpretation is that genjutsu affects the mind and therefore affects their actions and 5 senses. Which is interesting because, in a sense, you could say that, like, if Kakashi is in the Tsukuyomi and he hears sound in the Tsukuyomi, he has the experience of sound, like Itachi's talking to him. Now Itachi, his genjutsu, the Tsukuyomi itself, doesn't operate based on sound. So what is Kakashi hearing? Why is he hearing something at all? Why does he think he's hearing Itachi talking to him? Well, it's because Itachi has used a visual connection, cast a visual genjutsu, to achieve a link with Itachi's, Kakashi's mind. And then, now that he has entered it visually, is exerting control over his sensation to induce hallucination that includes, both fucking, sound and vision. So, yes, you can actually induce multi-sensory delusions from the brain once you have or like maybe not from the brain, but like once you've inserted yourself into an opponent's mind via one of the sensory pathways, you can induce multisensory hallucinations. Yes, but I think the difficulty here, or the risk of using this translation, is that this translator says this means Genjutsu intervenes in the opponent's mind and as a result controls their actions and five senses. And what Sage is going to do is he's going to take this and use that as a precedent to argue that it basically just goes directly into the mind and then controls the sensory pathways. But what actually happens is that it goes through the sensory pathways and then to the mind, and then with that connection established, you can then affect other sensations, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like a reciprocal thing as opposed to like a direct mind hack. What if Kakashi is just high? Yeah, what if Kakashi just like hit a big insert correct name for container of mescaline right before he hit up the battle? What if the whole series was actually an infinite Tsukuyomi dream in Naruto's mind? I've actually heard that theory before, that like basically some events happened in the world, but we'll never know what those are. They led up to the infinite Tsukuyomi being cast, and then Naruto relived his entire life in a better way, with him becoming the hero. And so the entire sequence of events in the series is actually Naruto's hallucination inside his dream inside the infinite Tsukuyomi, which is kind of an interesting theory. Let's see. Yeah, freaking pheromones. Oh, you already found the thing. Damn, you are on point with that. I appreciate that. How about no? Dr. Strangle says how hard it would be to take a picture of the whole page and zoom into the part you're interested in, and then fade in the translation part. Are you asking me to do that now? To do it like an OCR translation of the whole thing? I could do that if you want. How about no said, mix the fragrance with illusionary properties into the swirling riverbed and amplifying it. The fragrance also has a relaxing effect, so it tricks people into thinking it's the refreshing, cool air of a forest, preventing them from realizing they're under an illusion. Okay, awesome. So, interesting. So is that actually a Genjutsu then? I might have been mistaken. It might not be a Genjutsu. Because if that's the case, then basically, like, it feels like it's more like, they're just, it's like a hallucinogen, right? Somebody can take a hallucinogenic mushroom or something like that and experience hallucinations without it being a magical technique. So maybe somebody in Shangri-La figured out that these plants or something had could induce hallucinations via scent, and then so the Genjutsu was actually the technique that was being used actually just like amplified the natural hallucinatory properties of this thing, this powder, this fragrance or whatever. Yeah, interesting. So it wasn't like created just from the ground up by somebody casting a totally bespoke Genjutsu. They're amplifying the pre-existing effects of something natural in the area almost. That would be really cool if that's the case. I'm going to have to go back and read that. Either way, thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate it. Oh, you're talking about Sage's editing. Yeah, well, I do think that the editing is a deliberate choice. Let's just leave it at that for now.
Synthesize them into one unified definition, with all of the information provided, no more, no less.
Okay, so, and this is what I'm talking about, right? So, as of a few seconds into the video, like basically a minute, less than a minute of talking about Genjutsu, here's what Sage has done. He has presented us with two people. Hang on a second. Let's just be fair.
We actually don't get a direct definition for Genjutsu in manga, but we do in different guides. In the 720 Naruto quiz book, we're told Genjutsu is a
so we have the quiz book.
Physical damage, but mental damage. It is often used for the purpose of causing confusion. In One Decade 100 Ninja Guide, Genjutsu is defined as
100 Ninja Guide
to alter the psyche as opposed to the physical body, dragging others into illusory worlds. Finally, in the Show No Show official mini character book, Genjutsu is described as a type of hypnotic technique used.
So 100 ninja, 100 years, 100 like 9 doors, 9 fucking souls, whatever the fuck that is, a quiz book, and then Show something no show.
Show No Show official mini.
The official mini character book. Okay, so we have 3 disparate pieces of information, and what he's done is he has picked 3 of these pieces of information and said, okay, we can figure out what Genjutsu is by coming up with a definition that synthesizes the information in these particular things. No more, no less, right? Yeah, the you're missing something very crucial about the no less thing, is that you didn't include anything from any of the data books or any explanations of any of the what the characters say about Genjutsu from the series themselves. If you think that providing 3 out of context snippets from random fucking distant obscure sources is enough to actually get you to a complete understanding of what Genjutsu is, or to be able to explain its pathways, its mechanics, its functionality, you have lost the fucking plot, my friend. First of all, you should be starting from the series itself. You should be including the thing that's literally 2 pages away, or 3 pages away, I'm sorry, from the scan that you used, that I know you know is there. You should be including this. You should be including the fucking confrontation between Zabuza and Kakashi that happens right after there. The hallway illusion. You should be including the fucking illusion with the characters from the Mist or from the Sound Village who wind up trapping Naruto and Kabuto and all that in the forest, and with those constantly quote unquote endlessly multiplying illusions. Etc., etc., right? There's a whole bunch of shit in part 1 alone that provides us with direct, diegetic, clear explanations of what Genjutsu are and how they function. Temple of Nirvana is another one. Chains of Fantasia is another one. The Senringan, the Seinmingan technique that Jiraiya uses. Tsukuyomi is another great example, right? There's a whole bunch of Bringer of Darkness. There's a whole bunch of Genjutsu that get used in the first part of the series that come with explanations from characters that are just being omitted here. So this whole no more, no less thing, yeah, the no less thing is ridiculous. There is a lot of less going on here. But this is a deliberate choice. I'm asserting that this is a deliberate choice because what Sage has done is he's curated his data set and he's identified specifically the pieces of information that directly support his position and just excluded anything that doesn't. And not only that, he can now create a custom definition by further filtering and curating and cherry picking from the pieces of information that he has already curated to make a custom hybrid definition that fits his perspective. This is not how you do research. This is not how you get to a correct understanding of things. This is essentially gerrymandering data to try to redistrict the information so that it benefits you. It's not okay. This is not acceptable behavior.
Character book, Genjutsu is described as a type of hypnotic technique used to bewilder the enemy, and a ninjutsu that intervenes in the opponent's mind, controlling their actions and 5 senses. So for simplicity's sake, I'll take these and synthesize them into one unified definition, with all of the information provided, no more, no less.
Yeah, I mean, the specific phrase that he uses is all of the information provided, no more, no less, which is a fucking lie, and you know it, Sage. There is so much information about Genjutsu that you are just not including. I'm sorry, I don't like to accuse people of lying, of being dishonest, because I think it's rude and it's presumptuous to say, oh, I know what you're thinking, I know what your motivations are. But, come the fuck on. You can't honestly say that this is all of the information that we have on Genjutsu, no less. Get the fuck out of here. That is so ridiculous.
Here's what I came up with. Genjutsu is a type of ninjutsu that employs illusions to alter the target's perception. It inflicts mental rather than physical damage by manipulating the opponent's mind, dragging them into illusory worlds that cause confusion and bewilderment. By intervening in the opponent's psyche, Genjutsu controls their actions and distorts their 5 senses.
Honestly, though, that's not a terrible definition. I don't like the way that we got here, but that's not a terrible definition. I would like to know what the fuck this is from. He's formatted this like a dictionary definition, which is cute, but what is this? Is this like a ChatGPT thing or something, or just like a formatting thing? I'd like to know where this is coming from, how this is formatted, but whatever. A type of ninjutsu that employs illusions. Well, the type of ninjutsu is sketchy, but okay, let's just allow it for now. That employs illusions to alter the target's perception. That's sort of right. It inflicts mental rather than physical damage. That's not entirely correct because it doesn't necessarily inflict mental damage. It depends. And also, technically speaking, it's that's not even necessarily the case because okay, this is a semantic thing, but just to be fair, in the novel where Itachi uses his Tsukuyomi to kill his girlfriend, whose name I always forget. Basically, he gives her the illusion of living out a full life within the dreamscape, and then when the illusion breaks, she's described as having like the voice of an old woman and sounding frail, and then she expires. So clearly, he did something to her that caused enough damage that she was enfeebled and died, which means that, like, I don't know, we start to get into like some weird like neuroscience and philosophy territory of like, where are the barriers between the mind and the brain, and how do we differentiate between each of those things? And I guess I don't really want to get into that, but the idea that it's not causing any physical damage is kind of weird, and I think is open for discussion. Let's just say that. Dragging them into illusory worlds that cause confusion and bewilderment. That can be the case, but like the Simon gun doesn't drag anybody into an illusory world. The Temple of Nirvana also doesn't drag anybody into an illusory world. So like they sometimes can by intervening in the opponent's psyche. I don't know if that's an accurate description either, because it's more like you're intervening in the neurobiology, in the that's what I'm looking for, in the nervous system of the opponent, and that, yeah, so that's not correct. So what you do when you use a genjutsu on somebody else is you intervene in their sensory pathways, which causes an effect on their psyche, and then from there you can also then subsequently do things that can control their actions and distort their five senses. But you have to go through the sensory pathways first. You can't go just directly to the psyche. So this definition is bogus. This is a very explicitly fan-crafted custom definition that picks and chooses from a very limited, very filtered set of information, and ultimately gets like a lot wrong. Nobody should be using this to should be appealing to this as an actual definition of what genjutsu is. If you want to know what genjutsu is, look in the first data book. Let's point to it again. Right, here you go. It's right here. And Sage knows that this exists. We have a very specific explanation. Just use this. Don't like come up with this own like headcanon bullshit. I mean, like, headcanon is probably too aggressive, right? It's like, it's based on something. It's not like purely invented, but it's so, like, the tactics, the technique here is to say, hey, just trust me, guys. Just trust me. There's no information that you could possibly find about this in the series itself. You need to go to these external sources. Good luck finding those. I have them, but good luck finding them on your own. I'm under no obligation to tell you where I got these from or to credit anybody who uploaded the scans or anything like that. So good luck tracking that shit down. And here's my definition. The series doesn't have a definition, but here you go, use mine. And it just so happens that it conveniently supports my position. Like, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, it's so transparent. It's such a waste of everybody's goddamn time. Anyway, I'm gonna catch up on chat. Are we talking about Sage's editing? Yeah, it is kind of obnoxious. Dream theories are so whack because quite literally anything can have a dream theory applied to it. It's like the bottom of the barrel theory, crafting why it's everyone's side-eyed Mide Pat with FNAF. I think Matt Pat, like, isn't kind of like the shit that he does, it's just kind of like fun theory crafting. Like, he did something on Dark Souls, and like, I got like 2 minutes into it, and I was like, oh yeah, he kind of knows some Dark Souls things. And then 2 more minutes, and I was like, oh yeah, this doesn't make any sense at all. But that's okay. Like, it was just, he's just having fun, being like, based on what I know, what do I think is possible? And it's like an interesting source for discussion. I mean, like, maybe you can say this is a cop-out, but he does end every video by saying, that's just a theory, right? So, like, I think he's not trying to monopolize information or to, like, basically say, I own this. I am the one with the keys to the, whatever, the keys to the vault, and I have the whatever. I'm blanking on my words right now, but you know what I mean, right? Like, I never got the impression from him that he was hoarding information or claiming to rule the roost. It's more just like, this is a cool, fun interpretation. And so, yeah. But I get, like, the it was all a dream thing can be pretty frustrating too. How about No says, to clarify, it has casters. Near the entrance were several men who appeared to be villagers. Oh, shit. Okay, forming some kind of hand seal. They were probably casting an illusion on the water from the river. Okay, that adds a lot of context. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to go back and reread that, but yeah, thank you for sharing that. I really appreciate it. Promotional material. Yeah, like, and you can potentially use it. I think you should use anything if you can, but like, reach far and wide, cast a wide net, but be careful about the quality of the information that you get in that wide cast. Sometimes you might pull up like a weird squishy cucumber. True story. Less familiar with Sage's content, but having a hard time determining who's less reliable, securing between him and Keys. I think they're about equal, honestly. I think that because they've used some of the same exact arguments and they use some of the same overall techniques. I mean, like, a lot of the critiques that I have of Keys' video on Universal Naruto or whatever, like when he talks about light speed stuff, Sage winds up saying the same kind of stuff and using the data books in the same sort of way. I think that Sage is, to try to be positive for a second, don't worry, it won't take long. Sage is better at communicating things in a polished way that seems more reasonable and is like, he identifies very specific things and he has better focus than Key does, right? Like, he's like, okay, this is the topic, we're going to identify a few points, we're really going to explore these points specifically and defend them, and then we're going to explore counters to them, and it's all going to be in a relatively short, like, digestible, not too dense but still thorough presentation, right? So Sage has really refined his editing style and his approach to, like, he has a rhythm, he has a pace, and he has like a method of delivery that is, I guess, precise, and he can communicate to people in a way that that leverages that, and like people, it makes it sort of easy for people to understand what he's saying. His approach, I think, is more like data dump, and that's not meant to be derogatory per se. He's just like, look at all these research that I've done. I went everywhere, I scoured everything, and here it is, and I'm just gonna like lay it out, boom, 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 boom. Like, some of his videos, he like speeds them up, right? He speeds up the pace of his own voice. Like in the video, he speeds up his own audio to try and put as much information as possible into a limited amount of time. So I think that in a way, Key is probably more thorough and more wide-ranging in his research than Sage is, but he doesn't do as good a job packaging it up and making it presentable to people. He kind of is just like, okay, I'm going to just put the information here, and it's kind of up to other people to go through it and figure it out. Whereas Sage is like, here, I've curated it and manicured it and like trimmed it and presented it in a nice little package with some cool sound effects and visuals, and I think that's like more his strength is in the presentation, if that makes sense. Saria says, that's not how you do research. Now you probably better understand that voice note rant I made about Zelda 2 state. Yes, I think we are kindred spirits in this regard. The Genjutsu definition scan feels like hella AI. This thing, I've seen this somewhere else before too. I don't know what this is. It seems really familiar, but yeah.
Now, what I think is pretty clear is that Genjutsu,
cool,
at least generally, is a technique that directly attacks the mind.
No, absolutely fucking not. It's very explicitly, clearly not the case. It doesn't directly affect the mind. It goes into the mind through the sensory pathways. And this is why this is why you don't just go to a few scattered pieces of peripheral material that you got from God knows where. You have to actually read the series, and you have to read what the characters say in the series. So this is false.
Intervening on the mental plane. So we can establish from this that one qualification for Genjutsu working cross-verse is that the target must have a mind of some kind.
Sure. Yeah. Yes. Sure. Actually, I do like this. The Naruto wiki, as I don't know why I was so like prejudiced against this. The Naruto wiki tends to have really good information, good sources, good formatting, and stuff like that. And notice how there's like a reference list at the bottom of each page that says references, and then it has the page numbers and the chapter numbers. And notice how it's all like formatted in one place that doesn't like make it so that the whole thing is like 10 minutes longer and is like super tedious and like, it's just there, and it's really easy. But yeah, have a good night. Have a good night, Michael. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you have a great rest of your evening. See, it's not hard to just list the sources, and other people do it consistently, and there's really no excuse not to do it. But anyway, I digress. So, fucking, where is Mecha Naruto? There's something I noticed today. Yeah, so there's like a Mecha Naruto character, right? And he's a robot, I think. And in the anime, the Genjutsu works on him too, because it has an internal system of some kind. So there are other things that might contradict this, right? Where is it about the bugs? There was something here. Fuck, I'm like probably looking right at it. Oh yeah, in the anime Kikaichu, these are the bugs I think that the Aburame clan uses. Are impervious to Genjutsu because their brain structures aren't sophisticated enough, allowing members of the Aburame clan a method to identify and counter Genjutsu. This is contradicted in the novels in which Itachi Uchiha was able to affect the Kochu with the Tsukuyomi. Yeah, so, like, this is kind of interesting, right? I'm not going to take a hard stance on this, but you could argue that Sage's perspective is supported by the fact that the little bugs that the Aburame clan uses are impervious to Genjutsu because their brains aren't sophisticated enough. So they lack a mind. They lack these sufficient cognitive, mental abilities to process the incoming stimuli, so they can't be affected by it. But then there's other bugs in the fucking novel that are affected by a stronger Genjutsu, so, you know, maybe there's a little bit of ambiguity there. But if we were actually, like, looking at all the information, you know, go to this is just a general suggestion to Sage to anybody else. Just go to the wiki. Like, the wiki's super helpful, it's super useful. It's a bunch of useful information here. Like, and it's freely available, and it's like the sources are here if you want to like look more into it. I don't know. I saw somebody ask about Mecha Naruto. I honestly don't know anything about this character. I know he's in the Storm Revolution games. I know that fucking Kishimoto designed this character. And that's pretty much it. It's designed based on the Ghetto Mazo. Okay. Appearance. Yeah, I guess it's like analogous to the Asura path, sort of. It's a fucking Carmo. I was not ready for that tonight. Holy shit. Yeah, okay, he's a plane as well. All right. You know what? It's fine. Naruto fights him in a QB cloak mode. Okay, I don't want to dive too deep into this, but that was really fucking funny. Turn myself into a car, Kakashi Sensei. All right. Pro tip: add anti before fandom in the URL to drastically improve the quality of the wiki. Is this gonna like take me to some weird like NSFW thing? Naruto to anti-fandom? Oh, what the fuck? Nice. Yeah, holy shit. Thanks, dude. I appreciate that. I don't have any of those fucking obnoxious ads everywhere. This is so much better. Is this like a mirror that just, of the fandom.com site that just has a, like strips the ads out or something? That's brilliant. I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that. Okay, back to the video.
Duh. Now, what I mean by mind is generally what's going to be meant by mind in fiction and in our general conversations.
Okay. Mind, spirit, soul, heart, ethos, seishin, yep. Okay. So, what's interesting to me is that, like, spirit is one of the definitions that's provided. Sage is just like, I'm going to pick the first one, and I'm going to assume that this is the one that we're using because I'm going to assume that it's used most commonly because I'm using it. I mean, like, obviously that's a bit of a straw man, but, like, at the same time, where is the data that actually supports that this is the primary use? Because it's number one on, I guess, Jisho? Would it have been too hard to also include the source of where this is from? Like, what is this? Is this authoritative? Is this, like, why? Just put the fucking... Anyway, also, it's just kind of funny to me that, like, spirit over here, spirit, the English word spirit has many differing meanings. And so, like, one of the definitions here has many different meanings. So, well, yeah, let's just pick the one that benefits us the most here.
It's the
without
ethereal
elaboration.
thing that allows for us to think consciously, even observing our own thoughts.
And again, like, that's making certain assumptions about theory of mind and about cognition. The ethereal thing. I reject the idea that the mind is, actually, let me be careful. I don't know if it's actually appropriate to describe the mind as ethereal, because I don't think that we've actually figured out what the mind is yet. Human cognition and self-awareness is an area that, at least the last time I looked into neuroscience, last time I was studying psychology, is definitely something that we have not figured out. It is an ongoing, extremely complex topic with broad-ranging philosophical implications, and I don't think we have worked out what the mind actually is. Right now, the mind is essentially a hypothesis and a shorthand. In other words, our brain functions in very complex ways, and somehow this appears to give rise to an experience of cognition and self-perception, and we refer to this by the term mind because we need something to refer to it as. And then also, that term mind has a lot of cultural and historical and even religious and philosophical implications that sometimes get mixed up in that. So I don't necessarily disagree with his perspective categorically, but just understand that, like, we are wading into some very murky waters, so to speak. Massive yada yada. Are you saying that I'm using the yada yada mirror to reflect the arguments? I mean, I know there's at least a few examples of them using tamashi, soul, instead, but it's mostly either seishin or kokoro, heart, in my experience. Yeah, that makes sense. I definitely have come across tamashi in some recent discussions, so that makes sense. And then kokoro, yeah.
It's generally established that humans have this thing, but it's also worth noting that in Naruto, even things like Edo Tensei dinosaurs are able to be caught in this, meaning that they do have some sort of conscious mind as well.
Well, I think we can come to the conclusion that Meno has a mind and a consciousness specifically because he can understand Sasuke. Like, they essentially, he gives him commands verbally and he understands them and fucking executes on that, right? So, like, it's not just that the Genjutsu works on him. There's more information that we could look at there. But yeah, like, I agree. Obviously, Meno is capable of some sort of perception and responsiveness. But then there's an interesting thing, right? So, like, my dog can recognize me and apparently experience happiness when I come home from, being out for a while, and can recognize my commands and stuff like that. Does that mean she has a mind? I would like to think so, but I don't know if there's a scientific consensus that says that that's the case, right? It's kind of a complex thing, and if so, like, how cognitively complex does an organism have to be for them to go from, like, not having a mind to having a mind? It's an interesting topic.
When I say that something has to
yada yada, the meaning of mind. Can you clarify what you mean by yada yada? Because what I thought yada yada means is just kind of like blah blah blah, right? If somebody is talking on, you interrupt them and say yada yada yada, like you're talking too much. Is that not correct?
To have a mind, it just means that it has to be conscious in some sense.
Well, again, like, I think some would say that consciousness and having a mind are synonymous. Like, you can't have a mind without being conscious, or vice versa. So again, like, for the purposes of talking about a fucking manga, this is fine. We just understand that, like, we could go way deeper on this, and it's a really interesting topic that, I feel like we're maybe skimming the surface for the purposes of getting the video done, which is fine, but there's more opportunity here for more learning.
Of being able to recognize things.
If Genjutsu just works, why did Sasuke have to switch to grabbing the dino's membrane? I think I have to go back and read this, but, like, it says that he is so it's not literally the Edo, or it's not literally or not just the Edo Tensei that's controlling Meno. I think he was resurrected with the Edo Tensei, but then rather than putting a tag in him like Orochimaru does, he was put under Genjutsu to be given his orders and stuff like that. So he's under Genjutsu, but Sasuke can't override it by trying to use his own visual Genjutsu. I forget why. But you see, like, he tries to use visual genjutsu to override it, and he manages to stall him for a second, but he doesn't break the genjutsu that he's currently under just with his visual genjutsu alone. So he has to, like, pump the chakra directly into his mucous membranes. And I actually think maybe what he's doing here, he's not putting Minnow under another genjutsu. What he's doing here is he's just, like, inserting chakra into his, like, via the mucous membranes directly into his body, and doing so kind of has the same effect of when Shikamaru breaks his finger, or when somebody comes up from behind Naruto to break him out of Itachi's genjutsu, that it just, like, fucks with his chakra circulation or whatever, and then breaks the control. That's what I think is happening here. But we could go and, like, reread these chapters to learn more if you want. Let me know if you'd rather do that or continue with the video. I'll continue with the video for now, but if you want to break off, and we can, like, go look at this some more. Yeah, Zansul had glass eyes, or a glass eye. You're right. I think Dr. Strangle, didn't you bring that up was it in DMs, or was it in the Discord general server that Dr. Strangle, like, pointed that out, like Zansuru or Zansul, like, why am I blanking? This dude, Jeff, tries to use shutting on genjutsu on Zansul, and it just doesn't work, and he's like, what the fuck? And it turns out it's because he has a glass eye. So, like, he cannot send chakra in through the glass eye. He also can't get directly into Zansul's mind directly. He has to still go through the sensory pathways, but because that glass eye just doesn't, like, work like a normal eye, it doesn't go anywhere. Like, the light or whatever that Sasuke is manipulating to connect with the vision of his opponent is not, it's a non-starter, because the eye is not organic. It's not actually connected to the optical nerve, as far as I can tell, or if it is, it's connected in a way that's not synonymous enough with a regular eye to be usable by Sasuke in this context. That's his name. He just blah 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 its application. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Yeah, thank you for clarifying. Specifically, it's tech that allows the transfer of eye from one subject to another. Orochimaru copies it to make the Byakugan goggles. That's right. That shit was so funny. Like, in Naruto Retsuden, he basically becomes a lab assistant, and he puts on those Byakugan goggles, and he's, like, going through the lab and, like, checking all of these, like, petri dishes, right? Like, samples that the scientist lady is trying to cultivate, like, a renewable source of chakra energy or whatever. I actually really enjoyed that novel. Dr. Strangle says, continue the vid. The point is that their methods, genjutsu and counters to genjutsu, work through. Yeah, for sure.
Happening, react to them, communicate, etc. Now, that being said, that applies to being able to recognize things happening, react to them, communicate, etc.
Oh. Let's just... whatever, it's just a visual effect, that's fine.
Etc. Now, that being said, that applies to genjutsu that attack the mind directly, as opposed to creating...
There are no genjutsu that attack the mind directly.
...just regular illusions. And we do know that there are genjutsu which don't directly attack the mind, such as the genjutsu that Kashin Koji creates to camouflage the entrance to his hideout in Boruto.
Okay, so this is the thing. Kashin Koji doesn't, at least based on this, and again, like, I should probably go read the whole chapter because I'm sure something got left out, but, like, what Kashin Koji is doing here is he's camouflaged the already inconspicuous entry with genjutsu. He doesn't explain how he does that, right? We're not looking at this. For some reason in my head I had this idea that he had, like, a coating or covering, almost like a cloak that was placed over it. I don't know. I'm not looking at it right now. I can go look it up later. But it never says that he is, like, projecting this onto the environment via some sort of, like, I don't know, an in-world actual illusion, as opposed to using the sensory pathways or whatever. As I mentioned before, like, we talked about this before, so I'll keep it brief. Kashin Koji is using a genjutsu, and genjutsu functionally, like, have been established, and this has been repeated over and over again through the main series, to function on the sensory pathways. So we're not told how Kashin Koji is pulling this off or given much context, but we can reasonably conclude that however the fuck he's doing it, it's still working on the sensory pathways, because that's how fucking genjutsu works. He is using a technique, the definition of that technique from the series itself, not from like some custom fan created definition that was like picked and chosen, like cherry picked, right? The actual definition that we get from the series is that it affects, like, it goes through the five senses in order to get into your mind. So whatever he did, however he pulled it off, he put something outside of the entrance, which means that when people look at it, something happens to their senses, and that causes them to not see to their vision, probably, right? And that causes them not to be able to see the thing that is there. It's camouflaged. It is made more difficult to see. So this is not like a weird extra category of genjutsu. It's the same shit. How about No says, the mental genjutsu traps do, since it's the mental energy projection getting affected directly. Well, probably. Can you give me an example of that, please? Do you mean like the puppet, the thing that Owl gets trapped in or whatever? One of Danzo's assistants traps him in that shit, if I'm remembering correctly. Because I mean, like, what it seems to be the case is that, like, you can load up like a payload of genjutsu, or of like chakra with a yang or yin release or whatever. Let me actually get this right. Yin release. Okay, so what you can do is you can load up something with a payload of chakra and then apply yin release to it, and then whenever it gets activated, it like basically does the same thing to the target as if you were there or something like that. So it's almost like, yeah, like a hallucination flashbang or whatever. So maybe you can like apply these traps that kind of go off and have a fixed duration. I mean, when you think about the fact that Itachi can implant the Amaterasu to just like go off automatically, despite the fact that he's not there actively casting it anymore, I guess it probably doesn't break the rules or anything for there to be, you know, techniques that genjutsu techniques that do the same thing, right? So maybe, Inochi uses mind transfer, then gets got by the genjutsu trap inside like a Kashi cosplayer's mind. I don't recall that. Can you maybe send me that in Discord, and then I can take a look at it before next stream. We can go over that for sure. Sorry, I just don't know what you're referring to. But let's see. I wanted to see if we do actually have an entry for that. I can't remember if that puppet jutsu trap thing is a ninjutsu or not. No, there's like no fucking genjutsu in the series. Psycho mind transmission. That's not. This isn't even like, okay. So in the second half of the fourth data book, there's only 3 mentions of genjutsu, and one of them is just a mention of genjutsu that's not even a genjutsu, and the other one is like they're both in the Sharingan category, although not as much as Tsukuyomi. This is an illusion technique that makes the best use of Sharingan's eye of hypnosis mobility, and an instant the target is shown a terrible illusion, completely taking away their own body control. Okay, yes, it doesn't really give us a lot. So I understand why say just like the series doesn't really tell us much, but like it tells us enough.
This is simply just putting up an illusion in the real world. So, more broadly, Genjutsu is just the ability to cast illusions, whether they be in the real world environment or via conducting an assault on a target's mind directly. Now,
you can't create an illusion, as far as I understand it, is something that is perceived. It's like this, the sort of the semantics of like, if a tree falls down in the forest, does it, and nobody's around to hear it, does it make a sound? And the answer is yes, and the answer is like yes and no. It depends on how you define sound, right? Like, if you're talking about the mechanical vibrations in the air that transmit something that could be picked up and understood to be a sound, the waves are obviously getting propagated, right? Because it's just interacting physically with the environment that it's in. But if you define sound as the subjective experience of a brain transcoding and making available to the mind, if you want to use that term, the information that comes through a sensation of an external environment, right? In other words, if your definition of sound is perceiving and experiencing an external stimulus through your nervous system and brain, then no, when a tree falls down in the forest, it doesn't make a sound. It makes a pressure wave that, if somebody listens to it, quote unquote, becomes sound. So what was the point that he's making here? Oh yeah, so like an illusion is let's just look up the literal definition of it. A false perception, belief, or impression that contradicts reality, right? Let's take a look at Merriam-Webster. A misleading image presented to the vision as an optical illusion, specifically something that deceives or misleads intellectually, an illusory effect created by a sleight of hand performer or magician, perception of something objectively existing in such a way as to cause misrepresentation of its actual nature. Okay, so intellectually being deceived or misled, we can go through here, right? And we can look at other definitions, but a through line that I am seeing here is that it is about fooling a perceiver, right? If you ever looked at a road in the distance when it's a really hot day, it will look as though the road is quote unquote wet or shimmering, right? That is an illusion. It's an optical illusion that is experienced by the perceiver of the thing. The road itself doesn't actually look like that. The road itself, if you get up close to it, it doesn't look like that at all. And there's nothing that the road is doing to make itself trick other people. It's a combination of the fact that, like, okay, I need to stop being distracted. 1 second. But what is happening is that because of the circumstances and the perspective of the person perceiving the thing, their perception is distorted, and so they are seeing an optical illusion, right? So Kashin Koji did something to set up some sort of a visual illusion, and then that it's like, semantically speaking, it's only really illusion if it's being perceived by someone else. So yeah, it is dependent on there being a mind to perceive it in the first place, which means that it's not that it doesn't directly affect the mind. It means that it's like lurking there in wait so that it can then be perceived by someone, and whoever perceives it gets the wrong impression. Mirai also projects an illusion onto the screen in the novels. Yeah, feel free to send that along. Any contradictions, any additional pieces of data you want me to review, please send that in the Discord. I will include that in next week's video. So please, like, big asterisk for any of this stuff. More than happy to entertain counter arguments and stuff. Okay, let me catch up with Saria because I see a lot coming in here. Really random tangent, but I never liked the "that's just a theory" thing. I was fine with it as a kid, but as I got older, it bothered me because of the saying, laws tell, theories explain. Theories aren't just random guesses. They're explanations for armed phenomena in physical space. A good example would be gravity. Literally, everybody says that gravity exists, and because it's alongside an indisputable factor, it's categorized as a rule. However, the rule is simply the recognition of the idea that gravity exists, and the theory of gravity is the explanation of why and how gravity exists, and it's supported by many millions of studies by people trying to assess it, all of whom have so far failed. Basically, to call someone a theory in the first place, you need thousands of tests and pieces of evidence. If these things aren't there or conflict with the original idea, then that idea wouldn't get past the testing stage, and so they would remain as unarmed theories until some new evidence further arms them or sheds light on possible justice. Now, the second reason why the statement is completely false is due to the nature of how physical space works. Nothing is ever as simple as it seems, and the idea of facts is very subjective. This is not to say that theories and scientific discoveries do not hold their own weight, but to say that due to our impossibility of observing almost everything when it comes to various detections, nothing but a completely unauthorized fact can be seen. The whole idea of complete certainty is often discouraged in the scientific field, yes, 100%, because it stops progress and is unambitious under most circumstances. Very important. Basically, scientific space is not about proving things, but also about disproving things. Yeah, and like, how many... first of all, very eloquently said, very well said, everything up to this point. Totally agree. It's also fucking infuriating, and also, like, a huge self-report when people in, like, fucking debates on, on evolution, you know, like creationists or whatever, trying to deny evolution, they'll be like, well, it's just a theory, the theory of evolution, not understanding, right, that there are different definitions of that term. Theory means something very specific in science, and it doesn't mean the same thing when used colloquially. So when Pat says, like, that's just a theory, I think he's using it, like, obviously he has put together some pieces of evidence in support of a hypothesis, but I think he's using it in, like, I have a theory that if I put peanut butter and jelly between two Pop-Tarts of 2 different flavors, I will have created the perfect sandwich. It's like, that's a hypothesis. You're saying theory, you mean hypothesis. You're really cool and we should hang out and we should make bullshit sandwiches together because that sounds fucking awesome. Also, we are now entering the usage of the term in the colloquial sense, and we are now no longer doing science. When we start to make bullshit sandwiches out of random shit, then we will be doing experiments, and we can call that science. But right now, we're not using the right terminology, just so that we're all on the same page. Let's see, what did Saria say? Ambitious and uncertain. Basically, scientific space is not about proving things. Yeah, for sure. Most of all, it's our knowledge of these concepts that still works in this theory. Everything that one uses comes from the knowledge and theories of how things work. Wi-Fi, food, vegetables, medicine, electric motors, cars, bars. In our culture, almost everything is based on the theories we've built so far, for sure. And as you can clearly see, these theories are still holding up. If these theories were wrong, the whole idea of civilization would have collapsed centuries ago. So the way theory is used when it comes to analyzing fiction, because we can't exactly test things, we can just analyze from the outside in, I just feel it's very IDK. I think it waters down how theories actually function. Yeah, that's totally fair. But this is probably just because, ironically, partially thanks to Matt Pat, much love to him, I grew up to go into the scientific field for my studies, so now I'm like, I don't think you should say it's just a theory. Yeah, for sure. And like, look, I almost feel like, this is maybe not the best analogy, but it's the only thing I can think of right now, is that, you know how people will say, we've talked about this before, right? Like, oh my god, that movie was so scary last night, I literally peed my pants, right? Like, people now use the term literally so often that I think in some dictionaries they've started including figuratively as a definition for literally. Yeah. Yes, exactly. There are 2 main meanings. The primary meaning is exactly, and then the second is the intensifier, right? It's become, let's check Merriam-Webster again. It's, yeah, the first definition is like literally, and the second one is the opposite of that. It's just used for emphasis, and it could actually mean something that is literally not the case. So, I mean, like, maybe we need like another word for that, but language is such an intense and weird and constantly rapidly evolving and permutating and like ambiguous thing. It's like it's got a almost like a life force of its own that can't be controlled. It's I am always like there's always like a bittersweet experience that I have when a new like slang term or popular term comes up. Like everybody's saying like let him cook, or like, oh, this thing is cooked or is cooking. It feels like that started the past couple of years ago. It feels like people have stopped saying fire, like this thing is fire, right? Feels like people have stopped saying on God and for real, like fam and stuff like that. Like certain terms came up and then everybody was using them, and then they just started to dwindle and like change, and there's this constant like rotating roster of terms that are constantly like shifting and changing, and it's really cool, but it's also like kind of sad because every time a new one comes up, like it like has a short shelf life, I guess. I don't know if that made any sense. That, how about, no, you actually, yeah, we don't really, it wouldn't be quite as catchy and roll off the tongue quite as smoothly, pause, I guess, if you said it that way. Maybe we would appreciate it more, but like game theory or electronic video play device hypothesis, like I think game theory rolls off the tongue more quickly. But yeah, I totally get where you're coming from. Sorry, it's totally legitimate. The other half of my brain works under the premise of scientific theory and fictional theories have to be applied differently because the methods are not one-to-one, because again, you can't test your theory in fiction. You can't ask Mario to run to a flag on his own while you time it with your stopwatch. He's limited by the current game you're playing. That's a good point. You could make an argument that it would be in character for him to be moving at a representative speed, I guess, but yeah, definitely could push back against that. It's mechanics and how fast they allow him to move. This was a long tangent, but yeah, no, it's a very good tangent, and it's very relevant, and it's something that I think is worth taking a moment to appreciate, for sure. I thank you for sharing.
In the real-world environment, or via conducting an assault on a target's mind directly. Now, obviously, just creating an illusion in the real world isn't something...
I like Avatar.
that's limited by cross-verse mechanics. We see this type of thing in many different verses, such as Marvel's Loki creating false holographic projections of himself, or JJ
Yeah, and that's not what is happening in Naruto. It's a completely different thing.
K's Hanami doing something similar with flowers. Even in
Okay, I don't know about the Hanami thing, but yeah.
early Naruto, standard clones are directly called illusions because they're immaterial, unlike shadow clones. So that being said, this does prove Genjutsu works cross-verse.
Okay, hang on a second. So, clone jutsu. Let's go to the first data book. Okay. Haze clone technique is a ninjutsu. At first glance, it seems like a regular clone technique, but Haze clone uses a cunning trap. Okay. Where else? Maybe I just search for shadow clone specifically. Shadow clone technique is a ninjutsu. So, you know how the shadow clone technique is a fucking... Hang on a second. Wait, no. I think I'm making a mistake here. Called the clone jutsu. Allows the user to create clones. Yeah, no. I'm wrong. I'm looking at shadow clone. I need to look at clones specifically. Okay. Go. If I look for clone technique. Okay. I want to see if we can find the actual clone technique entry in and of itself. Multiple shadow clone, shuriken shadow clone. Shadow clone technique. Oh, I guess it doesn't have its own specific entry. Oh, hang on a second. Oh, no, it does. Okay, it's a ninjutsu. Okay. Well, let's read what this says. Clone technique, Bunshin no Jutsu, Ninjutsu E-rank supplementary, creating one's own after image and confusing the enemy. A ninjutsu that creates an after image of one's own body without any substance. Since the clone itself doesn't have the ability to attack and thus can only be used to confuse the enemy, it is mainly used in combination with other ninjutsu. It's a basic technique, but depending on one's ingenuity, it can be used effectively. As Ino said, the clone technique is a ninjutsu that every ninja can use. Shinobi, an elementary technique, even used as the academy graduation exam. This technique used in the graduation exam is one of the ninjutsu Naruto is poor at. Because of it, he has failed the exam 3 times. Okay, so ironically, Sage is right that characters can create quote-unquote holographic projections, sort of, in that that's essentially what this is, in that, like, he creates an after image of his own body. I guess he's creating, like, a wispy glob of chakra that on the outside looks like him, but it's not a genjutsu, so it's not functioning by affecting the opponent's psyche. This is actually like a temporary projection almost. It's not being projected, but it's the same kind of thing. It's like he's made a hologram. It can't do anything. It just like stands there or whatever, or can't fight, right? So yeah, it's a static projection. It's a static hologram-esque type thing. But this is a ninjutsu. So what did Sage say? He says this jutsu called the clone jutsu, unlike the shadow clone jutsu, mere illusions. Yeah, they are illusions, but they're not illusions in the same sense as a genjutsu is. So it seems to me like he picked this particular quote rather than using the one from the data book, you know, the source that people actually know about, because the language, the wording here is more aligned with the point that he was trying to make and fits his custom definition better, which is just dishonest and manipulative. It's just shady. There's no reason to do this, right? The first thing over here, the way that this actually physically works is that it is not a fucking illusion, not literally in the same way that a genjutsu is. It's an after image, and it is a ninjutsu. So if you want to argue that there are things that characters can do that project images into the world, sure, they can, like these ninjutsu over here. But once we're talking about something that is causing a hallucination in somebody, a hypnosis-based technique or something like that, at that point, it's a genjutsu. Does that make sense? Keep going.
At least in some sense. However, that's not really the type of genjutsu that we have in mind when this conversation
Because it's not a genjutsu at all.
pops up, is it? We're talking more about things like the Tsukiyomi, where the target
Imagine saying Tsukiyomi in 2016, bro.
is forced to see illusions within their mind, or Kodo. Talking more about things like the Tsukiyomi, where the
Tsukiyomi, oh my fucking god. This shit is gonna haunt me till my dying fucking day. Somebody is gonna come along and vandalize my fucking tombstone by writing Tsukiyomi. I'm never gonna get free of this. I'm never gonna escape. It's going to follow me for my entire fucking online Naruto career. Somebody is gonna keep saying Tsukiyomi on the internet until people forget what Naruto is. Let's do this one last time. Okay. Tsukuyomi. Based on Tsukuyomi no Mikoto. Pardon my shitty pronunciation. But I'm still doing a better job than Sage's. Tsukuyomi is a Shinto deity. Tsukuyomi. Not to be confused with Tsuki no Me, which is the Eye of the Moon plan. Tsuki no Me, Eye of the Moon. Tsukuyomi, Shinto god. Okay? Oh my god. This is so fucking triggering. I swear to god. He even writes it out. He writes the shit out later on in the video. I know he does. Somewhere over here. He has the shit on the screen that he's writing out, and he still says Tsukiyomi. You hear? Infinite. Yeah. I'm gonna skip to here because I need to fucking.
For network, we'd have to Tsukiyomi frame this argument because Genjutsu works by affecting the mind, and in the infinite Tsukiyomi isn't
Tsukiyomi. It's Tsukuyomi. It's right there on the fucking screen. My god. I'll never escape. They'll never let me free.
To them, communicate to sim cast mind diverse projections of himself or owns are directly called illusions because they're immaterial.
Doesn't matter what they're called. It only matters what they are.
In some sense. However, that's not really the type of Genjutsu that we have in mind when this conversation pops up, is it? We're talking more about things like the Tsukiyomi, where the target is forced to see illusions within their
See, I like to talk about a Genjutsu called the Tsukuyomi, but you and Noodles can talk about Tsukiyomi all day.
Mind,
What's up to you?
Matsukami, where the opponent is completely controlled and hypnotized into believing false thoughts implanted by the attacker. In other words, we're not talking about real illusions in real time, manipulating light or something like that. We're talking about illusions that take place in the mind.
Yeah, actually, that is what we're talking about. It's baffling to me that he just doesn't understand this. I will give him some credit, and I feel like I say this every stream, but whatever. I'll give him some credit and say this. I don't think he's actually so stupid as to have read the Naruto series and done this amount of content about Naruto over the course of however many years and actually believe this. I don't think he actually believes this. Because you would have to be paying so little fucking attention to what's actually happening in the series that it just doesn't make sense based on how well I know that Sage knows the series. Something doesn't. There is a mutually exclusive property there that doesn't work.
I'm manipulating light or something like that. We're talking about illusions that take place in the mind.
Yeah, those two things aren't mutually exclusive, actually. The thing I said was, but these two things are not. The illusion takes place in the mind, and it's happening because the caster of the illusion infiltrated the opponent's mind through vision, through fucking sound, through some other interaction with the senses. So yeah, a hallucination is being induced. It's taking place in the mind, sure, but that is still coming in through the external sensory pathways. Basically, fucking. How about No says, oh yeah, the clam steam is called the Genjutsu despite being mirage caused by steam. Yeah, exactly. I think I was looking at that earlier today. Or wait, hang on a second. I was going to. Wait. Is that the case? Because I was just looking for Genjutsu here. Or what's his name? Gengetsu? Water gun technique. Oh, maybe it's omitted. I'm gonna have to look this up. Wait. This one. Yeah, I got lucky here. Okay. Yeah. Gengetsu. Oh, Genjutsu for Gengetsu. The inexhaustible duplicates that the heat haze produces lead the human heart astray. The huge summon clam spouts out steam and completely wraps the whole surroundings. The membrane of water particles deflects the light, deceives the enemy's eye, giving birth to countless virtual images, and at the same time as the jutsu user conceal their presence inside the mirage. Answering the second Mizukage's request, the huge bivalve appeared. After he activated the technique, he concealed himself on the other side of the illusion. Unlike the other clone techniques, the virtual images don't disappear even if they're hit. Yeah, okay. So, because of the interaction between the steam and the light, it is causing a visual illusion, a visual hallucination, to confuse the vision of people watching this. So while he has this shit up on screen,
time manipulating light or something like that.
it literally is manipulating light, motherfucker. It literally is.
In other words, we're not talking about real illusions in real time manipulating light or something like that.
Look. Deflects the light to seize these enemies' eyes, giving birth to countless virtual images. What the fuck, my guy? Like, for such an egregious databook merchant that Sage actually is, it's so fucking weird that, like, you would go through the trouble of finding this particular scene from the anime and putting it up so we're even, like, nobody knows who this character is. Nobody remembers Gengetsu. You didn't have to bring him up. Nobody remembers this fucking clam, right? But you did. You went through the process of tracking it down and putting it up here, and on the very frames where you say, and we're not talking about an illusion that's like based on light, literally it is, according to the data books that you peddle so egregiously. What the fuck is happening? Why are we here? What are we doing? Why are we having this conversation right now about this in general? Not, like, obviously there's no conversation happening, I'm just screaming into the void, but yeah. That's not true. I have lovely people here having this conversation with me. I'm as you can see, this is starting to get under my skin a little bit. Genjutsu wouldn't work on my glorious Queen Epsilon. Oh, who's Queen Epsilon? It's a cool name. About No says, maybe I'm just misunderstanding, and that's why he's using it. Like, we're not talking about bending light like Gengetsu, like it's being used as an example of things not being discussed. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong about that. If so, I apologize. I might have misunderstood. If that's the case, if How About No is correct, then please accept my apology for misunderstanding. I don't want to misrepresent. I don't want to mischaracterize or strawman. So, if so, yeah, that could totally be the case. It seems to me that the thing that we're building up to here, that we're leading to here, is like there is a category of Genjutsu that is directly affecting the mind of people, right? Let me go back and listen in case I missed something.
Genjutsu that we have in mind when this conversation pops up. Is it? We're talking more about things like the Tsukuyomi, where the target is forced to see illusions within their mind.
Okay, we're talking about Tsukuyomi. Well, he's talking about Tsukuyomi, whatever the fuck that is, I have no idea. But we're talking about the Tsukuyomi, which causes people to experience illusions by affecting their mind.
Or Kodo Matsukami, where the opponent is completely controlled and hypnotized into believing false thoughts implanted by the attacker.
Okay, so controlling false thoughts. Che cosa ha detto?
Where the opponent is completely controlled and hypnotized into believing false thoughts implanted by the attacker. In
Okay.
other words, we're not talking about real illusions in real time manipulating light or something like that. We're talking about illusions that take place in the mind. So,
Okay, you might be right, actually. I think I'll put a retraction for that. I apologize. I think you're right. I think he was actually using this image of Gengetsu to demonstrate that this is an illusion that is using light. I think that's a more charitable and probably the more accurate fucking interpretation. So you're right, I'm wrong. I am going to write this down and I'll put a timestamp and a retraction. Let's see, we are how long into the stream? Holy shit, 4:02. Okay, 4:02 into the stream. Traction Gengetsu. Yep, good. Thank you for calling me out on that. Please continue to do that because I don't want to be unfair. So I genuinely appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you.
manipulating light or something like that. We're talking about illusions that take place in the mind. So let's actually discuss those. In order for us to prove whether or not those can work cross-verse, we have to first understand how they work. What I mean is mechanistically. What is the process by which Genjutsu like this is successfully landed and applied to an enemy? I think we actually have a pretty good idea of how this works based on precedent in the series. First, I believe it's reasonable to assume...
Okay, so... precedent in the series, so now we're going to novel, apparently. Yeah, this looks like something from the novel.
That chakra must be injected into the opponent. The reasons for this are as follows. Number 1, Sharingan Genjutsu blatantly functions this way. We're directly told this in the Itachi Shinden Book of Midnight novel. Number 2,
yeah, okay, so, again, like, why are we going to Itachi Shinden instead of going into the series itself, right? Like, I don't know why we're diverting that far. Not like we can't use it, but, like, isn't there any other information that we can get in the series itself? Well, let's see. And I think, like, I'm feeling myself getting tired, and I don't want to make more mistakes like that. So I'm going to, I think, wrap this up pretty soon. I've ranted and raved long enough, and then I'll do more research for next time. But let's just go real quick to 20. Okay, I want to find the Zabuza Kakashi rematch. Okay. And I just want to see what additional data we can get about how this works mechanistically, right? Okay, so interesting that Haku's jutsu is also called demonic mirroring illusion, right? Like it's the term illusion is in his name of his jutsu, at least in some portrayals, some translations rather. Okay, so let's see. I want to see what Zabuza says here. Okay, going to use the Sharingan. Okay, so he goes forward. Okay, there's a really interesting thing that Zabuza says over here. Same spell won't work on me twice. Okay, so this is in chapter, what are we at? 26. Having had a chance to see it in action, I now have a thorough understanding of the arcane workings of your mirror eye. There was far more to our previous battle than the apparently humiliating defeat I permitted you hand to me. Haku was hiding nearby, observed and studied every aspect of our fight from beginning to the end. Haku is extremely intelligent. For him to see a technique is to analyze and understand it, and with that understanding he can develop effective countermeasures. And now the Kirigakure hiding in the mist. Okay. What did he say specifically? The fog is too thick for the hiding in the mist technique. Even Zabuza won't be able to see anything through it. So interesting, and this is something that the databook brings up as well, or the fucking wiki brings up as well, is that Kakashi can no longer cast like hypnosis or visual genjutsu on his opponent because the fog is in the way, right? So there's no like attacking the target's mind directly with the Sharingan, right? He has to make visual contact with Zabuza's eye in order for any Sharingan-related genjutsu or hypnosis or suggestion to get through to him, which is something that Zabuza's obviously like keenly aware of. You repel those nicely. No less than I expect of Kakashi with the Sharingan eye. However, the next time you see me, it will be the end. His eyes are closed. Okay, right, so like, also he's closing his eyes. Also, I don't even know why I'm going to this because like, Guy is able to avoid fucking Itachi's genjutsu by just looking at the ground, looking at his feet, right? Like, that's the thing. Even if the opponent can see you, you still have to intersect with their eyes in order to be subjected to their genjutsu. That's the whole thing. Like in the beginning of the war arc fight with Madara, there's a random shinobi in the background, right, who screams like, "Whatever you do, don't look in his eyes." That's the whole point. There is no direct mental connection. It has to go through the vision. It's so clearly established. Let's see. Turn out to be a false prophet after all. You can neither read my mind nor the future. In other words, your precious Sharingan is just an elaborate hoax, a confidence trick you play in order to psych out your opponents. More precisely, it combines clarity of perception and insight on your part with the ability to all but hypnotize those around you. Using those skills in concert, you are able to create your illusions through a combination of mimicry, from movement to thoughts to the skills of those you fight, prancing around acting like you can see the future. So I don't even know if Kakashi's technically using like an explicit genjutsu, like a named genjutsu technique here, so much as he is just using his Sharingan's predictive abilities and hypnotic suggestion with his words and stuff like that to and his mannerisms to get like psych his opponent out. Let's see. You analyze my superficial movements, copy them, and use the rapidity of the turnaround to induce fear and insecurity. You're a pale imitation. I'm the genuine artist. Yeah, this is that thing. Once you're certain you understand what's going on in my heart and mind, you calculate just what to say to bend my mind to your will, and then you calculate when my insecurities have reached a fever pitch, and then you lay your trap. You use visual hypnosis to trick me into signaling what technique I'll use and how I'll be using it, and then all you have to do is mimic it, right? So again, this isn't a named genjutsu, but it is relying on the ocular ability of the Sharingan, and I think it's giving us a precedent of how ocular abilities like this work. First, I conceal myself within the stick mist and neutralize your neutralize your visual acuity. With my own eyes closed, I eliminate the possibility of your hypnotizing me while we're in close proximity. So, you know, this is the way that the series starts to establish its relationship with stuff like this. Remember, these are, despite the fact that there are giant fucking Pokemon battles later on, we are talking about shinobi, like stealthy assassins. That's how the series first starts, right? Those are the rules that get established early on. Maybe they get retconned later, but this is where we start. I do want to see, going back to the first data book. So, let's take a look at that in a second. Oh yeah, here we go. So yeah, it might actually be a named Genjutsu. Mist Serpent Technique. Temple of Nirvana. There's a few references here. Okay, let's take a look at this. Demonic Illusion False Surroundings Technique. Oh, this is Kotetsu, 1 second. Demonic Illusion Hell Viewing Technique. Genjutsu D-Rank Supplementary Kakashi. This jutsu reveals the fears that dwell inside people's hearts. Oh wait, so it is a named Genjutsu. Okay. Whether they're aware of it or not themselves doesn't matter. Pictured in the bottom of their hearts, everyone has an image of the one thing they least want to ever see. Oh, cool. So this is going back to the... somebody wrote the name of that creature, the Bogart. I forgot to thank you. Sorry about that. But yeah, this is going back to like the Bogart thing. Like it takes on the form of... what your worst fear happens to be. This Genjutsu is a technique that draws forth such an image from within the heart and has one mistake it for reality. In other words, if the mental image is a gruesome one, the shock will be accordingly great. Oh wait, no, this is... Sorry, so this is not the one that gets used on Zabuza. This is something else, maybe? Sasuke is the object of Sakura's longing admiration. The image was enough of a shock to cause her to faint. Okay, so this is the one that fucking Kakashi uses on Sakura. So that's great, actually, because this doesn't give us more insight into this Zabuza scene. What it does do is it does kind of clarify that, yeah, okay, so you can cast an illusion on somebody that then, like, once it's in their mind will do the rest of the work for you. You have to get into their mind through the sensory pathways, but then it'll kind of just, like, run its own programming. And essentially what it does is it just, like, brings out a fear that is already present in the other person. That's cool. Right? So we can actually learn a lot about Genjutsu from the data books. Let's see. I want to check out this while we're here too. Thin layer of deception covering all the eye can see. A Genjutsu that allows one to trick others into mistaking the place they're in for another. This technique's main feature is that it can be cast over an extensive surface. Therefore, any and all who step into the illusion's area of effect will fall under the spell. That said, it might not work so well on people who are well-versed or otherwise skilled in Genjutsu. Most everyone present stood convinced that room 201 was actually 301 before Sakura saw through the trick. Okay, cool. So, like, this, again, this is a Genjutsu, and it is working on the senses of the people. Like, it's affecting their vision. But it appears to be taking on the functionality of that so-called like holographic projection. It's still a Genjutsu. It's still working through its sensory pathways and all that. And so now we have an explanation of how that Genjutsu can cause other people who step into the area of effect to be put under the spell. So no, it's not like a not just a holographic projection. It's like they enter into this radius, and when they're in this radius, they are then being affected by this thing that confuses their senses. There's probably not that much else to glean from here, but I think I saw one more. We might as well look at Temple of Nirvana while we're here. Fluttering in the air, the white feathers lure people into a realm of torpor. Torpor is just like sluggishness and sleep, right? A Genjutsu that generates a fluttering rain of sleep-inducing illusory white feathers. So it's interesting to consider, right? The Genjutsu itself, is it actually generating these... Well, the white feathers are illusory, so it's giving the experience of seeing the feathers, but they're not actually there. Whoever sees them as they fall, piling up and covering the whole target area, will experience Eden-like bliss and fall into a state of tranquil slumber. No matter how much one resists the hypnotic spell, the desire to sleep is instinctive and there's no fighting it. The instant the white feathers go, an irresistible sleep comes with everything, and the victims end up falling asleep. So, excuse me, fuck. I think I could definitely see somebody looking at this and being like, okay, maybe the way that this works is that Kabuto casts a Genjutsu, and then he literally spawns these fucking feathers in the environment. And then if you look at the feather, then the feather will put you to sleep. And this kind of feels more like it's one of those projection things. But I think since it falls under the auspices of Genjutsu in general, and the feathers are illusory, this is actually a visual Genjutsu. It's an A-rank Genjutsu, so it's highly sophisticated compared to something like what Kakashi used on Sakura. But yeah, it's essentially... The feathers are illusory, so this is still under the auspices of a visual Genjutsu. Might as well take a look at this while we're here. Tenebrous phantoms arise from the fog and multiply endlessly. The somber, uncanny shinobi phantoms appear out of trees and rocks one after the other. They all move sluggishly, but each time one of them receives a blow, it multiplies, making the fog-dwelling ghost part quite the real article. There are definitely no escape from these black shinobi phantoms. The black phantoms are slow. Okay, so this looks like, it doesn't explain it in great detail, but I mean, it's like within the fog. So maybe we can put our knowledge with this together with the knowledge that we get about the clam and the steam and conclude that it's the chakra in the fog that's causing a distortion of the light, right? Oh, chat disconnected. What the heck? Oh, there it goes. So it is based on like fooling the visual pathways of the person who's a victim of it. Oh, how about No says... Oh, wait, hang on. I've kind of missed a few things. Dr. Strangle says the most accurate definition is any technique that is used to trick the mind. I see. That could work, yeah. Saria says, whatever, don't look in his eyes, gets a paper bomb out of his body and thrown into the crowd. Yeah, I remember that. That's such a cold moment from that scene. Normal Sharingan Jutsu requires a certain degree of eye contact and the direct act of channeling chakra to the target. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan eliminates this process simply by looking into the opponent's eyes. Chakra can be channeled even without eye contact. I see. Okay, so like if there's there has to be an additional... Sorry, there has to be an initial eye contact, and then once that happens, the subsequent channeling of chakra can be maintained even if eye contact is broken. Is that what you're saying? Midnight 2, Chapter 2, Subsection 4. Okay, I'll take another look at that. At the Itachi Shinden for next time. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah, so as you can tell, my voice is starting to fade, so I'm gonna like maybe give it a couple more minutes, but I'm almost done.
During Genjutsu, the target's chakra is disrupted. We know that foreign chakra disturbs a target's chakra via things like the black belted blades, aka black chakra rods from the Rinnegan.
Yeah, I wanted to ask people, has anybody else ever heard that term before? Black belted blades? Because when I search for black belted blade in Google... Oh, I did it in another window, not another tab. Sorry, 1 second. Okay, so when I search for black belted blades, Naruto, like, it doesn't even come up here. This is the only thing that comes up. And then if I do, like, Nagato chakra rods, black receivers... Yeah. Did I mishear the word?
Because target's chakra...
1 second.
Via things like the black belted blades, aka...
I've never heard that fucking term before. Black belted blades. What the fuck is a black belted blade? Can somebody explain that to me? Like where he's getting this term from? It doesn't make any sense. How about No says, no, it just doesn't require eye contact at all for you to channel chakra into them. Wait, I don't think that makes sense. Normal Sharingan Jutsu requires a certain degree of eye contact and the direct act of channeling chakra to the target. However, the Mangekyo Sharingan eliminates this process. Simply by looking into the opponent's eyes, chakra can be channeled even without eye contact. Oh, I think this is talking about like the intersection of visual axes, right? Like when... Isn't there a thing where like he's hiding behind a rock and he's trying to get somebody caught in a genjutsu, but the axis of where the other person is like looking forward has to intersect with the axis at which Itachi's looking forward, and they have to cross. Because if they then cross, even though they're not directly looking into each other's eyes, if those two vectors intersect at some point, then that's sufficient, right? Oh, you miswrote it. Okay, yeah, no worries, no worries.
Black chakra rods from the Rinnegan, because we see this with Kakashi and Jiraiya getting their chakra disrupted or agitated when stabbed with those. This doesn't happen with regular knives, so there's some special...
Oh no, you took your carry video down. What, the TikTok one or the full, or was it the one on YouTube? What happened?
...property about the black chakra rods that caused this, and I think that special property...
Thanks to the Rinnegan, Sasuke was able to escape danger and grab Boruto as well, leaping up into the air. In front of their eyes, 2-3 rods of chakra pierced through Naruto. Gotta keep a close eye on you, Momoshiki roared, a demonic expression on his face. where is this translation from? Who did this? Is it from a book? What page is it from? Is it official? Because that Momoshiki is not capitalized there. What is Momoshiki using the same rods of chakra that fucking... Are they the same exact technique? I'm curious. They might be of Madara's because it's like a Rinnegan thing that would come from the Otsutsuki. That would make sense.
So there's some special...
Oh, it doesn't need to cross. It just needs you to look at the eyes. Okay. I'm going to need to look at that because I'm finding it hard to reconcile that with Guy's whole thing about, like, we can get around him by just, like, not looking at his eyes directly. Yeah. That's interesting, but it doesn't, like, so I appreciate you sharing it, but I don't think that lines up with what the series tells us, unless I'm just missing something. Oh, you fucked up the audio. I'm sorry. Is this something you can fix easily enough?
Property about the black chakra rods that cause this, and I think that special property is the fact that they are made of chakra. Number 3, disruption.
Okay, you can't just fucking do that, bro.
That cause this, and I think that special property.
Put the source. Like, what is this? As far as I know, this could be some fucking, like, ecchi fan fiction. I literally have no source and no context for this. So let me see if I can find it. Thanks to the Rinnegan, Sasuke was able to escape danger. This is Boruto the movie novelization. Cool. Would it have been that hard to put that up there? Yeah, and this is Kakatua's translation as well. Okay, 1 second. Okay, so, right, this is behind the thing. So, there was a user on, fucking Tumblr who has since taken down their Tumblr that went by the name of Kakatua for short, or, fucking A Little Shipping Never Hurt. That's another name for their channel. And they've provided the initial full translation of the, of this novel, which is, this is the novelization of the, or the novel version is probably a better way to put it, of the, versus Momoshiki arc, that basically, of the movie, sorry. So this was the novel that then became the script for the movie of the, Boruto Naruto the movie, like the first movie, right, before the full series kicked off. So the thing is, Kakatua did a very valiant effort at translating the content, did a really good job. For the time especially, and was free and was volunteered and shared with the community, but also missed a lot of things. And so recently, you know, I've shared this before, but I commissioned Salads and Bolts, aka Miss And, to go through and translate a few passages, and based on her assessment, I would say that it is worth double checking Kakatua's work. Not to slander them or to say that they're bad or anything. I genuinely very appreciate all the hard work that they did. But I found that a like Salads and Bolts translation felt more nuanced and more accurate, and like I agreed with her corrections of certain things. And so I think basically I'm giving all this context to say that, like, just because you put up some fucking words on the screen doesn't mean you've provided a source, or you provided any context for that, or that you've evaluated it in any sort of fair or meaningful way. Okay, so first of all, this is somebody else's work that they worked hard on. You need to credit them for the work that they did. Second of all, if you want to use this in a way that's going to actually help bolster the understanding of the people that you purport to want to educate, you need to provide an actual source. I know that apparently it's too hard for you to put numbers on, because that would slow down the video and make it just like impossible and so tedious for people to have to deal with. You wouldn't want to do that, so that's fine. Just you know, mention specifically what book it came from at least. I know you're capable of doing that. Should be easy enough to do. And then also have a little fucking curiosity to investigate the source and see if it's reputable. You know, for this, I think, you know, Sage kind of got off easy because this is a minor quote, and like all he's really establishing here is that chakra rods can pierce people. But what's interesting is that this quote in and of itself doesn't say anything about chakra disruption. It just mentions rods of chakra. Okay, So I don't know that this really establishes anything. It's not really even probably worth getting mad about. But again, someone else's work is being included in your for-profit video, and there's no recognition whatsoever of the work of the original person. Not good. Not a good look. Let's see. How about no says Itachi was holding back and not using the Mangekyo unless unnecessary because it takes a lot out of him. Oh, yeah, that's fair, but do you think it's like... But he does use it on Kakashi, though. And he only uses it on Kakashi after he makes eye contact, right? Let's go look at what this says. I think you're bringing up interesting points, but I want to make sure that my understanding of it is current as well. Right? It's been a while since I read this passage. It's also worth looking at what what's her face does, Kurenai. So here, Kurenai does flippy, and then she looks like she's fading away. Genjutsu, okay. Itachi perceives this. Itachi... Okay, so this tree thing that Itachi is fixed to doesn't actually literally exist, right? It's not there. This is just a hallucination he's having as a result of Kurenai's, like, machinations, right? But actually, well, not only that, but Kurenai even thinking all of this is happening is actually just Itachi allowing her to experience that illusion, essentially. Genjutsu Gaishi reflection technique. Right? She manages to break it by inducing pain. Makes sense. It all ends now for you, that is. Okay. I really wish they would get rid of that head. It's kind of fucked up. Anyway. Let's just see. Watch out, Kurenai. Okay, he hasn't started to show his true strength. Okay, so here's what happens, right? He closes his eye, he starts to open it up, and then Kakashi says, you two don't look him in the eye, right? They specifically close their eyes. He keeps his open. Listen closely, both of you. Do not open your eyes no matter what. If you meet eyes with him right now, you'll be finished. Only another Sharingan can handle him now. If one possesses the Sharingan, one can resist this Mangekyo to a certain extent. But you cannot break the special Sharingan Jutsu Tsukuyomi, the Nightmare Realm. Only someone with Kekkei Genkai. Right, so like, he decides to continue to clash with him because he thinks maybe he'll be able to manage it with his Sharingan, but he fails. Okay, but yeah, he specifically tells the other people to keep their eyes closed. So if you want to say that like there can be a more complex interaction where like they don't have to look directly into each other's eyes lovingly before kissing or something, like they can just you know, they don't have to do the whole close face thing. But at the same time, like it can be off axis is what I'm trying to say. And the Genjutsu will still work even if it's off axis because the Tsukuyomi is still so impressive. But if Kakashi had his eyes closed the whole time, then there's no way the Tsukuyomi could have worked on him, right? Like, it doesn't just go directly into his brain. It still has to go through his eye. It's also not going to go through his ear or something else, right? Like, it's a visual Genjutsu. Their eyes need to intersect. And also, even if we disagree about the Tsukuyomi there, we can take a look at what Guy says just for context. Here he shows up. Just want to see what he says. I've already mastered counter Sharingan battle techniques from all my bouts against Kakashi. Open your eyes, both of you. When you go up against a Sharingan, you'll need to avoid meeting your opponent's eyes. Just keep your sight on their feet at all times, and you can still read their movements and react. Now that you mention it, that does make sense, but, yeah. I mean, like, I want to go back and read that chapter. I think it's a valid point, and maybe there is a contradiction there, but I think, like, at the end of the day, we can agree that, like, if their eyes were closed the whole time, there's no way that Tsukuyomi's getting in their head, right? Anyway, I gotta catch up on chat like crazy. Opponent's eyes shocking me channels like, I bet Itachi can't draw. Why do you think that? I bet he can draw. Maybe if he's lost his eyesight, then, yeah. Yeah. Oh, hey, Worm, how's it going? It's good to see you. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I keep seeing that shit, and it's just like, yeah, I need to I need to get myself set up. Sorry about that. I hope it's not too disturbing. Some of the stuff there is like just not great. Anyway, most frustrating project of all time. I just want to go to the movies. You can go. Give yourself a break. I know how much intense it can feel to just want to get something out into the world and have it be finished. But don't like lose sleep over it. We will be happy to see it when it comes out. Please take time and spend some time with your family. Simply by looking at the opponent's eyes, the user can inject chakra into them, even if their gazes do not actually meet. Is the correct line. My bad, I caused more confusion. No, it's okay. That's totally fine. I appreciate you sharing. Simply by looking into the other person's eyes, you can channel chakra into them, even if your gazes don't meet. Yeah, okay. So there's something that totally makes sense. I appreciate you sharing that. That's good context. Shisuke's whole plan specifically banks on the superiority of the MS over the regular Sharingan in that regard. I'm trying to remember the scene where like Kakashi said, like Itachi says something about like he has to intersect with the visual fulcrum or whatever it's called, the vector of his opponent. But I guess that doesn't contradict what you're saying. That could just be a different thing. Sorry, says if I lost the audio, I'm genuinely going to break something. But yeah, it's just an audio, but I don't like fucking talking. I'm asocial. Talking is exhausting. Yeah, I feel you. I like talking, but only in specific circumstances with a captive audience, clearly. But yeah, it on upgrade from direct to any eye contact. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. You might be right. Guy's explanation is about the regular Sharingan. I think that makes sense. That's a good way to reconcile the two things. Yeah, it seems reasonable. Sorry, I missed a message. Hi, John. How's your Sunday going? It's going pretty good. I am slightly delirious, but nonetheless enjoying the process of ranting and raving about Naruto as usual. Work is starting to wind down, so tomorrow I should start a relatively chill week going forward. Should be good. I feel like I should predict this topic given Sage's recent vid. Yeah. It's something that Eon and Abstract Section have talked about, and I like those dudes, and so I've been trying to get in on the conversation and share my thoughts. Really, just to kind of like recap, I don't have a problem with Genjutsu working crossverse. That's totally fine. Like I think it should, even if you can't prove that it does, I would still say fuck it. Like for the sake of a debate and keeping the debate interesting, let's just like assume that it does, because we can, like we talked about this before, but like we can use whatever house rules we want when we're having a debate crossverse. So, whatever. But I don't like the way that Sage phrases his arguments. I don't like the way that he cherry picks his information and misrepresents things. I don't like the way that he relies on apologetics to try to clear points instead of like genuinely sharing understanding with people. I don't like the way that he takes other people's work and doesn't give those people credit and doesn't provide adequate references and uses their shit in his for-profit videos without evaluating them. I don't like the way that he tries to frame the knowledge as like some sort of this arcane, obscure thing that only certain people can have access to. That might be a little harsh, but I mean, if you watch the first couple of points in this video, it's like infuriating. The level of obfuscation that's happening. It's really disappointing. I don't know if it's disappointing anymore. It's kind of expected at this point, but whatever. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm upset about, and that's like I wasn't really. I will say that overall I kind of agree with Sage's perspective. I think I sort of agree with his conclusion. It's just like the way that he gets there is like super sketch. Hey, how you doing, Roman? It's good to see you. Hope you're having a good night. Not what's up is that I'm fucking ranting and raving again as usual. Can the Mangekyo Sharingan affect Brock from No, he clearly has his own. He clearly has his own unique method of perceiving the world. I think he's immune to visual genjutsu, and I'm prepared to die on that hill. Who do you think won in Noodles vs. Apollo and Noodles D1 if you finished either? I don't think I finished either yet, sorry, because I wound up breaking off and doing some research for this. I will finish both of them in the next couple days and get back to you. The Noodles versus D1 thing, it kind of felt like a stalemate in that I think Noodles was just kind of saying silly things that didn't make a whole lot of sense, and then D1 was getting mad, and they weren't really going anywhere. I think D1 is like D1 has like a timer when he starts a debate where like usually the first 20 minutes or so of the debate is usually pretty reasonable, and he makes good like debunks and he makes good points. He did the same thing with Sage, but then afterwards, he just like hits this critical threshold, and then he just like falls apart in terms of rage. And I feel like I quit just before that was about to happen with the Noodles debate. So I don't understand why Noodles is still out here saying shit like Kakuzu tanked a fireball to the face. I don't know why he's saying that mountains got vaporized, and that it's most likely that Yugito, used a Biju bomb to do that. Like, he has to know how stupid these arguments are, right? Like, he has to just be putting these arguments forward to see what he can get away with at this point. That's got to be part of the thrill of it. It's like, you know, I can prove to everybody how stupid this guy is because I can get the dumbest arguments past him or something like that, right? But like, they're all incredibly transparent, and it was kind of like I was thinking about addressing them on stream tonight, but it's kind of like what can I say at this point? It's like he's still saying the same dumb shit he said last year and the year before that. I mean, it's you gotta respect the commitment, I guess, but like, damn, it's really bewildering. Let's see. Yeah, most recent ones. Yeah, I do appreciate you sharing them because I always get a kick out of them. The thing about the Minato versus Kakuzu thing is that, like, it's sort of like, Minato doesn't have like super great AP feats per se, right? Like, because we don't, as far as I am aware, I mean, like, the most impressive thing that we see him do offensively is use a Sharingan to fucking, or sorry, use the Rasengan to beat Kurama in the Mindscape. But I don't know if that Mindscape has the same rules as the external space. Like, fucking Kurama is like behind the seal in the first place. That's on Naruto's belly, right? Or not Naruto's belly, on Kurama. Fuck, too many words. Kurama is sealed inside Kushina, and Kushina's seal is like keeping Kurama restrained. Then Kushina also has her chains on him, and then he starts to charge up a Biju bomb, and then Minato clashes with that. So I don't know how strong that makes Minato. It's impressive, it's cool, but I don't know like where that scales exactly. Some people, I've heard people make good arguments that it should be 1-to-1 with its outside strength. I just don't know how strong Kurama is, just like under all of those layers of restriction. But beyond that, I mean, like, okay, he uses a Rasengan on Obito. That's cool. He melts his arm that was made of Zetsu cells, right? So that should be, or actually, was it? It might have been his other arm. Fucking, I don't know. He melts his arm, essentially. He destroys his arm. So you could possibly go off of that. But other than that, like, okay, he slashes Obito with a kunai in the war. He does have feats of, like, well, here's the thing, an interesting thing about, like, when Minato is fighting against the Raikage, right? The fourth Raikage in the, when he's a Jonin. Notice how I said when instead of whenever there, too, by the way. When he's a Jonin, he's about to stab through the Raikage's spine with his, this kunai, which to me suggests that, like, he thought that would be effective, which does that mean that the Raikage is, like, without his V2 cloak on or whatever, he's, like, vulnerable to just getting stabbed and poked by, like, sharp metal? If so, because the temptation there is to be like, okay, there's a narrative implication that he has the AP to defeat, like, a Kage level character. Although I don't know if he was actually the Raikage at that point in time, I forget. But anyway, the point is that, like, he can get through that character's durability, but, you know, how durable is he really? So I just found, like, to try to be a little ambassadorial, I found it difficult to identify, like, discrete AP feats from Minato. That being said, I think the way that I would approach it is, like, the Rasengan doesn't necessarily follow the same rules as, like, yeah, okay, Kakuzu can say all day left and right till the cows come home that he is immune to physical attacks, which is not exactly what he says, but whatever. But the definition of physical attacks that he, like, the examples that he gives of those things are a sword, a kunai, a paper bomb, and a fat kid rolling into him, right? So it's like, does the Rasengan really fit into that category? Does a swirling mass of chakra really fit into that category? The way that I think it goes down is that, like, Minato throws his kunai around in the battlefield. He, like, teleports over to what's-his-fuck and tries to stab him with a kunai. What's-his-fuck turns on his diamond morph and breaks the kunai. And Minato, like, puts a seal on him and then backs off, and he's like, oh shit, I guess I can't get through you. And then Kakuzu turns off Diamond Morph so he can actually fucking move, and then Minato just teleports to him and like slashes him with a kunai and he's done. Like, or just like puts a fucking Rasengan in his brainstem. Like I don't like, though, as long as Minato can do something that is equivalent in pressure to Choji rolling into him, then Kakuzu is going to, in character, activate Diamond Morph on his whole body, which means he's going to be stuck still, which means Minato can just, like, walk up to him, pat him on the ass, and give him a fucking, flying Raijin mark, and then at that point, he just has to wait for the motherfucker to turn the shit off, which he's going to have to do to move, and then he's done, right? Like, he might have to do that multiple times with the multiple hearts. I don't know how you're getting around that, but hey, I haven't made it through the debate yet, so we'll see. Most recent ones, of course. Yeah. Nice that it's winding down. You sound like some old man when you laugh sometimes. I probably sound like an old man when I talk in general, especially at the end of the day when my voice is starting to get raspy. I could use another plate of sand. I'm actually gonna fucking hurt my throat if I do that. Protoworm says, what's Itachi's gonna do when Brock turns his frying pan into a frying pan? What's he gonna do when he starts pulling out, he pulls out his donuts? The jelly filled are his favorite. What's he gonna do then, being so confused by this clever illusory technique? Mount Rushmore of bad debaters. It's a whole cavalcade, isn't it? Kakuzu wins against Minato. I don't know. Maybe. I think he might have a win condition. I don't know. I don't know. We could talk about it. Mindscape nerfs Minato as per Killer Bee. If he's A, he's the strongest in the village, and that's the point of the name, presumably. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, although I think there's strong arguments that, like, Killer Bee during the war arc is stronger than the Raikage. He was selected to be the Raikage's right-hand man, and initially, like, the Raikage has to lower his strength to match the Raikage has to lower his strength to match Killer Bee's strength for them to pull off the lariat with equivalent power. But then later on, isn't it revealed that Killer Bee has to lower his power to match the Raikage's? Like, he outstrips the Raikage eventually. So I think in theory you're right. It's meant to be like A is the top dog, B is the secondary, and so B would be lesser in strength compared to A. But that winds up being invalidated by B eventually because he does, like, outpace the Raikage, let alone with the fucking Yuki in him, but just, like, even him himself, I think. Worm says, I don't think Mindscape nerfs Kurama, but I do think Kushina's change should do. I don't know how strong it is either. I think it's probably fair to say it's stronger than Four Tails Naruto Biju Bomb versus Oro. The Biju Bomb that he's making, yeah, probably, that's probably fair. The thing is, though, that I don't know, like, looking at the Ten Tails, right? When the Ten Tails fires off its Biju Bomb, when it's still in its, like, weird beast Deidarabochi form, before it goes into, like, the flower form or whatever, right? It starts, or before it takes on, like, the weird alien-looking form that blows up the Allied Shinobi HQ. When you think about the amount of chakra that it has, I think probably, with all the other Biju in it, it exceeds the raw amount of chakra that B has. It can probably put more chakra into a Biju Bomb. I think, in fact, the Biju Bomb that it is spooling up at one point is larger in size compared to B's. But B is able to make a smaller one and get up right in its eye and push the bigger one back. So as long as, like, Minato clashes with the Biju Bomb before it explodes, it might just kind of be like, you know, this is a bad analogy, I guess, but I can kick a grenade away from me, thus defeating it and invalidating its threat to me in combat. But that doesn't mean that my foot has the equivalent power of the hand grenade, right? It hasn't, like, gone off yet, so it's not delivering all of its force. The force is not expended. I think that, like, if that Biju Bomb blew up before Gyuki managed to, like, push his little Biju Bomb into it and then back into the Ten Tails eye, I think, like, he would have gotten seriously hurt if not killed. So that clash is impressive, but I think the implication is that Minato managed to, like, push it back before it exploded and unleashed its energy. But I could be wrong, right? Like, I'm assuming certain things about how the Biju Bombs work. Let me see. I don't think mine's... Yeah. Protoworm says, except for B and Daru who hold back their strength, and A3 who did not take the title of Raikage A over. I think that's fine. That makes sense. Yeah, I think Killer B was always stronger than A4 during Shippuden. Personally, when you reread 4-5-40, you see B rolls up, most of the hold back. Oh yeah, that's a good point. You're spitting on holding back the Larry. Yeah, okay, cool. We're on the same page. Actually, analyzing Killer Bee's narrative and feats versus A4s could be an interesting stream if you're interested. Yeah, for sure. Probably watch it. I think there are a lot of bad statements floating around, TBH. Yeah, I forget. You're in the Discord, right? Feel free to send me a message either on DM or in the channel, or even just leave a comment reminding me. That's definitely a topic I could add. I feel like I'm kind of running out of topics anyway. Like, once I'm done with the data books, I don't know what I'm going to talk about, so I'm more than happy to take on new stuff. Just let me know. Ryoman says, 14-year-old Obito, no holding back versus alive Minato. Obito destroys. Was he holding back against Hokage Minato? I'm pretty sure he wanted to kill him. So, oh, then, no, yeah. No, I think they're evenly matched. I think Minato wins. But, I'll be curious to hear arguments. Worm says, yeah, I am, sounds good. Oh, great. Yeah, feel free. I know we've talked before directly, so I was like, I'm pretty sure, but my memory's not always so great.
Property is the fact that they are made of chakra. Number 3, disruption of chakra in the target can free them from Genjutsu. This makes sense if the enemy's chakra has entered the body and they overcome that outside force with a force of their own, offering explanatory power which aligns with my position. Number 4, basically...
I think, I wish, Shinigami was here, because I think he took issue with the use of that term explanatory power. Or was it Dr. Strangle?
Every time someone in Naruto controls something with a technique, it's via using their chakra inside of the thing that's being controlled. A water dragon is controlled by the user because they're controlling their chakra in the water dragon. Gaara's sand is controlled by Gaara because he manipulates the chakra in the sand. In a similar fashion to how Genjutsu works, the Yamanaka clan's mind transfer requires a direct...
Okay, I just, I'm gonna have to stop because my eyes glazed over and, like, I didn't process what I heard for the last 10 seconds. I think I'm, like, too tired to continue. Sorry, I really wanted to get to the end of the first section, but, you know, we can pick it up next week. Let me just offer a conclusion real quick. So, like, I noticed myself getting pretty fucking worked up over the course of the stream and being pretty harsh. And I sort of feel bad because, like, I don't ever want to make anyone feel bad or feel attacked or feel like, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to call it. I don't like making people feel bad. And I don't like criticizing people or, like, saying, like, some of the stuff that I said, it felt weird to be communicating like that. It doesn't come naturally for me. And I'm going to go back and listen to this, and I'm going to add retractions or clarifications if there's anything I think I was unfair about. So, Sage, if you wind up listening to this, feel free, either in DMs or on this video itself. If you think I've been unfair, challenge me. You know, I'm more than willing to accept it. Because I don't want to strawman you. I don't want to strawman anybody or make anybody feel misrepresented or misheard. I've been on the receiving end of that. It sucks, and I genuinely don't want to. And now I'm afraid that maybe I have done that, so I'm going to promise to go back and listen through carefully, and I will post retractions and clarifications if there's anything that I got wrong, and you all are more than welcome to challenge me on all that, because if you don't, then, like, I don't grow, right? If I'm wrong about stuff, I would rather be told off so I have an opportunity to learn. That being said, I really don't sympathize with and will still condemn taking other people's work without credit and, like, splicing together misrepresented information that confuses people and doesn't provide them with an adequate understanding of the subject material. And I do think I have grounds to say that that was done here. I think if you genuinely want to understand how Genjutsu, whether or not Genjutsu works cross-verse, obviously it makes sense to start by trying to understand what Genjutsu is and how it works. So here's a gentle suggestion. Start with the fucking series first, and then look to the data books, which are the community's primary source of information first. And then be honest about what you find there, and show all the information. If you're going to make this claim about, like, no more, no less, okay, then actually do that. Actually stick to that. Go through, at least, like, from part 1, right? You can go through all of the jutsu in part 1, synthesize that information, and present it in a way that is more accessible, more direct, and more honest than going to not like you can't use the peripheral sources, but then going to those lengths at the expense of that, right? Of the original, more direct material. If you only have a certain amount of time in your video, you only have a certain amount of time to communicate to people, you're worried about them getting fatigued or overwhelmed or getting bored or whatever, then go for the core, like start at the core and then work out to the periphery, if that makes sense. I am fine with Genjutsu working cross-verse. I'm fine with people saying that it doesn't. I just want people to please stop misleading each other. Please stop, like, disfiguring, butchering, gerrymandering, like, sources in order to clear your points. It's not impressive. It's not impressive to just, like, clear a point at any cost. It doesn't help. It adds confusion. It adds noise. It muddies the waters. And this shit spreads, and it just makes it harder and harder and harder to have a productive conversation about anything. So, like, ask yourself, okay, what do we accomplish here? Okay, well, I made it easier for people who want to argue or I gave ammunition to people who want to, like, argue aggressively that the Naruto verse is somehow categorically better than other verses because our characters are stronger and could totally kick their asses. I gave them ammunition for that conflict. Wow, okay, great. I hope that works out. I hope that brings people joy, because that's great, genuinely. I see a lot of people in the comment section being like, this is awesome, I'm having fun with this, I like this, great. I wish that we could, or I think that we could do that without misleading people, though. I think that we could inspire joy and excitement and prompt discussion without fucking doing this shit. Prove me wrong, I guess. Anyway. I'll pick it up next week. Let me catch up with chat, and then I'm going to head out. Let's see. Ryoman says, there's a moment when he notes that he waited too long before warping Minato, which implies hesitation. Oh, okay. That's worth considering for sure. He also didn't use Genjutsu despite looking him in the eyes once. That's something that's come up quite a bit in debates, too, is like, why didn't he use Genjutsu? Why did Minato look directly in his eyes? So, if you think he was holding back, then yeah. Yeah, I think you have an argument there for sure. Although, well, this is where, like, the Minato defender would come forward and say, but Minato expended a lot of chakra maintaining the barrier, right? Like, didn't he have, like, some ceiling that he was using to help contribute to protecting Kushina? And then he did the technique that, like, diverted Kurama's bomb away from the village, and then he summoned Gamabunta, I think, to sit on him for a while. And so, like, he's doing a whole bunch of other shit beforehand and expending a lot of chakra, so you could argue that he shows up to the Obito fight, like, drained and stressed and fatigued and stuff like that, so that might be affecting him. That's not a debunk to your position, right? It's not saying that, like, that Minato would have won if he had been fresh, but it's a variable. It's a variable, and if we were in a debate, I would be like, let's explore that variable, because I think that's enough grounds for skepticism about how their actual fight would go down. But I think, yeah, the Genjutsu thing is a good point. If you think he was holding back, I mean, like, he came very fucking close to killing Minato under those circumstances, yeah. Let's see. Ryoman says, I will need to watch some moments of your mouth-washing stream because I want to see reactions to some things. Yeah, please do. I hope you enjoy it. In the second one, there's a lot of chatting. Like, there's a lot of, which is great. You know, I really enjoy it. But, like, don't be afraid to jump around if you just want to focus on the gameplay stuff as opposed to the chatting. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. I was showing my partner the other day some of the, like, horror moments and set pieces in the latter part of the game. It's so fucking creative, dude. It's really, really clever. Very, very well designed game. Yeah, I had a great time with it. Enjoy the rest of your night. You heading out? Yeah. Well, oh, I'm heading out. Sorry. This is how fucking tired I am. Thank you. I will probably be going right to bed after this, after I walk the dog. So yeah, I hope you have a great night too. Double check, the chains nerfing people is misconception from the anime filler. Basically, Karin says it can even restrain a massive chakra, but that's contextually in relation to her being able to bind even Suigetsu's water form. It's more of a touch the intangible thing, similar to barriers blocking ghosts from Land Gathering. Yeah, like, I don't have a big stake in that debate or anything, but from what I remember, I think Sage actually talked about this on stream previously, where he was talking to people about Minato's feats, and, like, there aren't actually any statements, I think, from the data books or whatever, that indicate that the chains stop or block chakra. Like, they're just physical chains. The chains themselves might be chakra made, or like made of chakra or reinforced with chakra, so they're not like capped to the strength of like whatever that metal is in real life, but it's not like they specifically seal or suppress or absorb Kurama's chakra, right? I think that was the conclusion that they came to. So, credit to Sage for that argument. I do think that holds up. How about No says able to... Oh, sorry. Protoworm says, I think it's summoning and taking control of Kurama probably taxes him a ton. Minato does say he's rushing the fight because of it. Okay. I also don't know if he can genjutsu somebody else while doing it. Oh, that's a good point. So, at that point, if Obito had used a genjutsu on Kurama to control him, maybe that's why he didn't use one on fucking Minato. I wonder if there's a way of verifying that, like, if that's the case, then that probably means this is probably fine with the timeline, right? But then, like, he definitely didn't use Kurama Matsukami on the fourth, was it the Mizukage? What's that guy's name? Yagura? He definitely didn't put him under that because otherwise he would have broken that when he used the genjutsu on Kurama. That's interesting. So you can use a genjutsu on multiple people, but you can't use multiple genjutsu simultaneously. I think you're right. I'm trying to think if there's any examples in the series of like a character maintains a passive genjutsu on somebody. I guess, No. What I was going to say is that, like, so when Itachi puts the genjutsu on that woman who seduces Jiraiya, then he uses the Tsukuyomi on Sasuke, and then right after that, Jiraiya shows up and says, "Ha, you think you could fool me with a Sharingan genjutsu?" I always thought that Jiraiya broke that himself because he detected it and he dispelled it. Do you think that maybe he actually didn't, and that what happened was that Itachi cast the Tsukuyomi on Sasuke, and then it broke the Sharingan genjutsu, and then Jiraiya was like, "Oh shit, fuck," and then to leave. I want to see. This will be the last thing I think we do tonight. I'm very curious about like the sequence of events here. Oh yeah, by the way, apparently this cat that helps Naruto was named after Kishimoto's actual cat, or vice versa. Shu, like Kishimoto actually had a cat named Shu, which is really cute. Okay, so forget when it happens. I think it's after this. I don't remember. No, it would be before this, right? Because, oh wait, no. Yeah. I'm so like lost. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm sorry if this is annoying. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be able to find this quickly. In what chapter does Itachi use Tsukuyomi on Kid Sasuke? Fated battle between brothers. Yeah, I don't know. I think I better not try to belabor the point. It's probably not. Actually, wait. Hang on a second. I know how to find this. Toad mouth bind. This is in 147. So let's see. I was in the right ballpark. I just went too far, I think. Wouldn't be the first time. Okay. 145. There we go. Okay. So here comes Sasuke. Flashback. Okay. Sus add. Right. I was just curious if Jiraiya shows up before or after. He says, "I'll kill you." He dashes at him. Okay. Feel my chakra. Oh no. Okay, I was wrong. So. Yeah, I thought so. I thought it would be funny, but I didn't think it was actually true. So, like, yeah, Jiraiya shows up before he casts the Tsukuyomi. So, okay. That would have been really cool, but yeah, no. Let's see. I could be making up the Genjutsu thing, lol, that was just my own head. No, I think that makes sense. I think it actually makes sense because, I mean, like, also, Kurama's no slouch, right? Like, in terms of power, you would assume, maybe I'm wrong about this, but you would assume probably that Kurama could be, like, would require a significant amount of chakra and focus to control. So I don't think it makes much sense for Obito to be popping off other Genjutsu during the same time. But that, well, then again, it's interesting because I wonder if there's an entry for that jutsu. I'll have to look it up. Yeah, I think you've raised a very valid point. I just have to research it more to explore it more deeply. Okay, so I'm gonna try to end this broadcast exactly at the 5-hour mark and see if I can pull it off. So I'm gonna be leaving in just a second. But yeah, thank you so much for the engagement. Thank you for contributing to the discussion. I definitely learned a lot. Please do keep me accountable if you think I made any mistakes or been too harsh. I'm more than happy to respond to the feedback. And I hope you guys have a great rest of your night and a great week. I'll be back on Thursday to play, hopefully, Deracine if I can get it set up in time. But maybe FNAF 4, potentially? Anyway, appreciate you guys. Have a great time, and I'll see you next time.